Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. I was a freshman at Eastern Michigan University at the time, and the campus was only about an hour, maybe even less, from Detroit. My roommate and I lived in one of the freshman dorms. I never knew exactly how old our building was compared to the others on campus, but I knew it was not one of the newer ones. Even so, I never gave that much thought. It was just a dorm to me, another college building with plain walls, long hallways, and rooms packed close together. When I first moved in, I actually loved it. I had gotten there before my roommate, so for about a week back in August I had the room all to myself. Nothing strange happened during that time. I never heard anything unusual, never felt cold spots, never got the feeling that I was being watched, and never felt uncomfortable sleeping there alone. If anything, I felt happy. I liked the independence, I liked decorating my side of the room, and I liked the excitement of finally being in college. It felt like the beginning of a whole new part of my life, and I was enjoying every minute of it. When my roommate finally moved in, things still seemed normal. We settled into a routine like most college students do. Classes filled our days, homework filled our evenings, and our room became the place where we could come back, relax, and be ourselves. It was not a big room, but it felt comfortable. We had bunk beds, desks, the usual dorm furniture, and all the little personal things that make a plain college room feel a little more like home. At first, nothing about that room seemed strange at all. If someone had told me then that I would later be telling this story, I probably would have laughed. A month or so after school started, something happened that completely changed my mood and the way I spent my time. My puppy died. Even now, thinking back on it, I remember how hard that hit me. My parents took me home so I could say goodbye before we took her body to the vet. It was one of those moments that stays with you because it feels unfair and sudden, and at that age I do not think I knew how to handle grief very well. I was away at school, already adjusting to a new life, and then suddenly I was dealing with this loss too. Before I went back to campus, I took her collar with me. I do not know exactly why that seemed so important, but it did. It felt like I needed something of hers near me. When I got back to the dorm, I clasped the collar around my bed. We had bunk beds, so it was there where I could see it, almost like a small reminder that she had been real and that she had been mine. For a while after that, I was a mess emotionally. I had trouble getting to class. I slept far more than I should have. Some days it felt easier to stay in bed than to get up and try to act normal. Grief has a strange way of making time feel slow and heavy, and that is exactly how those days felt. Eventually, I stopped crying as often. I was not over it, but I was not drowning in it the same way. I started getting through my days a little better. That was when things in the room started to change. The first truly strange thing happened on a cold morning in November. I remember that clearly because the air had that dull, gray feeling late fall always seems to bring. It was the kind of morning where you do not really want to get out of bed, and I had slept in until around 11 o'clock. My roommate was already gone for classes and would not be back until about 1 in the afternoon, so I was alone. I got on my laptop for a little while to check my email, maybe waste some time online the way college students always do, and then I decided to take a shower. Before leaving the room, I remember closing out everything on my laptop and locking the door behind me. That part matters, because later I went over it in my head again and again. I had definitely locked the door. There was no question about that. I set my sweatpants on top of my laptop and took the rest of my clothes with me to the bathroom. That was normal for me. The bathroom situation in our dorm was not great. There was no fan, and the shower curtain did not do a good job of keeping the water inside the shower area, so I was not gone long. It was a simple in and out routine. But when I came back into the room, I noticed right away that something was different. My sweatpants were not where I had left them. They were no longer on top of my laptop. Instead, they had been folded neatly and placed underneath my desk. At first, I just stood there staring. It sounds silly now, because folded sweatpants are not exactly the most dramatic thing in the world, but in that moment it felt deeply wrong. It was not that they had fallen. It was not that they were crumpled on the floor somewhere. They had been folded neatly and put under my desk. There was something so deliberate about it that made my skin crawl a little. I tried to reason with myself. The room had been locked. No one had come in. We did not have suite mates who could have played a joke on me. There was no easy explanation. Even so, I tried to brush it off. I told myself maybe they had slipped off the laptop somehow and ended up under the desk. The folded part made no sense, but when something strange happens, your brain reaches for whatever explanation feels safest. Then I looked at my laptop. Google was open. Someone. I was 9 years old when we moved into that house, and at that age, nothing in the world felt more exciting than the idea of finally having a room of my own. Before that, everything in life had always felt shared. Shared space, shared noise, shared routines, shared attention. But this house felt different the moment we stepped inside it. To me, it did not just look like a new home. It looked like the beginning of something special. I remember walking through it with the kind of excitement only a child can feel, looking into every room, noticing every corner, and already imagining where my things would go. My room was not huge, but it was mine, and that was enough to make me feel grown up in a way I had never felt before. We were a family of 5, and the whole house seemed full of movement during those first months. There were boxes, furniture being arranged, voices from one room to another, and all the usual little moments that come with settling into a new place. It felt warm and active, and because of that, the strange things that happened later felt even stranger. There had been no reason at all, at least at first, to think there was anything unusual about that house. It was just our home. It was where we ate dinner, argued, laughed, watched television, celebrated birthdays, and went through ordinary days like any other family. Then one day, only a few months after we moved in, the excitement I felt about that house began to change into a very different kind of excitement. It was the kind that makes your stomach feel light and strange at the same time. The kind that mixes fear with curiosity so completely that you cannot always tell where one feeling ends and the other begins. The first thing happened on a day when all 5 of us had gone out together to the circus. For a child, that was already a special day. I remember being happy, distracted, full of energy, the way children usually are when they know they are going somewhere fun. No one had stayed behind. The house had been completely empty all day. That detail mattered later, because everyone in the family knew it for certain. We had all left together, and we had all returned together. When we got home, at first nothing seemed wrong. We walked in the way families do after being out for hours, still carrying the energy of the day with us, still talking, still moving from room to room. Then someone noticed the light fixture. There was a round light fixture that usually hung at the bottom of the stairs. It was supposed to be up in place, attached where it belonged. Instead, it was lying on the floor below, upside down, off in the corner. I can still picture it there. It was not smashed. It was not cracked. It was in perfect condition, which somehow made the whole thing feel even more unsettling. It looked as though someone had carefully taken it down and placed it there. 2 of the 3 screws that held it in place were still attached underneath it. The 3rd screw was still up in the ceiling. Even as a child, I understood enough to know that this did not make sense. Things do not simply come undone like that and fall so neatly to the floor, especially not while staying in one piece. If it had crashed down, there should have been damage. If it had somehow loosened over time, it should have fallen more naturally, not ended up upside down in the corner. It was not just the fact that it was off the ceiling. It was where it was and how it looked. It felt arranged. My parents stood there discussing it, trying to come up with a practical explanation. They talked about who had a key to the house. My mother's mother was the only person besides us who did. That gave them at least one possible answer, so they called her and asked if she had been in the house that day. She had not. They asked again, more carefully, whether she knew anything at all about the light fixture. She did not. She sounded just as confused as we were. That was the first real mystery in that house. I think from that day on, even if no one said it directly, we all kept it in the backs of our minds. We paid more attention. We noticed more. We listened harder. At least, that is how it felt to me. I was only 9, but I remember clearly that I was thrilled by the idea that something paranormal might be involved. I was not frightened in the way an adult might have been. I was fascinated. The thought that our house might hold some kind of secret gave me a strange sense of excitement. It made life feel larger and more mysterious than it had before. It did not take long for that curiosity to be stirred up again. Later that same year, in September of 1982, we had family over for my brother's birthday. It was the kind of gathering that filled the whole house. Adults downstairs talking loudly and laughing. Plates and cake. Children running up and down the stairs, splitting off into rooms, making noise, playing separate games. My brothers and my male cousins were in my brother's bedroom upstairs. The girls, including me, were in my room. Everything felt ordinary and busy and alive. At some point, all of us children were called downstairs for cake. We ran down, excited, probably talking over one another the way children always do when there is sugar involved. We were downstairs long enough to eat, laugh, and enjoy the little celebration. Then, when we went back upstairs, something was wrong. My brothers could not get back into their bedroom. At first, that did not seem frightening. It just seemed odd and annoying. Maybe the door was stuck. Maybe someone had shoved something in the way without thinking. Maybe one of the younger kids had done something silly before coming downstairs. They tried the handle again, pushed a little, pulled a little, but the door would not open. Eventually they called our parents and the other adults upstairs to help figure out what was going on. The adults came up, probably expecting a simple problem, but when they looked more closely, they discovered the real reason the door would not open. The bureau that usually sat against the wall to the left of the door had somehow been moved directly in front of it. It was pressed right up against the door, which opened inward into the room. That was why no one could get in. Even now, that is the part that stays with me. We had all been downstairs together. The room had been empty. The windows were shut and locked. There had been no one upstairs moving furniture around. And yet the bureau had been shifted from the wall to directly in front of the bedroom door. My father and uncle had to force the door open. I remember the sense of strain and confusion as the adults pushed and muscled their way in. Once they got inside, everyone started checking for explanations. They looked at the windows. All shut and locked. They looked under the beds. No one hiding there. They counted all of us children. Every one of us was present. There was no bedroom closet in that room where someone could have hidden. No obvious prank. No intruder. Nothing. It was just another event with no explanation. For a while after that, things settled down. At least on the surface, they did. But once something strange happens in a house, especially if it happens more than once, it changes the way people talk. It changes the way they tell stories. We told our friends our ghost stories, and to be honest, we told them proudly. There was almost a thrill in saying that our house might be haunted. We were young enough to enjoy the drama of it. Sleepovers became more interesting. Every little creak, every shadow, every odd feeling suddenly mattered more because there was already a story attached to the house. Some of our friends who slept over added their own strange observations. One of them said the eyes in my mother's wedding picture over the mantel turned red. Whether that really happened or whether it was the power of suggestion, I still cannot say. But at the time, things like that only made the story grow. Each odd detail seemed to support all the others, even if none of us could prove anything. We began doing what many kids do when they think they are dealing with something supernatural. We held seances with friends and neighborhood kids. Looking back, I can admit that we were not always sincere. Sometimes we rigged baseball trophies to fall over. Sometimes we played little tricks on the other kids. We were children mixing fear, excitement, imagination, and mischief. But even when we were faking some of it, there was still the strange sense that something else might be present, something watching us, something quiet that did not need our games in order to exist. Whatever had happened in the house before did not feel gone. It felt more like it had gone silent. A few years passed before the next thing happened that truly got my attention. By then, enough time had gone by that the earlier events had become stories we repeated more than active fears we lived with. They were part of the history of the house now, almost family legends. Then one day my brother told me something that made those old stories feel present again. He said he had been in his room listening to music when he heard someone call his name from the bottom of the stairs. He turned the music down and looked, expecting maybe that someone in the family wanted him. Instead, he said he saw what he described as a white floaty thing at the bottom of the stairs. That was how he called it. A white floaty thing. To be honest, I did not believe him. Not fully. I thought maybe he had been tired. Maybe his eyes had been strained. Maybe the lighting had played a trick on him. It was easier to explain it away than to accept it. Hearing a story is one thing. Seeing something yourself is another. At that time, I had not yet seen anything like that with my own eyes, so I stayed skeptical. Then, maybe a few months later, I was home alone. I was in my room listening to music, relaxed, probably doing what teenagers usually do when they finally get the house to themselves. Then I heard my name being called from downstairs. It was not a vague sound. It was not just a creak or a voice from outside. It sounded like someone calling my name from the bottom of the stairs. I lowered my music and listened. Everything went quiet again. I looked out of my room a few times, expecting maybe to see someone standing there, maybe one of my parents home early, maybe one of my brothers joking around, but I saw nothing. Then I heard it again. By that point, I was convinced I had heard something real. I answered back, and that was when I saw it. At the bottom of the stairs was the same thing my brother had described. A white floaty thing. Even now, I still use those simple words because they fit the memory best. It was not solid like a person. It was not shaped clearly enough for me to say it was a man or a woman. It was white, floating, present, and wrong in the way only something truly unexpected can be. For all my curiosity about the paranormal, for all the excitement I used to feel when talking about ghosts and mysteries, that moment was different. It is easy to think you want contact with the unknown when it exists only in stories. It is easy to imagine yourself being calm and brave when you are talking with friends in daylight. But when you are actually faced with something that does not fit into the normal rules of life, your body reacts before your thoughts do. I did not walk toward it. I did not try to speak to it. I did not investigate. I backed into my room, shut the door, and sat on my bed with the radio turned down low, staring at my locked bedroom door. That image has stayed with me for years. Me sitting there, quiet, listening, waiting, not knowing what I believed anymore. I had wanted mystery. I had wanted proof that something more existed beyond what we can explain. But in that moment, I did not want answers. I wanted distance. I wanted the door to stay shut. I wanted whatever was outside it to remain outside it. And yet, even after that, my interest in the unknown did not disappear. If anything, it deepened. Fear and fascination often grow together. Part of me still wanted to understand. Part of me wanted to know what that thing was, why it was there, and what it wanted. I became more interested in communication with whatever might exist beyond ordinary life. I wanted to know whether spirits were real, whether the dead could remain, whether a house could somehow hold traces of what had happened inside it. Around that time, a friend of mine had an Ouija board, and she convinced me to try it. By then, I was old enough to feel that this was not just a childish game, at least not completely. We used it, and we believed we had made contact with a spirit. Whether someone else would believe that or not, I can only say what it felt like to us. We believed it. We spoke with that spirit often throughout our high school years. It became a strange and regular part of life, almost normal in its own way. While some people might have found that frightening, I found it meaningful. It felt like proof that there was more to existence than what we could see in ordinary daylight. Then one of my younger brothers decided to use the Ouija board with his friends. By that point, the novelty of the board had worn off a little for me. It had become old hat, something familiar rather than exciting, so I was not really part of their conversation with it that day. I was nearby, but I was not sitting there fully involved. What I can honestly say is not so much about what they claimed to have heard in the moment, but about what followed after. My brother and his friends came to me later, after hours, carrying the Ouija board and looking serious. The board, they said, had told them that it was a boy who had died in our house. It had also said it could prove this. According to what it told them, his body was buried under the 4th floorboard back from the front of the house. That kind of statement is exactly the sort of thing that can grip young people completely. It is dramatic. It is specific. It makes the impossible sound almost testable. My brother wanted permission to pull up the corner of the carpet in his room and look under the floorboards. Our mother was not home, and somehow that meant I was the one being asked to make a decision. I remember feeling the odd weight of that, as if I were in charge simply because I was older and present. I told him I was not going to say it was okay. At the same time, I admitted that if he did it, I wanted to be there. That was the truth of it. I did not want to be the person who gave permission to damage the house, but I was far too curious to stay away. So they peeled back the corner of the carpet. There was nothing under the floorboard where they expected some terrible proof to be hidden. No bones. No signs of a body. No obvious explanation for the claim the board had made. That should have been the end of it. But then we noticed something else. Behind the slanted roof and the straight walls was an empty space, closed off and not accessible to walk into or even crawl into. It was just there, hidden behind the wall, unreachable. The boys suggested putting a hole into that wall so we could see what was in the space. Again, I refused to openly say yes. Again, I did not stop it either. A hole was made in the wall, and we shined a flashlight inside. There, on the floor of that hidden space, we saw something white. That moment sent a chill through all of us. White. Hidden. Unexpected. After everything we had already experienced in that house, that kind of discovery felt loaded with meaning before we even knew what it was. We reached in and pulled it out. It turned out to be 2 boys-sized t-shirts. Not bones. Not a body. Not anything directly horrifying. Just 2 shirts. But even that felt strange, because why were they there? How had they ended up in that hidden space? Why boys' shirts? At the time, those questions seemed enormous. The house already carried a history of strange events for us, so even an ordinary object could feel full of meaning when found in an unexpected place. As I remember it, my brothers later took those shirts to the cemetery and buried them in a shirt box. That sounds strange when spoken plainly, but at the time it felt almost respectful, like we were putting to rest something we did not fully understand. Whether that was necessary or not, whether it had any effect or was simply symbolic, I cannot say for sure. I can only say what happened next. After that, nothing else happened in the house. That silence was perhaps the strangest thing of all. So many odd things had happened over the years. The light fixture. The bureau against the bedroom door. The red eyes in the wedding picture, according to friends. The white floating shape at the stairs. The voice calling our names. The communication through the Ouija board. Then the claim about the dead boy and the hidden shirts in the wall. And after those shirts were found and buried, it all stopped. We were never able to make contact with any spirits through that Ouija board after that day. The board that had once felt responsive became dead and ordinary in our hands. The house that had once seemed full of little mysteries became quiet. The atmosphere changed. It did not feel watched anymore. It did not feel as though something was lingering in the corners or listening from the stairs. The strange pressure that had seemed to hover over those earlier years was gone. Looking back now, I know there are people who would explain every part of this story in practical ways. They would say the light fixture must have loosened somehow. The bureau must have been shifted by one of the children and forgotten. The white floating figure might have been a trick of light, tired eyes, or imagination. The Ouija board might have reflected our own thoughts without us realizing it. The shirts in the wall could have been left there by someone years earlier for completely normal reasons. Any one of those explanations, taken alone, might sound reasonable enough. But when you live through something piece by piece, when the events come over time and build on one another, they do not feel so easy to dismiss. That is what made that house different. It was not one single dramatic event. It was the way small mysteries kept arriving. It was the feeling that the house had a private life when no one was looking. It was the way certain moments seemed to answer each other across time. One strange thing might be explainable. Two might be coincidence. But enough of them together create a different kind of memory, one that stays unsettled no matter how many years pass. I still think about how young I was when it all began. At 9 years old, I did not understand fear the way adults do. I understood wonder first. I understood stories. I understood the thrill of believing something special might be happening around me. That may be why I embraced it so easily at first. The house made ordinary life feel magical and dangerous in a way I could not resist. It turned family stories into mysteries. It made us all a little more watchful and a little more imaginative. But it also taught me something important. Wanting to believe in the unknown is not the same as being ready to face it. That lesson came most clearly on the day I heard my name from the stairs and saw that white floating shape for myself. Until then, I had loved the idea of the paranormal. I had talked about it with excitement. I had enjoyed the reactions of friends. I had even taken part in silly little fake seances, half playing and half wondering if something real might answer us. But when I was alone in that house and saw something I could not explain, all the playful fascination vanished in a second. What remained was something much more honest. Not screaming terror, but a deep and silent fear. The kind that makes you move backward without thinking. The kind that makes you lock a door even if you know a locked door probably cannot stop whatever you just saw. And yet, even fear did not push me fully away from those questions. It only made them more serious. I became more interested, not less, in whether life exists beyond death, whether places can hold memories, whether spirits can remain attached to a home. The Ouija board, the conversations, the hidden shirts, all of it seemed part of a bigger question I have never fully answered for myself. I do not think that every strange thing is supernatural. I know people mishear, misunderstand, imagine, exaggerate, and influence one another. But I also know that some experiences stay with you precisely because they resist easy explanation. That house did that to me. Even now, when I remember it, I do not first think of terror. I think of mystery. I think of being a child, then a teenager, growing up in a place that seemed to keep giving us reasons to believe that something unseen shared the space with us. I think of the way our family moved through those events together, sometimes joking, sometimes questioning, sometimes pretending not to care while still watching every corner a little more carefully. I think of the excitement of telling friends our ghost stories, of the pride we felt in having a haunted house, and of how that childish pride slowly turned into a quieter and more personal uncertainty. Sometimes I also think about the possibility that whatever was there never meant harm. That is not to say it felt friendly. It did not. The unknown rarely feels friendly when you are close to it. But there was a difference between fear and danger. In all the years we lived there, nothing truly violent happened. No one was attacked. No one was injured. The events were disturbing, yes, but they were also strangely restrained. The light fixture was moved. The bureau blocked a door. Names were called. A white shape appeared. A board gave a message. It was as if something wanted to be noticed more than anything else. Then again, maybe that is just the story I tell myself because it is easier to live with mystery when it does not feel malicious. The part one can never forget is how everything ended. Not with a dramatic final sighting or some loud and obvious conclusion, but with those two small shirts pulled from behind the wall. After all the build-up, after all the years of questions, the last object tied to the mystery was so ordinary. 2 boys-sized t-shirts. There is something haunting about that in a different way. Sometimes the most unsettling things are not terrible by themselves. They are simply ordinary things found where they should not be, inside a story that has already taught you to look at ordinary things differently. We buried the shirts, and the house went still. Maybe that was coincidence. Maybe we had finally exhausted our own imaginations. Maybe growing older changed the way we experienced the place. Or maybe, in some strange way, that was what needed to happen. I do not know. I have never known. But I do know that after that day, we could not reach anything through the Ouija board anymore. The connection we thought we had was gone. It was as though a door had shut. There are people who hear stories like this and ask for proof. I understand that. I probably would too, if I were standing outside it. But some experiences do not leave behind proof in the way people want. They leave behind patterns, memories, and feelings that remain vivid even decades later. They leave behind the certainty that something was different in that house, whether I can explain it or not. When I think back to the beginning, I still see that 9-year-old version of myself, thrilled about her own room, thrilled about a new house, thrilled about the future. She had no idea that the home she was so eager to settle into would slowly become the setting for the strangest years of her childhood. She only knew that it felt exciting. In a way, she was right. It was exciting. Just not in the way she expected. And that may be the strangest truth of all. Some houses hold memories because of the people who live in them. Others seem to hold memories of their own. Ours felt like one of those places. It felt as though it remembered something we did not know. Something that showed itself only in pieces. A moved object here. A blocked door there. A voice. A shape. A message. A hidden pair of shirts. Then silence. I still cannot say for certain what we lived with in that house. I cannot say whether it was truly a spirit, more than one spirit, some energy attached to the place, or simply a chain of events that became meaningful because of how we experienced them. But I know this much. Those things happened. We lived them. We questioned them. We carried them with us. And even now, after all this time, they remain some of the few memories from childhood that still feel suspended between the explainable and the impossible. I have told these stories many times over the years, and every time I do, I find myself returning not just to the events, but to the feeling of that house. A feeling is harder to explain than a sighting or a sound. It is harder to prove. But it is often the truest part of an experience. The house never felt openly threatening all the time. It felt watchful. It felt aware. It felt as if normal life could be interrupted at any moment by something quietly reminding us that we were not entirely alone. That is why those memories stayed. A light fixture should not remove itself and land perfectly below. A bureau should not move across a room when no one is there. A voice should not call your name from an empty staircase. A white floating figure should not appear at the bottom of the stairs in a house where no one else is home. A board should not tell children about a dead boy under the floor, and a hidden space in the wall should not hold 2 boys' shirts waiting to be found. Maybe each event has an explanation. Maybe all of them do. But taken together, they became the story of that house, and the story of that part of my life. And if I am being honest, even after all these years, a part of me is still that child standing inside a mystery, half afraid and half amazed, still wondering what it was that shared that house with us, and whether finding those shirts was really the reason it finally left. The school I was living in was very old. It had been around since 1919, so just thinking about how many students had passed through its halls over the years was enough to make the place feel full of history. Generations of students had lived there, studied there, laughed there, cried there, and gone through all the little moments that come with college life. A building that old naturally had a certain feeling to it. Even if you were not the type of person to believe in ghosts or strange things, you could still walk through it and feel the age in the walls. There was something about the place that made you think about all the people who had come before you. Every hallway, every room, every stairwell seemed to carry memories that no one could see but somehow could still be felt. I had moved there from my last dorm and was trying to settle into my new space. Out of all the dorms on campus, this one was the oldest. It had originally been built as a dorm for girls only, and even though it had changed over the years, that old part of its history still seemed to cling to it. Still, despite how old it was actually a very nice dorm. I liked it. My room felt comfortable, and the building itself had a certain charm. It did not feel run down in a bad way. It felt old in a way that made it interesting. I felt safe there at first. I felt relaxed. It was the kind of place where you could imagine yourself getting used to the sounds of the building and eventually thinking of them as normal. Old buildings always make noise, and college dorms are never really quiet anyway, so there was no reason in the beginning to think that anything was wrong. For the most part, I was happy there. I had a new roommate that semester, and we were adjusting to each other the way college roommates usually do. You learn each other's habits, learn when the other likes quiet, learn who gets ready faster, who stays up later, who leaves lights on, who forgets things. It was normal college life, and I was just trying to enjoy it. Nothing about the dorm felt threatening to me in the beginning. If someone had asked me then whether I believed anything strange could happen there, I probably would have shrugged and said that old buildings are creepy sometimes, but that was all. Then something happened that changed the way I looked at that bathroom forever. It was about 2 months before I told this story, and it happened around midnight. I had gone to wash my face in one of the other community bathrooms. That part matters because it was not even the bathroom right by my room. It was another one in the dorm, the kind of bathroom everyone on the floor used depending on where they were or what was free at the time. It was late enough that the building had that quieter feeling dorms sometimes get after midnight. Not silent, because dorms are never truly silent, but quieter than during the day. The kind of quiet where even small sounds stand out more. The hum of lights, the drip of water, the echo of footsteps down a hall, all of it feels sharper when it is late. I was standing at the sink washing my face. It was just an ordinary thing, nothing unusual. I remember leaning over the sink, focusing on the cold water, thinking about nothing important. Then I lifted my face and looked up into the mirror. In the mirror, I could see the reflection of the shower stalls behind me. And in the last shower stall on the right, I saw something that made my whole body go cold. There was a dark figure standing there. It looked like a shadow, but it was darker than a normal shadow. It was shaped like a person in a general way, but not clearly enough for me to say it was just someone standing there. What made it even stranger was that I could not see any feet. It was just this dark, shadow-like shape in the stall. At the same time, the light above that shower was blinking on and off rapidly. For a second, I just stared. I think that is what most people do in a moment like that. Your brain tries to make sense of what your eyes are telling you. Maybe it was a person. Maybe it was the curtain. Maybe it was the light creating some strange effect. Maybe there was a reasonable explanation and I just had not seen it yet. But even while my mind was trying to be logical, something inside me already knew that what I was looking at did not feel right. The blinking light made the scene even worse. It was not a slow flicker like an old light bulb about to die. It was fast and sharp, like the light could not decide whether it wanted to stay on or off. Each blink made that dark figure seem to appear and disappear in a way that made it even harder to understand what I was seeing. It was there, then swallowed by the dark, then there again. But no matter how the light changed, the feeling stayed the same. Something was in that stall. I did not stay there to investigate. I did not call out. I did not step closer. I grabbed my things as fast as I could and ran back to my room. By the time I got back, my heart was racing. I remember that feeling very clearly. The kind of rush where it feels like your body got scared before your thoughts fully caught up. You run first, then try to understand later. Once I was back in my room, I was shaken, but I still kept trying to talk myself out of it. Maybe the mirror angle had made something look strange. Maybe I had seen a curtain hanging oddly. Maybe another girl had been in the stall and moved before I could fully realize what I had seen. But even while I thought all of that, I knew why I had run. I had run because in that moment it truly looked like a dark figure standing in the shower stall, and it had frightened me. My new roommate that semester was the kind of person who got freaked out easily by things like that, so I decided not to tell her. I figured there was no point in scaring her if maybe it had just been my imagination or some weird trick of the light. I knew that if I told her, she would probably start getting nervous every time she had to go into the bathroom at night, and I did not want to do that to her unless I was sure. So I kept it to myself. For about a week, I said nothing. I tried to go on normally. I still thought about what I had seen, but I tried not to dwell on it. Every now and then it would pop back into my mind, especially at night, and I would picture that stall and the blinking light and the dark shape standing there. But as days passed, I told myself that if nothing else happened, then maybe it was just one strange moment that meant nothing. Then about a week later, my roommate came back from the bathroom looking different. Not sick exactly, not upset in an obvious way, but off. Her face looked strange in that subtle way where you can tell someone is bothered even if they are trying not to show it. I asked her if she was okay. She said yes. But I could tell something was wrong, so I told her that if something had happened, she could talk to me about it. She already knew about an experience I had in my last dorm because I had told her about that before, so I knew she would understand why I was asking. Still, she did not say anything right away. A few minutes later, after we had started watching a movie, I decided to tell her what I had seen a few nights earlier. Part of me wanted to see whether she would laugh it off or tell me I had imagined it. Another part of me just wanted to finally say it out loud. So I told her about washing my face, looking up in the mirror, seeing the dark shadow-like figure in the last shower stall on the right, and the light above it blinking rapidly. I told her how scared I had been, and how I had run back to the room. She did not laugh. Instead, she looked at me with fear already in her face and said, "I just saw it." The moment she said that, everything changed. Up until then, I had still been able to tell myself maybe I had imagined it. Maybe I had misseen something. Maybe I had been tired, maybe the light had messed with my eyes, maybe the shape had not really been there. But once my roommate said she had just seen the same thing, that comfort disappeared. Suddenly it was not just my experience anymore. Suddenly there were two of us. Two people, separate times, same bathroom, same stall, same kind of figure, same fear. At that point, both of us were completely freaked out. We paused the movie and started talking about what each of us had seen. The strange thing was how similar our experiences were. It was not like she had seen something totally different, and was just trying to fit her story to mine. The way she described it sounded almost exactly the same. The last stall on the right. A dark shadow-like figure. The same feeling that it was there, not just a trick of darkness. The same shock when you first saw it. Talking about it helped a little because at least I was not alone, but it also made the whole thing feel much more real. There is something especially disturbing about realizing another person has seen the exact same thing you saw, especially when both of you would rather there be a normal explanation. We were both scared, but also both trying to be logical. We kept asking ourselves if it could be a shadow from the curtain, a reflection, something about the light. But if it was something simple like that, why had we both been so shaken by it? Why had it looked so clearly wrong? The next day I went back to take a shower. Looking back, maybe that was not the smartest thing, but part of me wanted answers. I did not want to keep being afraid of something if there might be a simple explanation. So I used the shower stall next to the one where the figure had appeared. Half of me was nervous, and the other half was almost hoping it would happen again so I could finally figure out whether it was real or whether there was some normal reason behind it. That is the strange thing about fear when it mixes with curiosity. It can push you right back toward the thing that scared you in the first place. I did not want to be terrified of a bathroom every time I had to shower. I wanted to prove to myself that there was a logical explanation. Maybe from the angle of the next stall I could see how a curtain created a shadow. Maybe I would notice something about the lighting. Maybe it would all make sense once I was standing there in daylight, or under normal conditions. At first, everything seemed fine. I started my shower and tried to act normal, though I was aware of every sound. Bathrooms already have a strange atmosphere when you are alone in them. Water echoes. Curtains rustle. Tiles make everything sound bigger than it is. Even when nothing is wrong, they can make you feel slightly exposed because you cannot see much beyond your own stall. I kept trying to focus on normal things, but then I noticed the light next to my shower had started doing the same thing it had done before. It began blinking on and off. The second I saw that, my stomach tightened. It was the same rapid blinking, the same unnatural feeling. I told myself not to panic. Maybe it really was just a bad light. Old building, old wiring, old fixtures. That kind of thing happens. I tried to ignore it and keep showering, but it was hard not to think about what it had meant the first time. There was another detail that made it worse. You needed a key to control the lights in that bathroom. It was not like someone could easily be messing with them for a joke. And even if someone had a key, the way the light was blinking did not feel like something a person was doing manually. It was too strange, too sudden, too wrong. I kept trying to stay calm. Then, all at once, every light in the bathroom started flipping on and off. Not just the light near the shower stall. All the lights. That was the moment real fear hit me. It is one thing for one light in an old building to flicker. It is another thing for every light in the bathroom to start flashing on and off together while you are alone in a shower. It did not feel like an electrical issue in that moment. It felt like something was happening around me. The bathroom was throwing light and darkness at me over and over, and each flash made me more certain that I was not alone. I started rinsing off as fast as I could. I was no longer trying to test anything or prove anything. I just wanted out. I turned off the water quickly, and with all those lights still flicking, I pulled the curtain open. Then I looked toward the creepy stall. I did not even fully step out before I looked halfway under it. And the shadow was back. This time it was darker than before. Bigger too. I do not know if it really was bigger or if fear made it seem that way, but that is how I remember it. It felt larger, heavier, more present. There it was again, in that stall, like it had been waiting there. I did not stand there trying to study it. I did not stop to figure out whether I could see details. The second I realized it was there, I grabbed my things as fast as I could and ran. I ran out of that bathroom half-dressed, carrying whatever I could gather, terrified in a way that is hard to explain to someone who has never had an experience like that. It was not just fear of seeing something strange. It was fear of being close to something that did not seem to belong in the normal world. It felt as if the bathroom itself had changed. What should have been an ordinary place had become a place where something waited. By the time I got back to my room, I was partially crying. Not full sobbing, but shaken enough that tears were there. That was how badly it had frightened me. My roommate saw my face and knew immediately what had happened. I do not even remember whether I had to say much at first. She could tell. After that, we never told anyone else on our floor directly about what had happened. Part of that was because we did not want people to think we were crazy. Another part was that saying it out loud too much made it feel worse. If we kept it between ourselves, maybe it would stay smaller somehow. Maybe it would remain just a strange experience rather than turning into a full dorm rumor. But the strange thing was that even without us telling people, we started randomly hearing other girls talk about the shadow in the shower. That was one of the most unsettling parts of all. It is hard enough when you and one other person share a strange experience. But when you start overhearing completely unrelated people mention the same thing, it stops feeling private and starts feeling like something attached to that place. We would hear girls talking casually or nervously about the shadow in the shower, and every time it happened, my roommate and I would look at each other because we knew exactly what they meant. It was not just us. A lot of the girls on the floor were so freaked out that a sign was eventually hung on the stall door saying it was out of order so no one would use it. That part still amazes me when I think about it. People were disturbed enough by whatever they had seen or felt there that they preferred to mark the stall as unusable rather than risk going inside it. No one wanted to say too much, but enough girls believed something was wrong with that stall that the sign stayed up. That tells you a lot. college girls can laugh off a lot of things. People joke, exaggerate, scare each other for fun, and turn small weird moments into stories. But when enough people quietly avoid the same shower stall, that means something. Even if every single one of us had tried to find a logical explanation, the fear was still there. And fear that spreads through people who are not all talking to each other in the same way is hard to dismiss. There was also another strange side to living in that dorm, something that made the whole building feel even more unsettling once you knew its history. Since the dorm used to be girls only, they had once had what people called a floor mother. She would go up and down the halls at night checking to make sure no boys were in the rooms after a certain time, and making sure the doors were locked in the middle of the night. It was one of those old dorm traditions from a much stricter time, back when students were watched more closely and rules were taken more seriously. Even though that system no longer existed, the story of it stayed around. People still talked about it. And strangely enough, in the present day, some girls reported that if boys were in their rooms late at night, they would hear banging on the door and then open it to find no one there at all. Not even anyone in the hall. That alone was creepy enough. The idea of something or someone still following old rules, still making rounds the way a floor mother once had, was the kind of story that gets inside your head whether you want it to or not. But what made it more disturbing for me was that I had personally experienced something similar. Several times in the middle of the night, I had heard someone slam down hard on the outside of my door handle, as if they were checking to make sure it was locked. Not just touching it. Not brushing it by accident. Grabbing it and pressing it down in a deliberate way, like someone testing the lock from outside. The first time it happened, I remember freezing and listening. In a dorm, people are always moving around, so your first instinct is usually to assume it is another student. Maybe someone at the wrong room. Maybe a friend of someone next door. Maybe a prank. But when it happens and then there is no voice, no footsteps, no laughter, no sound of anyone in the hall at all, it feels different. The handle would move hard from the outside, and by the time I really focused, there would be nothing. That happened more than once. Each time it did, it gave me the same strange image in my mind, someone moving through the halls late at night, checking doors the way a floor mother might have done years ago, making sure they were locked, making sure rules were being followed. Whether that had anything to do with the shadow in the shower, I cannot say. Maybe it was all just part of the same general atmosphere of living in such an old building. Maybe stories fed into experiences, and experiences fed back into stories. But when you are the person hearing your door handle move in the middle of the night, it does not feel like a harmless legend. It feels immediate. That was what made the dorm so unsettling in the end. It was not just one event. It was the way different things seemed to fit together into the building's history. The old shower stall where people saw the shadow. The blinking lights. The bathroom where I felt terror so strongly I ran out half crying. The random girls whispering about the same thing without us telling them. The out-of-order sign hung there because too many girls were afraid to use it. The old story about the floor mother walking the halls. The banging on doors. The door handles being tested in the middle of the night. All of it created this feeling that the dorm was still carrying some part of its past with it. I tried many times to think of a normal explanation. Maybe the shadow in the shower was really some kind of strange lighting effect. Bathrooms have curtains, steam, mirrors, shadows, and all kinds of surfaces that reflect things oddly. That is true. Maybe the blinking lights made the shadow appear darker or more human-shaped than it really was. Maybe fear did the rest. But then how do you explain my roommate seeing it too, almost the same way, without me telling her first? And what about the other girls? How do you explain enough girls becoming frightened enough of the same stall that they stop using it? Maybe the lights had bad wiring. Old buildings definitely have electrical problems. That is also true. But even if that explains the blinking, it does not explain the feeling. It does not explain why the bathroom felt so wrong in those moments, or why I saw that dark shape there more than once. A bad light bulb can flicker. It cannot fully explain why the flickering seemed to come with a presence. And maybe the door handle at night had some simple explanation too. Maybe someone was drunk. Maybe someone had the wrong room. Maybe girls heard normal dorm sounds and turned them into something else because of the building's history. That is possible. But when it happens enough times, in that same old building with that same atmosphere, the possibilities start to feel thinner. I think the hardest part about experiences like that is not the fear in the moment. It is the uncertainty afterward. If something clearly dramatic happened and there were witnesses and proof, at least then you would have something solid to deal with. But when something happens in flashes, in reflections, in private moments, in things half seen and strongly felt, you are left turning it over in your mind again and again. That bathroom especially stayed with me. Even now, I can picture exactly how it looked. The sinks, the mirror, the reflected line of shower stalls, that last stall on the right, the blinking light above it, the feeling in my chest the first time I saw the shadow there. Then the second time, in the shower beside it, trying to act brave and rational, until all the lights began flipping on and off and I looked under the stall and saw it darker than before. There was something about that stall that felt claimed. I do not know how else to say it. It felt like a place something had chosen. Not the whole bathroom necessarily, though the whole room felt wrong once fear entered it. But that stall itself seemed to be the center of it. That was where the figure stood. That was where girls avoided going. That was the place we marked out of order. It became more than just a shower stall. It became a location inside the dorm that people associated with something they did not understand. And once a place becomes that kind of place, it changes the whole building around it. You start walking a little faster in the hall at night. You start listening harder when you hear something. You start wondering whether you really want to shower late when no one else is around. You start noticing how old the walls are, how long the building has been there, how many people must have lived and moved through it since 1919. You start imagining all the little stories a place that old must hold. That is probably why old buildings scare people more easily than new ones. It is not just their appearance. It is the sense that too much has happened there for the place to be empty in the ordinary way. So many people have lived there over time that it becomes easy to imagine one of them never fully leaving. I cannot say for sure what the shadow was. I cannot say whether it was truly supernatural. I cannot say whether the banging on the doors and the checking of handles had anything to do with the old floor mother story. I can only say what I saw, what my roommates saw, what other girls seemed to know without us telling them, and how it all felt while living there. It felt real. That does not mean I have all the answers. It just means that in those moments, standing in that bathroom, seeing that shadow in the stall, hearing about other girls experiencing the same thing, I did not feel like I was imagining it. I felt like I was in the presence of something I could not explain. Something dark. Something that knew exactly where it belonged. And maybe that is why the memory stayed with me so strongly. It was not just one scare. It was a series of things that turned an ordinary dorm into a place where I no longer felt fully alone, even when I was sure no one else was there. I still think about how comfortable I felt in that dorm when I first moved in. It is strange how quickly a place can change once fear attaches itself to it. Before all of that, I thought of it as charming and old. Afterward, I still thought it was old, but now that age felt heavier. It felt like the building had watched too many people come and go, held too many nights, too many secrets, too many routines repeated until they sank into the walls. Once that idea enters your mind, it is hard to remove it. Every time I heard the handle move at night, I thought about who might be out there. Every time I passed the bathroom, I thought about that last stall. Every time I overheard girls talking quietly about the shadow, I knew I was not carrying the fear alone. That made it both easier and worse at the same time. Easier because I was not crazy. Worse because it meant there really was something there that people kept encountering. Even the sign on the stall door said something in its own way. Officially, it might have just read out of order. But unofficially, to all of us who knew, it meant do not go in there. It meant something is wrong with that place. It meant enough girls had felt enough fear that they would rather close it off than keep pretending it was normal. And that, to me, says more than any dramatic ghost story ever could. Because people can exaggerate stories. They can scare each other on purpose. They can repeat rumors and build them into something bigger. But quietly avoiding one specific stall, quietly talking about the same shadow, quietly hearing the same strange things in the building, that feels different. That feels like a group of people independently arriving at the same conclusion that something about that place is not right. I do not know what happened in that dorm before my time. I do not know whether someone died there, whether tragedy ever touched that shower stall, whether the old floor mother legend comes from something real, or whether all of it is simply the natural way fear grows in old places. But I do know that when I lifted my face from the sink that first night, and saw that dark shadow-like figure in the last stall on the right, I was not looking at something that felt normal. And when I saw it again, darker and bigger than before, while the lights in the whole bathroom flipped on and off, I lost whatever confidence I had that it might just be a harmless mistake. To this day, when I think about that building, I do not first remember the comfort of my room or the charm of living in the oldest dorm on campus. I remember the bathroom. I remember the mirror. I remember the stall. I remember my roommate saying, "I just saw it." I remember the girls whispering about the shadow. I remember the sign hanging on the door. And I remember the feeling of someone pressing down on my door handle in the middle of the night as if checking to make sure the door was locked. That is the part that stays with me. Not because it was loud or dramatic, but because it felt personal. It felt like living in a place that had not fully moved on from its past. A place where something still seemed to follow old habits, still stood where it wanted to stand, still made itself known just enough to frighten the people who crossed its path. Maybe some people would hear all this and laugh. Maybe they would say old dorms are full of stories and that students always scare themselves. Maybe they would say flickering lights and shadows can become anything if you are tired enough at midnight. That is fair. I understand why someone who was not there would say that. But I was there. I saw it once in the mirror, then again from the shower beside it. My roommate saw it too. Other girls talked about it without us ever telling them. That is enough for me to know that whatever it was not just one small misunderstanding in my mind. It was something that belonged to that dorm in a way I still cannot explain. On the first floor of that house, there was a woman I used to see more than any of the other things there. She usually stayed around Papa's bedroom and the bathroom beside it. The bathroom had two doors, one that opened into Papa's room and one that opened into the kitchen, so it was easy to move in and out of that part of the house. Even now, when I think about that house, I do not think of it as just a normal place where we once lived. I think of it as a place where certain rooms seem to belong to certain things. The first floor had its own feeling. Some parts of it felt heavy, some felt watched, and some felt like you were never really alone, even when no one else in the family was there. One of the things I remember most clearly from that house is the way punishment worked when I was little. If I did something wrong, I would be told to sit on the couch in the living room until I was ready to say sorry. It was meant to be a simple punishment, just a way to make me think about what I had done and calm down before apologizing. But in that house, even a simple punishment could turn into something that felt strange and frightening. After a while, when I had to sit there on that couch, a woman started sitting with me. She would not come in with noise or with anything dramatic that would make a person think they were imagining things. She would just be there. Quiet. Close enough for me to know I was not alone. She usually appeared when I was sitting there upset, waiting until I was ready to say sorry, and somehow that made it even worse. It was as if she had chosen those moments on purpose, moments when I was already small and uncomfortable and stuck in one place. The strangest part about her was her face. I still cannot describe it properly, even after all this time. It was not that her face was hidden. It was that something about it looked wrong. She looked like a man dressed up as a woman, wearing makeup, but not in a playful or harmless way. She even had a small mustache. That detail stayed with me because it made her harder to understand. My child mind wanted to place her into something normal, something I could name and make sense of, but I could not. She was not clearly one thing or another. She was not normal in any way I understood. At first, she seemed kind. That is what made her so confusing. She did not scream at me. She did not threaten me. She did not even speak. She would simply sit there with me on the couch as if she belonged there. But even when she seemed kind, there was something deeply unsettling about her. She had a smile that never felt warm. It was not a real smile, not the kind that comforts you. It was the kind that made my skin crawl because it seemed fixed and wrong, like it did not match the rest of her face. She never said anything at all. She would just sit there, smiling that strange smile, close enough that I knew she was with me. I started saying sorry much faster after that. Before she began showing up, I might have stayed upset longer. I might have sat there sulking the way children do when they are angry about being punished. But once she started sitting with me, I wanted that time on the couch to end as quickly as possible. I could not figure her out, and that frightened me more than if she had simply looked scary from the start. It is one thing to be frightened by something that is openly dark or threatening. It is another thing to be frightened by something that acts calm but feels wrong. I never knew what she wanted. I never knew why she sat with me. I only knew that I did not want to stay there with her any longer than I had to. That house always seemed to have layers to it. Even when one strange thing happened, there would be another event later that somehow made the earlier one feel more real. It was not only me who noticed strange things there. Other people saw things too, even when they did not know what I had already seen. One day we had people over for a cookout. It was one of those normal family gatherings where there is a lot of food, a lot of talking, and people moving through the house and yard. Everyone was relaxed. The living room was full, and we were sitting there eating. Nothing felt especially creepy in that moment. It was just family being together. Then I noticed my aunt kept looking toward the television. The television was off. She kept glancing at its dark screen in a way that made it obvious she was not just daydreaming. Finally, I asked her what she was doing. She said she was trying to figure out whose reflection she kept seeing walk in front of the couch. Everyone was sitting down. That was the part that changed the feeling in the room. If everyone was seated, then no one should have been walking in front of the couch. Yet she had clearly seen a reflection in the dark screen of the off television, enough times that she kept checking to understand what it was. She did not sound like she was joking. She sounded puzzled, the way people do when they have seen something simple but impossible at the same time. Moments like that mattered because they reminded me that what I was experiencing was not only in my own mind. Even when I did not talk about everything I saw, things still happened around other people. That gave the house a feeling of being active in a quiet way. It was not always loud or dramatic. Sometimes it was just a figure in a reflection, a presence in the wrong place, a movement no one could explain. The bathroom near Papa's room became one of the places where I saw that woman the most. When I was taking showers or baths, I could see a mirror on the back of one of the bathroom doors. She was not there all the time, but she came often enough that I began to expect her. She would visit me in the mirror. That was one of the most unsettling parts of living in that house. Mirrors are already strange when you are alone as a child. They double a room, create reflections where your eye catches movement, and make ordinary spaces feel less private. But in that house, the mirror did not feel like just a mirror. It felt like a place where she could appear more easily. I would be washing, trying to focus on normal things, and then I would become aware that she was there again, visible in the mirror behind me. She never needed to do much to frighten me. The fact that she appeared at all was enough. I would see her there and know that she had chosen to show herself. That was what was hardest for me. It was not random. It felt intentional. She came when she wanted to. She watched when she wanted to. She stayed close enough to be noticed, but not in any way that gave me control over the moment. Then one day something happened that made it all even stranger. There was writing in the fog on the window. It said hi. At first I thought Mom was playing a joke on me. It seemed like the kind of simple thing a parent might do to tease a child, especially if they knew the child was already nervous. So when I got out, I told her to quit it. She had not done it. And I knew she had not, because Mom was very serious about telling the truth. She was the kind of person who did not lie casually, especially not about things that mattered. So when she said she did not do it, I believed her. That meant the writing had appeared on its own. After a few times of this happening, I finally answered. I said hi. That was how strange life in that house had become. There is a point, when something keeps happening often enough, where fear mixes with a strange kind of acceptance. I was still uneasy, still frightened, still wanting distance from whatever she was, but there was also the sense that she was already there and already aware of me. Saying hi felt safer somehow than pretending I had not seen it. I finished my shower, trying to stay calm, and then the mirror answered back. It said, "You can see me?" That line stayed with me more than almost anything else from that house. It was not only the message itself. It was what it meant. It meant she knew I could see her. It meant she knew the difference between herself and the others who might not have been seen as easily. It meant there was awareness behind what was happening. Until then, part of me could still hold on to the idea that maybe these things were accidents, maybe just appearances without intention. But that message made it feel personal. I tried not to look directly at her while I was getting ready by the sink. I looked mostly out of the corner of my eye and said yes, but I don't like to. That was the truth. I could see her, but I did not want to. I did not want that to be part of my life. I did not want to stand in a bathroom speaking to a thing in the mirror that knew I could see it. I told my mom. She did not treat it lightly. She did not laugh it off or tell me I was being silly. She stormed into the bathroom like she was ready to confront whatever was there. She turned the shower on and let it run for a while until the room steamed up, then sat on the toilet to wait. The toilet was directly across from the mirror, so she had a clear view. The mirror told her to leave. We did not actually see the writing form in front of us. That was one of the strangest details of all. It was never like a finger moving visibly across the fog. We would just look, and the writing would be there when it was done. That made it even harder to understand. There was no simple trick to watch for, nothing we could catch in the act. The message would simply appear, as if written by something that did not need to move in the way living people do. Mom did not know how it was being done. None of us did. After that, Mom's friend Brenda from work got involved. Brenda took it seriously enough that she suggested something that, at the time, felt both strange and important. She told Mom to give me a pen and paper. I sat at the dining room table while Mom asked questions and Brenda watched. That was the first time things shifted from being only frightening experiences to something more like communication. I wrote down answers. Or maybe a better way to say it is that answers came through me onto the paper. I got a lot of scary answers. Some of them were disturbing not only because of what they said, but because they seemed to come with a strong attitude behind them. Whatever this thing was, it did not like either Brenda or Mom. It swore at them. That detail stayed with me because it made the whole thing feel less vague and more direct. It was no longer only a presence in mirrors or reflections. It was something with anger, something that reacted to certain people and did not want them involved. Mom and Brenda tried many things to get rid of her. They did not just let the situation sit there. They wanted answers, and more than that, they wanted the house to be safe. But none of the small things they tried seemed to work in a lasting way. The activity would slow down, then return. The feeling in the house would change for a bit, then become heavy again. Finally, Mom decided to let Brenda and some of her friends do a house blessing. That was when things became even stranger. I had to help with the blessing because I could see the things in the house. That was how everyone thought of it by then. Not just one woman, but things. Different presences in different parts of the house. Some were stronger than others. Some felt bad. Some felt sad. But the house did not feel empty. It felt occupied in ways that were hard to explain to anyone who had not been there. The blessing involved holy water, salt, burning sage, and chanting. We walked through the whole house together. It was not casual. It felt serious from the start. Everyone there believed they were doing something important. The smell of sage filled the rooms. The house felt tense, as if it knew what we were doing. As we moved through the rooms, each area seemed to have its own response. In my room, the boy just hid. That was another thing that stands out when I remember the house. Not everything there felt the same. The woman downstairs felt strong and unsettling. But the boy in my room felt different. He did not feel angry. He felt sad. That is the word that fits him best. Sad. It was as if he did not want attention, did not want conflict, and only wanted to stay hidden. We told the things in the house that if they were good, they could stay. If they were bad, they had to leave. That line mattered because it meant we were not trying to fight everything. We were trying to separate what belonged from what did not, what was harmless from what was dangerous. There was a feeling, even then, that not every spirit or presence in the house was the same. Some seemed lost. Some seemed trapped. Some seemed mean. And the woman downstairs, the one in Papa's room and the bathroom, felt like the worst of them. When we got to Papa's room, everything changed. A scream started. It did not stop until we got into the basement. That scream is one of the hardest things to describe because it was not like hearing an ordinary person cry out. It sounded like we were killing someone. It was full of pain and rage and something desperate. It filled the house in a way that made the whole event feel real beyond any doubt. You can question a reflection. You can question writing in a mirror. You can question feelings and shadows and half-seen figures. But a scream that continues room to room, level to level, following the blessing until it reaches the basement, is much harder to dismiss. Everyone heard it. It was not something only I could sense. It was there, strong and terrible, as we moved through the house. I remember the fear of that moment, but I also remember the force of it. Whatever had been in Papa's room did not want us there, and it did not want what we were doing. At some point during this, Brenda needed something from upstairs in a hurry. My dad went to get it. He later said that on the stairs, something very strong pushed him upward. That sounds strange until you imagine the feeling of your own body being moved by something you cannot see. He was hurrying, trying to get upstairs, and it was as if something wanted him to keep moving, to rush ahead. But when he got a couple of steps from the top, something yanked his leg out from under him. He went down hard. When Mom ran up to see what happened, he was knocked out. That moment shook everyone. It made the danger of the house feel physical, not just emotional or spiritual. Until then, so much of what happened had been frightening but hard to pin down. But knocking a grown man unconscious was different. That made it feel like whatever was resisting the blessing had strength, and that it was willing to use it. Then we got to the basement. The women with Brenda said the basement felt like a meeting place. I cannot remember the exact word they used, but it meant a place where ghosts could come and go as they pleased. A crossing place. A doorway of some sort. A thin place between one side and the other. That was how they explained it. They believed that was how the woman had gotten there in the first place. When I think about the basement now, I remember it as the lowest and heaviest part of the house, the part that seemed to gather everything. Houses often have basements that feel a little creepy, but this was more than that. It felt like a space that did not belong fully to normal life. If the rest of the house felt occupied, the basement felt open. At some point there was also a letter involved, or something written that came from the manlady presence. That was what we called her in our own confused way because she looked like a woman, but also like a man in makeup, with that little mustache and that strange face. They burned my letter from that spirit in a crack in the basement floor, and then closed that door. That action felt final in a way nothing else had before. Burning the letter in the floor, sealing the place, shutting that access point, it all carried the sense that they were not only blessing the house but trying to cut something off. Trying to stop a path from staying open. After that, things stopped for a while. Not completely. But for a while, the house felt quieter. That was one of the strange things about living there. Even when activity slowed down, it never truly felt over. It felt more like the house was holding its breath. You would go days without anything happening, sometimes longer, and then something small would remind you that whatever had been there was not entirely gone. But after the blessing, the worst of it eased. The woman was not around in the same way. The tension lifted enough that life felt almost ordinary again at times. Still, it never ended all the way. That is what has stayed with me. Even after all the effort, all the fear, all the rituals and blessings and confrontations, the house never fully became just a normal house. It quieted, but it did not empty. 3 years after we left, the house was still up for sale. People came and went, but no one stayed. That detail has haunted me almost as much as anything that happened while we lived there. Houses usually sell. People move in, settle down, make it their own. But that one seemed unable to keep anyone. Whether people sensed something was wrong, whether things happened to them too, or whether it was only bad luck, I cannot say for certain. But it felt like proof that we had not imagined the house into being strange. There was something about it that pushed people away. Looking back, what frightens me most is not one single event. It is the pattern of them. A woman who sat beside me when I was punished, smiling with that creepy smile and saying nothing. A face I still cannot explain, feminine and masculine at once, wrong in a way that made me want to apologize quickly just to escape the couch. My aunt seeing a reflection walk in front of the couch while everyone was seated. The mirror in the bathroom turning into a place where that woman visited me. The fogged-up window riding high. The mirror answering when I finally spoke back. The words "you can see me." Mom seeing the writing appear only when it was finished, never watching it form. Me at the dining room table with pen and paper, giving answers that swore at the adults trying to help. Brenda and Mom fighting something that hated them. The blessing. My room's sad boy hiding. The scream in Papa's room that lasted all the way to the basement. Dad being pushed and then yanked down and knocked unconscious. The basement described as a meeting place, a place where spirits could come and go. The letter burned in the floor crack. The door closed. The house quieting but never fully clearing. The home standing empty again and again after we left. All of those things together made that place what it was. Some people will hear a story like this and immediately try to explain each part away one by one. They will say children imagine things. They will say mirrors are tricky. They will say fogged glass can be written on earlier and only show up later. They will say an old house makes noises, creates drafts, unsettles people, and causes them to connect events that do not belong together. They will say blessings change people psychologically, making them feel safer afterward. They will say a house staying unsold could mean anything. Maybe some of that is true. Maybe old houses do strange things to the mind. Maybe fear makes people notice patterns. Maybe some things have explanations that seem obvious to someone standing outside the story. But living inside it feels different. When you are the child on the couch beside a silent woman with a small mustache and a painted face that makes no sense, it does not feel like imagination. When you are in the shower and the mirror tells you that you can see it, it does not feel like coincidence. When your mother runs into the bathroom and the writing tells her to leave, it does not feel like a trick. When grown adults bless a house and a scream follows you down to the basement. When your father ends up unconscious on the stairs. When the atmosphere of a whole place changes afterward, it does not feel easy to dismiss. There was also something deeply confusing about the way different presences in the house felt different from one another. The woman downstairs did not feel like the boy in my room. The boy felt sad, quiet, hidden. The woman felt aware, intrusive, almost mocking with that smile. The thing that answered through the paper and swore at Mom and Brenda felt hostile. It made the house seem less like one haunting and more like a place where different things had gathered or passed through. That idea scared me more than if there had only been one ghost. One ghost is a story. A house that acts like a stopping place, a meeting place, a door, is something else entirely. I think that is why the basement mattered so much during the blessing. The women sensed something there that explained the rest of the house. Not the details exactly, but the possibility of how it all connected. If that basement really was some kind of crossing point, then maybe the house had never been only one family's home. Maybe it had been shared all along in ways the living could not see. Even now, I cannot fully decide what part of the story affects me most. Sometimes it is the woman on the couch, because that memory is so personal and so tied to childhood. There is something especially upsetting about a child being punished and discovering that punishment means sitting beside something unnatural. Sometimes it is the bathroom mirror, because writing in fog feels intimate in a way that is hard to describe. It means something was close enough to answer. Sometimes it is the scream during the blessing, because sound is so hard to deny. And sometimes it is what happened to Dad, because that moment made the house seem capable of harming the living physically. But maybe the detail that returns to me most often is simply this: the woman never needed to speak at first. She did not need words. Her silence did enough. She sat with me. She smiled. She made me rush to say sorry. She made an ordinary couch in an ordinary living room feel like the place I least wanted to be. Then later, once the mirrors and writing began, it was as if the silence had only been the beginning. I have wondered many times what she wanted from me specifically. Why she chose to sit with me. Why she showed herself to me in mirrors. Why she seemed to care that I could see her. Maybe I was simply more open to it. Maybe children notice things adults ignore. Maybe she knew I would respond. Maybe she only wanted acknowledgement. Or maybe she wanted control, wanted the satisfaction of being seen and feared. I do not know. What I do know is that after living in that house, I never looked at certain things the same way again. I never looked at mirrors the same way. I never again believed that a room was empty just because no living person was in it. I never again assumed that a house was only wood and plaster and furniture. Some places seem to gather more than people. Some places seem to attract things that linger. That house was one of those places. When I remember it now, I do not picture it in one fixed scene. I picture it in pieces. The couch. Papa's room. The bathroom doors. The mirror. The fogged glass. The dining room table and the pen in my hand. Brenda standing there. Mom angry and determined. The smell of sage. Holy water. Salt. The chant moving from room to room. My room's quiet sadness. Papa's room screaming. Dad on the stairs. The basement heavy and waiting. Fire and a crack in the floor. A door shut. Silence for a while. Then, years later, the house still empty, still changing hands, still not becoming anyone's real home. Maybe some houses do not want to be homes. Maybe some houses are claimed long before the living arrive, and all the living can do is pass through and leave with their stories. That is how that place feels to me. Not like a home we lost, but like a place we survived. A place that let us stay for a while but never truly belonged to us. We cooked there, slept there, argued there, laughed there, invited people over there. We tried to make it ordinary because that is what families do. But underneath all of that, something else was always present, especially on that first floor, especially around Papa's room and the bathroom. Even now, after all the years that have passed, I can still feel the strange mix of fear and confusion that child version of me felt. I can still imagine sitting stiffly on that couch, trying not to look directly at her smile, wanting Mom or Dad to return, wanting my punishment to end, saying sorry too quickly because the thing beside me was worse than any punishment. I can still feel the bathroom steam and the shock of seeing words appear where no hand had written them. I can still hear the story of the off television and the reflection crossing before the couch while everyone sat still. I can still feel the panic of that blessing turning ugly in Papa's room and following us downward with a scream that would not end. Those things do not fade the way ordinary memories fade. They stay sharp in strange places. And maybe that is why I still believe that house held more than what could be seen. Not because I want to believe it. Not because I enjoy scary stories. But because too many things happen there that push beyond coincidence and beyond comfort. Too many people noticed too much. Too many rooms had their own feelings. Too many events connected to one another in ways that made the whole house feel alive with something not our own. The house may still be standing. I do not know who owns it now, if anyone ever finally stayed, or whether time itself changed whatever was there. Maybe it is quiet now. Maybe it is not. Maybe someone else walks through those same rooms and feels only age and dust and old memories. Or maybe, somewhere in that house, a child still gets told to sit on a couch when they have done wrong and finds that someone is already waiting there beside them, smiling. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. A few months before all of this happened, I took a job as a security guard at Longview Fiber in Longview, Washington. I can honestly say it was one of the worst jobs I have ever had, not because it was hard in the usual way, but because it was painfully boring. I worked the graveyard shift, from midnight until 8 in the morning, and those hours made everything feel more isolated than it probably would have during the day. The whole place was different at night. During daylight, I am sure it was just a busy paper mill with people moving everywhere, machines running, and normal work being done. But when most of the workers had gone home and the dark settled over the property, it felt like a different world. A place like that at night had its own atmosphere, and after spending enough time there, I started to realize it was the kind of place where your mind stayed alert even when you were bored out of your skull. My job was simple in the most miserable way possible. I had to walk half the property of the paper mill 5 times every night. By the end of one shift, I had walked about 16 miles. At first, that probably sounds better than sitting still all night, but after a while it wore on you. It was the same paths, the same buildings, the same shadows, the same empty stretches of property, over and over again. Each round was supposed to be exactly what it sounded like. I would enter each building on my route, walk through it, and then leave through the other side. Most of the time nothing happened. Most of the time I was just putting one foot in front of the other, half awake, staring at concrete floors and metal walls, listening to whatever background noises industrial buildings make in the middle of the night. Pipes creak, metal settles, distant machines hum, and every building seems to have its own little noises. When you spend enough hours alone in places like that, you either get used to it, or you let it get under your skin. For the first week or so, I did what anyone would do in a new security job. I learned the layout, figured out where each route took me, and tried not to think too much about how mind-numbing the work really was. The property was huge. A paper mill is not the kind of place most people imagine clearly unless they have been in one. It is not just one building. It is a whole spread of structures, equipment, steam, concrete, metal, loading areas, maintenance spaces, and dark corners that feel more dramatic at night than they probably deserve. Some parts of the route were open and plain. Other parts felt enclosed and echoing. And because the shift ran from midnight to morning, everything around me always seemed halfway asleep, like I was moving through a place that should have been empty but was not fully resting either. After a while, I started noticing things that did not fit into the normal background weirdness of an industrial job. The first place where I really noticed it was the garage. Out of all the buildings on the property, that one ended up standing out to me the most. The garage was where forklifts and heavy equipment were maintained. It was not a small building, and it had clearly been built in stages over the years. There was an old section that had been there for a very long time, and then there was a newer section that had probably been added within the last 20 years or so. The two parts were connected directly. There were no separating doors or anything dramatic marking where one ended and the other began. The newer section was just an addition onto the older building, and a large passageway connected the two parts. The difference between them was more of a feeling than anything else. The old section felt like what you would expect from an aging industrial building. The new section felt larger, more open in some ways, but also more wrong once things started happening there. My normal rounds only required me to go through the older section. I was supposed to enter one way, walk through, and leave through the other side. The newer section was not technically part of what I had to inspect. But after a few nights of following the same exact boring path, curiosity got the better of me. I figured that while I was there, I might as well look around the part of the garage I was never required to enter. There was no real reason not to. It was part of the building, and I wanted to know what was back there. At that point, I was only looking for a way to break up the routine a little. The moment I stepped into the newer section for the first time, loud banging started. It was sudden enough that I noticed it immediately, but not so dramatic that I panicked. At first I just shrugged it off. Old buildings make noise. Industrial buildings make even more noise. Pipes bang, metal expands and contracts, ducts rattle, loose things move around. That kind of explanation came naturally because I did not have any reason yet to think otherwise. I was new to the job, new to the place, and I had no desire to start imagining things. So I heard the banging, thought it was probably just some normal building noise, and went on with my shift. That was the first thing. It was odd, but not enough on its own to really stick with me in a serious way. If that had been the only thing that ever happened, I probably would have forgotten it. But it was not the only thing. The second time I noticed something strange, I was in the garage again, and this time it was the kind of moment that forces you to pay attention whether you want to or not. As part of my round, I would enter the garage through one door, walk across the old section, and exit through the other end. Near the exit door there was a counter. On top of that counter was a large cardboard box filled with empty soda cans. Somebody there had clearly been collecting them for recycling. It had probably been sitting there a while, and because of that, it was the kind of object you stop noticing after you pass it enough times. It just became part of the building, like the counter itself. One night, as I was walking toward the exit, maybe 15 feet away from the door, that box suddenly slid off the counter and hit the floor. The cans went everywhere. Now, I want to be clear about exactly how it happened, because this was not one of those cases where I stared straight at something and then later wondered if I had imagined it. I was not looking directly at the box when it fell. I was bored, tired, and walking the same route I had walked countless times before, so my eyes were mostly on the ground ahead of me. That was normal for me on those rounds. I was just staring downward the way people do when they are tired and have stopped expecting anything interesting to happen. But even though I was not staring directly at the box, it was right in front of me, in my field of vision. The box did not seem to tip over naturally. It scooted off the counter. That is the part one remember most clearly. It moved, then fell. It was not like it had been hanging halfway off and finally lost balance. It was like something pushed it just enough to send it over the edge. The instant it hit the floor and the pop cans scattered, I saw what looked like a shadow zip away to the left. My first thought was not ghost or spirit, or anything dramatic like that. My first thought was that maybe one of the cans had bounced and rolled off fast enough to catch the corner of my eye. That would have made sense. So I looked to the left, expecting to see one of the cans still rolling or at least lying where it had shot away. There was nothing. Then I thought maybe it had been a mouse. That explanation made more sense than anything else. Industrial buildings get mice. A mouse knocking something loose or darting away from it was possible. But I still could not shake the feeling that what I had seen was not a mouse. It was too fast, too clean, too much like a small moving shadow with shape rather than just an animal running. Still, I shrugged it off again, or at least I tried to. That was the strange thing about working there. Each event by itself could almost be explained away if you wanted to badly enough. A loud banging in the newer section of the garage could be pipes or metal. A box falling off a counter could be bad balance, or a mouse. But when things like that happen in the same building again and again, you start paying closer attention whether you mean to or not. The third time was the one that really got to me. Again, it happened in the garage. To understand why it stood out so much, you have to picture the layout a little better. When you walk into the garage through the usual entry door, there is a flight of stairs directly in front of you. At the top of those stairs is a storeroom. That door was supposed to stay locked all the time. It was one of those basic details you pick up quickly on a job, the kind of thing you stop even thinking about because it is always the same. The door stays locked. That is just how it is. One night I walked into the garage and immediately noticed the storeroom door standing wide open. That alone was strange enough to get my attention. A locked door that is suddenly wide open in the middle of the night is something a security guard has to take seriously. Even if you do not want to. Even if you are tired. Even if the whole place already feels off. So I went up the stairs to check the room and make sure no one was inside. The second I stepped into that room, I felt someone breathing on the back of my neck. I know how that sounds. I know it is exactly the kind of detail people hear in scary stories and think is exaggerated. But that is honestly what it felt like. Not a draft. Not a vague, cold feeling. It felt like breath on the back of my neck, close enough and real enough that every nerve in me reacted instantly. At the same time, I had this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. Maybe the feeling of being watched had something to do with the sensation on my neck. Maybe one triggered the other. I do not know. All I know is that the room felt occupied the second I entered it, even though it looked empty. The feeling was so immediate, and so strong that whatever sense of duty I had about properly checking the storeroom disappeared fast. I got out of there as quickly as I could. That was the first time I truly felt rattled. The banging in the box could still be pushed aside in my mind. But having a locked storeroom door suddenly open and then feeling breath on the back of my neck in an empty room was different. That crossed a line from weird to deeply unsettling. It was the kind of thing that stays with you for the rest of the shift, no matter how much walking you still have left to do. After I had quite a few experiences like those, I finally brought it up to my coworkers. At that point, I expected one of two things. Either they would laugh at me and tell me I was working too many night shifts, or they would admit the place was creepy but nothing more. What I did not expect was how many of them had stories of their own. Almost every one of them had experienced something. Every one except one person, as far as I remember. That was probably the moment I went from uneasy to genuinely curious. Once other people start describing things in the same places where you have had your own experiences, it stops feeling like your imagination and starts feeling like a pattern. We traded stories, and the similarities were hard to ignore. Several of them refused to enter certain buildings after dark. That alone told me a lot. Security guards are not supposed to be easily spooked by buildings on their own route. If experienced guards are actively avoiding certain places at night, there is usually a reason, even if they do not want to dress it up as one. The garage kept coming up in those conversations. One guy told me he had seen that same storeroom door open, and while he was watching it, he saw someone walk across the doorway. Naturally, he went up to check, because that is what the job requires. No one was there. Another woman said she had seen a figure in some steam outside the garage. That detail stuck with me too, because steam was everywhere around a paper mill. Under normal circumstances, you could write off all kinds of odd shapes in steam as just your eyes making patterns. But when someone says they saw a figure there, and that report comes on top of the banging in the news section, the shadow by the box, and the feeling in the storeroom, it all starts to build into something harder to ignore. I have never been the kind of person who scares easily just because a place feels creepy. If anything, hearing other people's stories made me more interested. I wanted to know what was going on in that garage. I wanted to see if there was a real pattern to the noise in the newer section, and whether it could be explained. That was the practical side of me. If something weird keeps happening in the same place, then maybe there is some physical reason for it. Bad metal siding, loose equipment, pressure changes, pipes, vibrations, something. I wanted an answer. So the next time I was in the garage, I made a point of going to the newer section again. This time I did not just wander in casually. I wanted to test the banging. I wanted to see whether it really happened the way I thought it did, or whether I had just attached too much meaning to random noise because of everything else that had been happening there. I started by standing right at the edge where the old section met the new one. I was still technically on the old side. Then I stood there quietly and listened. It was completely silent. Not just mostly quiet. Completely quiet. You could have heard a pin drop. I remember that part especially because industrial buildings are almost never truly silent. There is usually some hum, some clank far away, some background machinery noise. But right there, in that moment, standing on the old side and listening toward the new side, it felt dead quiet. Then I took one step into the newer section. A few seconds later, the loud banging started. That day it sounded like somebody was hitting the metal siding with a heavy chain. Not random light taps. Big, hard banging that made you think instantly of something striking sheet metal from close by. I stepped back into the old section. The banging stopped. so I did it again. I stepped into the new section. The banging started. I stepped back out. The banging stopped. I repeated this a couple more times just to be sure I was not imagining the connection. Each time it happened the same way. Quiet on the old side. Banging on the new side. That is when it stopped feeling like ordinary building noise to me. If it had been pipes or something structural, why would it only happen when I stepped into that part of the garage? Why would it stop the moment I stepped back out? Why would it behave like a response instead of a random sound? At that point, I figured the only thing left to do was try to track it down physically. So once I was convinced the banging really was tied to being in that section, I tried to figure out where it was coming from. I could not. That was the part that made it really unsettling. The sound moved. Or at least, it seemed to. No matter where I walked in that newer section, the banging always sounded like it was coming from a wall near me. Then I would head toward that wall, and suddenly it seemed to be coming from somewhere else. It was always close, always near enough to feel immediate, but never fixed in one place long enough for me to identify a real source. It was like chasing a sound that refused to belong to any one part of the building. That was what got under my skin more than anything else. A normal sound can be traced. You can follow it, narrow it down, find the rattling pipe, the loose panel, the faulty duct, the chain hitting metal. But this was different. It always stayed just out of reach, shifting as I moved, like it wanted to stay beside me without ever letting me catch it. The experience of walking through that new section while the banging followed nearby from wall to wall was much creepier than I expected it to be. It felt less like investigating a building noise and more like being toyed with. And that was the strange thing about my whole experience at that paper mill. None of it was huge or dramatic in the way people expect when they hear ghost stories. I never saw a full-bodied apparition standing right in front of me. I never had something scream in my face. I never saw furniture fly across the room. What happened there was smaller than that, but in some ways more effective because of it. It was the kind of activity that slips into your routine and slowly changes the way you feel about a place. At first it was only a loud banging in a section of a building I did not even need to enter. Then it was a cardboard box full of pop cans sliding off a counter by itself and a shadow moving away from it. Then it was the supposedly locked storeroom door standing open and a breath on the back of my neck in an empty room. Then it was learning that almost every other guard had stories too. Then it was testing the new section and realizing the noise seemed to respond to me stepping into it. By then, the garage did not feel like just another stop on my rounds anymore. It felt aware. I do not say that lightly, and I am not trying to make it sound more dramatic than it was. But that is honestly the closest word I can think of. The building, or whatever was in that building, felt aware of me. The banging in the new section did not feel random once I tested it. It felt reactive. The open storeroom door did not feel like an accident after hearing that other guards had seen the same thing and even a figure crossing the doorway. The shadow after the box fell did not feel like my eyes playing tricks once I started adding it to everything else. What made it harder to dismiss was the setting itself. A paper mill at night already puts you in a state where you expect everything to have some practical explanation. You are surrounded by machinery, heavy equipment, steam, metal, concrete, and industrial noise. You are not walking through an old Victorian house where every creak sounds like a ghost story. You are in a workplace, a harsh and physical environment where most things can be traced back to something mechanical. That is exactly why the unexplained moments stood out so strongly. They did not belong there. The graveyard shift added its own pressure too. Working from midnight to 8 in the morning means your body is always slightly off. You are moving through the darkest hours, through that strange period when the world feels like it belongs more to silence than to people. There is something about being alone in huge industrial buildings during those hours that makes everything feel more distant and more immediate at the same time. You are tired, yes, but you are also alert in a primitive way because you are one person in a space much larger than yourself. Every echo matters more. Every unexpected sound pulls your attention harder. Every open door feels more important than it would in daylight. So when strange things begin to repeat in the same location, night after night, they settled deep into you. I started dreading the garage without fully admitting it to myself. I still went in. I still did my job. I still checked the buildings I was supposed to check. But there was a difference between how I felt approaching the garage early on and how I felt later. At first it had just been another boring stop on a long route. Later it was the one building where I stayed more alert, listened harder, and noticed everything. I would enter wondering whether the storeroom door would be open again, whether the banging would start if I stepped near the newer section, whether some other object would move, whether I would catch a shadow again, whether I would feel that sense of being watched the moment I crossed a certain threshold. That is how places get to you. Not all at once, but bit by bit. The other guards helped confirm that I was not imagining it, but they also made it worse in a way. Once people start comparing stories and finding the same patterns, the unknown takes on a stronger shape. It is one thing to think you are having isolated weird experiences on a lousy night shift. It is another to realize there are entire buildings on the property that other guards avoid after dark for reasons they do not like talking about too casually. When several people independently mention the same garage, the same storeroom, the same outside steam, it makes the place feel marked. And yet, curiosity kept pushing me back. I wanted to understand the new section most of all. Something about that banging annoyed me as much as it creeped me out. It behaved too deliberately. It was almost insulting in a way, as if something there knew exactly how far it could go before I would stop being bored and start paying attention. Quiet when I stood outside it. Banging when I stepped in. Silence again when I stepped back. No fixed source no matter how I tried to follow it. It was like dealing with a prank you could never quite catch happening. If someone had watched me that night from a camera somewhere, they probably would have thought I looked ridiculous, stepping in and out of that section like I was testing a motion sensor. But that is exactly what it felt like. Only this was no light or automatic door. It was sound. Loud, aggressive, moving sound. And once I knew it would not do anything when I stayed on the old side, I could not stop thinking about that boundary between the two sections. It was not a real boundary in a physical sense. There was no door, no divider, no dramatic threshold. Just open passage from the old part to the new addition. Yet somehow, stepping from one into the other changed the building's behavior completely. That gave the newer section a feeling all its own. It became the part of the garage that did not want me there, or at least the part that noticed me when I entered. I never did get a satisfying explanation for any of it. No one ever showed me a loose chain slamming against the wall. No one pointed out a trick of acoustics that perfectly explained why the banging seemed to move with me. No one proved that a mouse had knocked the box off the counter, or that a draft had opened the storeroom door, or that some vent in the room had caused the sensation on the back of my neck. And maybe some of those things could be explained separately if you dug into them one by one. But taken together, and combined with what the other guards had seen, the garage remained the one place on that property that never felt normal to me again. By the time I had been on that job long enough to know the route in my sleep, the paper mill had changed in my mind from a boring workplace into something stranger. Not every building on the property felt wrong. Most of them just felt empty and dull, the way industrial spaces do at night. But a few places, especially that garage, carried a different atmosphere. They felt occupied in a way that had nothing to do with workers or machines. And once you feel that enough times in the same place, you stop needing a dramatic final event to convince you something is off. That is probably what stayed with me most. The sense that something in that garage was playful, or territorial, or at least reactive. It did not come at me head on. It did not do anything big enough to force belief on someone else. Instead, it did what the most unsettling things often do. It created just enough of a disturbance to make me notice, then refused to let me pin it down. A loud banging starts only when I step into the new section. A box of pop cans slides off a counter and a shadow moves away from it. A locked storeroom door stands open. An empty room feels like someone breathing on the back of my neck. Other guards tell almost the same kinds of stories. And every time I try to follow the source of the sound, it shifts and stays just ahead of me, always near, never catchable. That was enough. I do not know what caused it. I do not know whether it was truly paranormal, whether the place had some strange history no one told me, or whether there are still practical explanations hiding somewhere in the layout of that building. But I know what it felt like to work there night after night. I know the difference between ordinary industrial noise and the kind of sound that seems to answer your presence. I know what it feels like when a room that should be empty suddenly feels occupied. And I know that once enough people on the same shift start telling the same stories about the same spots, you stop laughing it off so easily. That job was still boring. It still sucked. It still meant 16 miles of walking a night through half the property while the world slept. But after those experiences, it was never boring in quite the same way again. Because no matter how dull the shift started, part of me was always waiting for the next strange thing in that garage. And the creepiest part of all was that the garage never seemed finished with me either. My grandmother had been gone for about a year when this happened. She had been born and raised in Japan, and because of that, a lot of the traditions connected to her side of the family were things I had heard about growing up, even if I never fully believed in them myself. One of those traditions was connected to Oban. I had always been told that during that time, your ancestors are near you. The belief is that they return to visit, and then, at the end of the dancing and the ceremonies, they go back again. I knew the story, and I knew how important it was to many people in my family, but I had never really taken it to heart in a literal way. I thought of it more as a beautiful tradition, something meaningful and emotional, but not something I expected to experience for real. Still, last year's Oban felt different from the start, because my grandmother was one of the people being honored, and I was there for it. That alone made the whole time feel more emotional than I had expected. A year is a strange amount of time after someone dies. It is long enough that the first shock is gone, but not long enough for the loss to feel old. A person is gone, and everyone has continued living, but there are still moments when their absence feels fresh and sharp. That was how it felt with my grandmother. She had been gone for about a year, but there were still so many things around us that seemed tied to her. Her room, her voice in my memory, the habits she had, the way other family members still talked about her. She was not physically there, but she did not feel far away either. Then with Oban happening, and with everyone speaking of ancestors returning and being near the family, it felt as if the idea of her presence was stronger than usual. At the time, I was helping take care of my aunt. She was bedridden and did not speak any English, so a lot of the responsibility of helping her fell on the people around her who could communicate with her and understand what she needed. That meant I was spending a lot of time in her room, checking on her, bringing her food, helping with small things, and making sure she was comfortable. There was already a kind of quiet emotional weight in that house because of her condition. Caring for someone who is bedridden changes the feeling of a home. People speak more softly. Movements feel more careful. There is a lot of attention on little details. You become more aware of the passage of time, and of the people around you, and of how fragile life can feel. So the whole atmosphere during that visit was already different from an ordinary family trip. My son was 3 years old at the time. At that age, children move through the world in a way adults do not. They speak simply, react honestly, and often notice things without carrying all the doubt and filters that older people do. He was still small enough that when he said something, it usually came straight from what he saw or felt in that moment. He did not yet have the habit of shaping his words to match what other people expected to hear. That is important to me when I look back on what happened, because his reaction was so natural and so calm that it never felt like he was trying to invent something or scare anyone. One day, while I was in the room helping with my aunt, my son came in and said to me, very simply, "Mommy, there is a lady in the bedroom." He was talking about my grandmother's old room. The moment he said that, I was completely caught off guard. It was not the kind of comment you expect from a 3-year-old in a situation like that, especially because of the way he said it. He was not crying. He was not frightened. He was not acting as if something was wrong. He just said it as if he were telling me something ordinary, as if another person were standing there, and he wanted to make sure I knew it. That calmness is one of the things that stayed with me the most. If he had seemed scared, maybe I would have thought he was imagining something in the dark, or reacting to being in an unfamiliar house. But he did not seem upset at all. Because I was so surprised, I immediately started asking him questions. I wanted to know what he meant, and I wanted to understand exactly what he was seeing. I asked him if the lady was nice or mean. I asked him what she looked like. I asked if she looked like me or like my elderly aunt. He answered in the simple way children do. He said she was nice. Then he said she looked like my aunt. That answer stopped me for a moment. My grandmother and my aunt shared that older look that comes with age, and because he was only 3, I knew he would describe someone based on the closest thing he knew. If he said the lady looked like my aunt, that meant he was seeing an older woman, not someone young, not some random figure his imagination might have created from me or from another person in the house. Then, after saying that, he just left the room, as if it was no big deal at all. I got up and started walking toward the other bedroom. Part of me was curious, part of me was unsettled, and part of me still expected there to be some normal explanation. Maybe he had heard a voice from somewhere else. Maybe someone in the house had spoken to him, and he had misunderstood where it came from. Maybe one of the older relatives had been in the room and moved away. My mind was reaching for ordinary answers as I walked toward my grandmother's old room. Then I heard my son talking to an older woman. That was the moment the situation changed for me. It was one thing for him to tell me there was a lady in the bedroom. It was another thing entirely to hear him carrying on a conversation with someone. I slowed down and looked toward the room. It was dark inside, but I could see him sitting on the bed, swinging his legs as he talked. He looked completely comfortable. Relaxed. Safe. Happy even. He was not acting like a child who had wandered into a frightening situation. He looked like a child spending time with someone he trusted. And I heard both voices. One of those voices was my son's. The other was my grandmother's. Even now, saying that feels strange, because it is one of those things that sounds unbelievable the moment you put it into words. But that is what I heard. It was her voice. There are some voices you never really forget, especially when they belong to family. Even if you have not heard them in a year, even if they only come back to you in memory once in a while, there is something about them that stays clear. The tone, the age in it, the way certain sounds are shaped. I recognized it. It was my grandmother's voice. I could not hear what they were saying to each other because my aunt called for me, and I had to turn away and go back to help her. That part of the memory has always stayed painful in a small way, because if I had not been called away, maybe I would have heard more. Maybe I would have understood what they were talking about. Maybe I would have had words, some proof inside my own mind stronger than memory alone. But that is not what happened. My aunt needed me, and I went back to her. When I returned to my aunt's room, something else happened that only added to the feeling that there was more going on than I could fully understand. I was about to scoop up more food for her when she stopped me. She held my hand and told me that my grandmother would take great care of him, and that I should not worry. That moment mattered deeply to me because my aunt had always had a connection with my grandmother. There had been times before, even when I was younger, when I would hear my aunt talking and it sounded as if she was speaking to someone even though no one else was there. She always seemed to have some bond with my grandmother that was stronger than what the rest of us fully saw or understood. Because of that, when she said those words to me, I did not hear them as random comfort. I heard them as certainty. She said it as someone who knew. She did not act confused. She did not say it in a vague, polite way. She told me directly that my grandmother would take great care of him and not to worry. In that moment, I felt both unsettled and comforted. There is something very strange about being told that a dead loved one is caring for your child, especially when part of you believes it and part of you still struggles to understand how that could be possible. But the way she said it made me feel calmer rather than more afraid. For about 30 minutes after that, I could hear my son and the woman laughing and playing. That is another part that stays with me so clearly. It was not only voices speaking in some serious or heavy way. There was laughter. There was playfulness. Whatever was happening in that room was not frightening to him. It was warm. It felt affectionate. It sounded like a child spending time with someone who loved him. I did not know how to explain it, and honestly I still do not know how to explain it fully, but I knew one thing for certain in those moments: my son felt safe. That mattered more to me than anything else. If he had been scared, if the room had felt dark in a threatening way, if the voice had sounded wrong, maybe I would have rushed in and taken him out immediately. But everything about the feeling of it was the opposite. He sounded happy. The laughter was gentle and familiar. And somewhere deep down, even though I was overwhelmed by what I was hearing, I did not feel danger. I felt presence. I felt family. I felt that somehow my grandmother was there, and that for whatever reason, my son was the one who could see her most clearly. So I accepted it. That does not mean I understood it. It does not mean I stopped feeling shocked. It just means that in that moment, I chose not to fight what was happening. I chose not to turn it into something fearful when all the signs I had in front of me pointed toward comfort and care. I knew what my grandmother had been like in life. I knew the kind of love she carried. And hearing that laughter, hearing that my son was calm, feeling the way my aunt spoke of it with such certainty, I accepted that whatever was happening was not there to harm him. My son seemed to be the only one who could actually see her. That was the sense I had then, and it is still the sense I have now. I heard her voice. My aunt seemed to know she was there. But my son was the one who engaged with her openly and naturally, without any struggle at all. That seems right somehow, because children often move through the world with less resistance to things adults try to explain away. He did not question it. He simply accepted that there was a lady there, that she was nice, that she looked like an older member of the family, and that he could sit on the bed and talk to her. Even though he seemed to be the only one who could fully see her, there were still other little things during that trip that made her presence feel real to me. One morning I woke up and there was a blanket there that I had not put there myself. It was one of those small details that could sound meaningless if you say it too quickly, but in the moment it stayed with me. In ordinary life, people know where they place things. You know if you covered someone up. You know if you moved a blanket in the night. And I knew I had not put it there. On its own, maybe I could have ignored it. Maybe I could have thought I was tired or had forgotten. But placed alongside everything else, the voices, my son talking to her, my aunt's words, it felt like one more sign that she was near. Then there was the night my father and I had a big fight. That memory feels very human compared to everything else, because family fights are such ordinary things. Raised voices, stress, emotions, old tensions coming out. There is nothing supernatural about a fight between family members. But what stood out to me was that through all of that yelling, all of that noise and anger, my son did not wake. He slept like an angel through the whole thing. Now, children can sleep through a lot sometimes, especially when they are exhausted. But the way I remember it, the argument was loud enough that it should have disturbed him. Yet he slept peacefully. That gave me another one of those quiet feelings that my grandmother had been there protecting him, keeping that noise and anger from reaching him the way it would have otherwise. It is hard to explain exactly why that matters so much, except that once you have felt a loved one's care in a way that seems to go beyond ordinary life, you start seeing their touch in moments like that. I do not mean imagining things that are not there just because you want to be comforted. I mean recognizing a pattern of peace in places where there should have been disturbance. My son felt safe in that house in ways that surprised me, and after everything that happened, I could not help feeling that he was not safe by accident. I like to think that my grandmother was there to protect my aunt, and that getting to spend time with my son was almost an extra blessing for her. That thought has stayed with me ever since. It makes emotional sense to me in a way that is hard to describe. My aunt was bedridden and vulnerable, and my grandmother had always been deeply connected to her. If there was ever a time when a loved one might return, or remain close, or somehow be near in spirit, it would make sense that she would come for someone like my aunt, someone who was weak and in need of comfort. And if my son happened to be there too, full of innocence, open-hearted, able to see and hear her, then maybe playing with him really was a kind of bonus. A gift for him and for her. That idea warms me every time I think about it. Before all of that happened, I had never really believed the Oban stories in a literal way. I respected them. I understood that they carried deep meaning. But I did not truly expect that I might live through something that would make those beliefs feel real to me. I thought of them more as part of family culture and spiritual tradition than as something that would step directly into my own life. But after that experience, I could no longer hold them at a distance in the same way. Because whatever explanation a person wants to choose, I know what I experienced. I know my son came into the room and calmly told me there was a lady in my grandmother's old bedroom. I know he described her as nice. I know he said she looked like my elderly aunt. I know I walked toward that room and heard him speaking with an older woman. I know I heard my grandmother's voice. I know my aunt stopped me and told me, with complete certainty, that my grandmother would take great care of him and that I should not worry. I know that for about 30 minutes I could hear my son and that woman laughing and playing together. I know that he felt safe. I know the strange blanket appeared. I know he slept peacefully through the fight. And I know that after all of it, instead of feeling frightened, I felt held in some quiet way by the idea that my grandmother had not been far from us after all. There is something especially moving to me about the fact that she came during Oban. If this had happened at some random time of year, I would still have found it meaningful. But because it happened during the very time when people believe ancestors return, it feels almost like a direct answer to my doubt. I had not believed in that fully. I had listened, respected it, maybe even repeated it as part of family understanding, but I had not believed it in my bones. Then, during the season meant for remembering and honoring the dead, when my grandmother herself was being honored, she seemed to step close enough for my child to see her, and for me to hear her. That timing is impossible for me to separate from the experience itself. It also changed the way I think about children and their connection to things adults cannot always see. Before that, I might have smiled politely if someone told me a young child saw a dead relative. I might have thought children are imaginative, that they mix memory and feeling and fantasy in beautiful ways. And maybe that is true sometimes. But now I cannot dismiss those stories so easily. My son was not telling me a bedtime story. He was not trying to impress me. He was not old enough to understand the emotional power of what he was saying. He just spoke plainly. Then he went back into the room and kept talking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. There is something honest about that kind of moment that is hard to deny. I have also thought a lot about my aunt's role in all of this. She did not speak English, and she was bedridden, and yet in some ways she felt like the most certain person there. She seemed to know what was happening in a way that the rest of us only sensed in pieces. Her connection with my grandmother had always seemed special, and when she held my hand and told me not to worry, it was as if she was speaking from a place deeper than logic. That stayed with me too. There was comfort in knowing that what I was struggling to understand, she somehow accepted more naturally. That whole trip left me with a very different feeling about death, family, and memory. Before, I had thought of death mostly in terms of absence. A person is here, then they are gone, and what remains is memory, photographs, habits, stories, and grief. But after that experience, I could not think only in those terms anymore. I started to wonder whether some people remain near us in ways we cannot easily measure or explain. I started thinking about whether love creates a kind of nearness that does not end simply because the body is gone. I started wondering whether some traditions survive for so many generations because people again and again have had moments like mine, moments too personal and too vivid to dismiss. Ever since then, I have wanted to know all I can about my grandmother. That feeling grew stronger after the experience, almost as if her presence awakened something in me that had been sleeping. I wanted to know more about her life in Japan, more about who she had been as a young woman, more about the traditions she carried, more about what she believed, more about the stories she might have known that I had never really asked about when she was alive. There is sadness in that too, because often we do not feel the full weight of what we do not know about our relatives until after they are gone. We assume there will be more time. We think we will ask later. Then later becomes impossible. And yet, in this case, it also felt like she had reached across that distance in the only way she could, not with words for me directly, but by being there for my son and my aunt, and by letting me know, just enough, that she was still near. That thought warms my heart more than I can fully explain. Even now, when I remember the sound of my son laughing in that room, I do not feel fear. I feel tenderness. I feel wonder. I feel the ache of missing my grandmother mixed with the comfort of believing she had not left us entirely alone. There was something so gentle about the whole thing. Not dramatic. Not terrifying. Not like the ghost stories people tell to frighten each other. It was almost the opposite of that. It was quiet, loving, and deeply personal. That is probably why it has stayed with me so strongly. If it had been frightening, maybe I would have pushed it away. Maybe I would have tried harder to explain it into something ordinary. But because it felt protective and loving, I was able to let it stay in my heart as it was. I did not need to solve it like a puzzle. I only needed to receive it for what it gave me. And what it gave me was this: the belief that my grandmother's love was still active somehow, still capable of reaching us, still able to comfort the vulnerable, still able to make a child laugh, still able to turn a season of remembrance into something real and immediate. There are still parts of it I wish I understood better. I wish I had heard more of what they were saying to each other. I wish I had stood in that doorway a little longer before being called away. I wish I could know whether my son remembers any of it now, or whether at 3 years old it passed through him naturally, and then faded like many early childhood experiences do. I wish I knew what my grandmother thought, what she felt, what brought her there in that exact way. But maybe some experiences are not meant to be fully explained. Maybe they are only meant to be lived, remembered, and held carefully. What I do know is that after that trip, I could no longer say I never believed in any of it. Now, when Oban comes around, I think of her differently. I do not think only of ritual or tradition or what people say ancestors do. I think of my own son sitting on the bed in that dark room, swinging his legs and talking happily to someone I could not fully see. I think of hearing my grandmother's voice again when I never expected to hear it. I think of my aunt telling me not to worry because my grandmother would take great care of him. I think of laughter drifting from the room for half an hour. I think of that strange and quiet peace that seemed to settle over him. And every time I think of those things, I feel less sadness than gratitude. Gratitude that if she really was there, then she came in love. Gratitude that if my son really saw her, then what he saw did not frighten him. Gratitude that during a time meant for honoring ancestors, I was given a moment that made that honoring feel alive. Gratitude that even after death, the people we love may still find ways to be near us. That is why the memory still warms my heart. Not because it solved anything, but because it gave me something more valuable than an answer. It gave me comfort. It gave me a deeper connection to my grandmother. It gave me a new respect for the beliefs I once held at arm's length. And it gave me the feeling that, for one small stretch of time, the distance between the living and the dead became thin enough for love to pass through clearly. I have always felt that the paranormal was somehow close to my family. It never felt like a distant idea or just the type of story people tell for fun. Growing up, I heard enough things and saw enough reactions from the people around me to believe that some people are simply more sensitive than others. My grandmother was one of those people. She was very sensitive, and because of her, the idea of spirits, energy, and strange unexplained experiences was never completely foreign in my family. On top of that, my family lived in a haunted house for several years back in the 1990s. So even before I had my own strong experiences, I was already raised in an atmosphere where the supernatural was at least possible. It was not always spoken about openly, and it was not treated like a normal everyday subject, but it was there in the background, like a current running quietly underneath family life. For a long time, I thought maybe that connection belonged more to the older people in my family than to me. I had interest in the subject, but I was not fully convinced that I personally was tuned in the way my grandmother had been. Then, more recently, I had a very direct encounter with something in Europe that I still cannot explain in any normal way. That experience changed something in me. Ever since then, I have felt more aware, more open, and more tuned into a kind of supernatural undercurrent that seems to exist all around us if we are paying attention. I believe now that the more alert you are, the more you may see, hear, or feel. Some people might say that once your mind opens to such things, you simply begin imagining more. But that is not how it feels to me. It feels more like something has always been there, and once your attention sharpens, you start noticing what was already present. That is important to say first, because what happened in my apartment building did not happen in isolation. It felt connected to that growing awareness in me. It felt like once I became more open, things that had once stayed in the edges of my life became more direct. I live in Brooklyn, New York. I first moved into this apartment building in the spring of 2002. Back then, I lived on the first floor. At first, it seemed like any other apartment. It had its own personality, of course, as all New York apartments do, but nothing about it immediately stood out as threatening or wrong. It was just home. You get used to city sounds, old building sounds, neighbors moving around, pipes, floorboards, doors, the usual. But little by little, strange things started happening there, things that were small enough to dismiss one by one, but persistent enough that they slowly created a pattern I could not ignore. One of the strangest and most personal things that happened in that apartment was the tapping. I would be sitting on the couch, doing nothing unusual, and I would suddenly feel something lightly tap the top of my head. Not a random feeling, not a muscle twitch, not the sensation of hair moving. It felt like a tap. A deliberate, physical tap on the top of my skull. Once, right before it happened, I felt a light brush of cool air. That detail made it feel even more real, because it was as if something approached me and then touched me. The first few times it happened, I tried not to make too much of it. I told myself that bodies are strange, nerves misfire, people feel things that are not what they seem. But it kept happening often enough that I finally told my roommates. Unfortunately, both of them are scientists, and they were the kind of skeptics who would reject a supernatural explanation before even considering it. They did not believe me. Or maybe they believed that I believed it, but they definitely did not accept that something unexplained was touching me. After enough of those reactions, I stopped bringing it up. There is no point in sharing experiences with people who have already decided what is possible and what is not. So I kept most of it to myself after that. Still, even they ended up having experiences they could not easily explain. One of the recurring things that happened in that first floor apartment involved the television and the stereo. At night, I would often go through the same routine. I would be downstairs, getting ready for bed, and I would turn off the TV, then turn off the stereo, and then walk across the room toward the stairs. The stairs led up to where I slept. Over time, I noticed a pattern that was too strange to feel random. The second my foot touched the first stair, the TV and sometimes the stereo would turn back on. Sometimes both together, sometimes just one. It was not as though they flickered or malfunctioned in a vague way. They came back on right as I started going upstairs. So I would stop, turn around, walk back across the room, and switch them off again. And then, at times I would go back to the stairs, place my foot on the first step again, and the TV would turn on again. One time I had to do this twice. I turned the TV off, walked toward the stairs, touched the first step, and it came back on. I went back, turned it off again, tried again, and once more, as soon as my foot reached that first stair, it turned on. It genuinely felt like I was being toyed with. That is the best way to describe it. Not simply haunted in some vague, dramatic sense, but teased. As if something unseen knew exactly when I was trying to leave the room and chose that moment to call my attention back. One of my roommates actually saw this happen once. Even then, while he admitted it was difficult to explain, he still would not say the apartment was haunted. He preferred to leave it as some odd technical issue. And to be fair, I was not entirely convinced yet either. I still thought maybe I could explain it away as electrical problems, old wiring, maybe some strange timing in a building that was probably not in perfect condition. I did not fully know what to think. So while part of me felt unsettled, another part of me kept reaching for practical explanations. That is often how these things work, at least for me. You do not leap to one conclusion immediately. You live in the tension between what you felt and what you can explain. Then one night I had a dream in that apartment that shook me in a very different way. It was not just a strange dream in the ordinary sense. It felt vivid and wrong and heavy, the kind of dream that stays in your body even after you wake. In the dream, there was a door inside my bedroom that does not actually exist in real life. It was a new room. A room that was not part of the apartment, but somehow was there in the dream as if it had always been hidden just beyond the wall. Around the edges of that door, through every crack in the frame, an intense light was blasting through. Not soft light. Not comforting light. It was powerful and unnatural, and there was something terrible about it. In the dream, I was being pulled toward that door. The force was overwhelming. It was lifting me up from my bed by my chest, dragging me toward the door against my will. And even though it was only a dream while I was inside it, it did not feel symbolic or distant the way many dreams do. It felt immediate, physical, real, and deeply terrifying. There was nothing good or peaceful about it. Whatever was on the other side of that door, or whatever wanted me there, felt frightening in a way I cannot fully explain. It was not just fear because something unusual was happening. It was a strong, instinctive sense that I did not want to go where I was being pulled. Then I woke up. But when I woke up, I was already halfway sitting up in bed. That is what made the experience so disturbing. I did not wake peacefully and then recall the dream. I woke in the middle of the physical movement, as if I really had been pulled upward. The best way I can describe it is that I was awakened in the middle of a sit-up, except it did not feel like I had sat up under my own control. It felt like some force had lifted my chest up and then, once I woke, let go of me. And when it let go, I immediately fell back down onto the bed like a puppet whose strings had suddenly been cut. If you try lying flat on the floor and then sitting up using only your abdominal muscles, without using your arms or legs or building momentum, you realize how difficult that movement actually is unless you are in extremely good shape. That is why the experience stood out so strongly to me. I did not feel like I had just startled awake and sat up. I felt like I had been physically brought halfway upward and then dropped. Then I noticed something else. My pillows were lying underneath the windowsill across the room. That detail made the whole experience even stranger. I had gone to sleep normally. I had not thrown my pillows. I had not climbed out of bed. And yet there they were, across the room, as if the disorder of the dream had spilled into the physical space around me. I sat there trying to make sense of it, and feeling deeply unsettled, and what came over me was this strange impression that the house itself was trying to communicate with me. It sounds odd to say it that way, but that is honestly what it felt like. As if something unseen had opened a dialogue with me. Not through words exactly, but through force, atmosphere, repetition, and intrusion. I lived in that apartment until 2005. Then I moved out to live in Manhattan for a few years. Life changed, and I was away from that building long enough that it became part of my past. My old roommate stayed in the first-floor apartment, though, and over time I continued knowing the building through them. Then, this past October, after my encounter with a ghost in Europe, life brought me back to the very same apartment building almost by accident. Or maybe not by accident. Sometimes things line up too strangely to feel accidental. I moved back into the same building, but this time into the fourth-floor unit rather than the first floor. My old roommates were still living downstairs on the first floor, which was actually great in a practical way because it meant we could hang out after work just like we had in college. There was something charming and funny about all of us ending up in the same building again. It felt familiar, comfortable, almost lucky. But it also meant I had returned to a place where strange things had already happened to me. At first I was not thinking about that all the time. I was focused on settling in, getting comfortable, enjoying the space. The fourth-floor apartment felt different from the first-floor one. It was bigger, airy, open, and clean. In many ways I loved it. It had the kind of space and atmosphere that made it easy to feel good there. Yet the history of the building was in the back of my mind. Once you have experienced odd things somewhere, a part of you never fully forgets. Then one night, while I was alone upstairs in my place, I felt it again. A tap on the top of my head. The moment it happened, I immediately remembered how often I had felt that same tap in the building years earlier. The sensation was so familiar that it brought the whole history of the place rushing back into my mind. For a second I just stood there, caught between recognition and disbelief. Then I tried to brush it off. I told myself not to get carried away. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe I was remembering too much and reading meaning into ordinary sensation. Later that same week, I was standing in about the same area, getting the bed ready for the night. I was preparing the sheets and blankets, just doing one of those simple ordinary things people do without thinking. Then I felt another light tap on the top of my head. Again I tried to ignore it. But about 10 seconds later, while I was draping a blanket across the mattress, I felt a third tap. This one was stronger. Not painful, but firmer. More certain. More deliberate. It felt undeniably like something saying, "No, I am really here." That was the moment I froze. My arms were outstretched because I had been tossing the blanket toward the far side of the bed, and I just stayed there like that, unable to move, petrified. I remained frozen for what felt like about 2 minutes. It is strange how fear can suspend a person. You know you should move, you know nothing good comes from standing there stiff and terrified, but still your body locks up because it senses something your mind cannot yet handle. Eventually I worked up the courage to speak. What I said was simple and polite because by then I had read enough and heard enough advice from other people about how to address things like this. So I said, "Please don't do that again, it really scares me." "Thanks." I know that might sound ridiculous to some people, standing alone in an apartment speaking respectfully to empty air, but I meant it. I was scared, and I wanted the tapping to stop without turning the situation into a confrontation. I tried to be calm, direct, and respectful at the same time. And it worked. I have not been tapped since then. That alone was enough to unsettle me deeply, because it suggested that whatever was there had not only touched me deliberately, but also listened when I spoke. Whether that was because it understood me, or because speaking gave me a sense of control over something that was already fading, I cannot say. But the tapping stopped. Even so, that was not the scariest thing that happened. The most frightening event took place one Sunday afternoon, while I was getting ready to shower and then go out to watch football. It was daytime, which somehow makes it more eerie to me, because people often expect strange things to happen late at night when nerves are already on edge. But this happened in the afternoon, during ordinary life, when I was not expecting anything at all. I was upstairs alone, sitting on the futon, working on the computer. The computer was beside me on the futon itself. I remember the layout very clearly because it became important later. After working for a while, I got up to go to the bathroom and get the shower ready. I turned on the water, then realized I had forgotten my slippers in my room. So I left the bathroom and walked back through the living room toward the bedroom. Before I even got there, I noticed something was different. A chair that had been in the kitchen literally 15 seconds earlier was now pushed flush against the futon. Not near it. Not slightly moved. Pressed up against it in such a way that I would not have been able to sit back down where I had been sitting. It was positioned exactly like a makeshift table or stand beside the futon. The thing that made it so disturbing was not only that it had moved, but how purposeful the new position was. It did not look random. It looked intentional. I had only been in the bathroom for a minute. No one else was in the apartment. No one could have slipped in and moved it that quickly without me noticing. And even if someone somehow had, why would they place it there like that? I was scared, absolutely, but at first I tried to push it out of my mind. That is often my first reaction with things like this. You see something impossible, but your brain resists accepting it, so you keep moving, keep following your routine, keep trying to stay inside ordinary life. I kept getting ready to leave. It was only later, when I spoke to the tenant directly below me on the 3rd floor, that the experience became much more unsettling. One night around midnight, that tenant came upstairs to my apartment asking whether I had been banging on his door. At the time, I had friends over and we were hanging out. We told him no, we had not been banging on his door. We suggested maybe he had heard us moving around, stomping a bit, the usual apartment noise. But he insisted that what he heard was not footsteps. He said it sounded like someone banging loudly right on his front door, about 5 or 6 hard bangs. That already sounded strange, because there are only 3 units in that 4-floor building, and everyone was accounted for at that time. There was no mystery person wandering around the stairs. No random extra tenant. No one who could easily be responsible for the banging. Still, the moment passed, and he went back downstairs, confused. Later, I brought it up again. I did it carefully, because I was afraid he would laugh at me or think I was being dramatic. So I eased into it and asked something like, "Do you think maybe this building could be haunted?" I was certain he would dismiss me. Instead, he looked at me and simply said, "Probably." That one word did a lot. It told me instantly that he had experienced enough in the building to take the question seriously. He went on to say that his cat behaved very strangely at times and seemed to follow invisible things around the room. Anyone who has lived with cats knows they can stare at empty corners or chase nothing for fun, but there is a difference between a cat being random and a cat seeming to track something specific that you cannot see. He had clearly noticed that difference. Then I told him about the chair. As soon as I explained how the chair had been in the kitchen and then, a minute later, had been pushed flush against the futon, he went pale. That reaction mattered because it meant the position of the chair was meaningful to him in a way I did not yet understand. Then he explained why. His girlfriend used to live in my current 4th-floor apartment before me. In fact, she had once arranged the space in almost exactly the same way I had it now. She would often pull a chair up directly against their couch, which had been placed in the same spot where my futon now stood, and use that chair as a makeshift desk to hold her laptop. The moment he told me that, we both came to the same strange conclusion without even needing to say much. Maybe whatever is in that apartment had not moved the chair in a threatening way at all. Maybe it thought it was helping me. Maybe it saw me sitting there with the computer and, remembering the way the previous tenant used the chair beside the couch as a desk, moved the chair into place for me. That possibility chilled me in a way that was somehow even stranger than if the movement had been openly aggressive. A hostile haunting is easier to categorize emotionally. It frightens you, you resist it, you want it gone. But something intelligent enough to respond to habit, to remember the arrangement of the room from another person's life, and to recreate that arrangement as if offering help, that is something different. That suggests awareness, memory, and a kind of personality. It means the presence is not just making noise or touching randomly. It is observing. It is interpreting. It is acting with purpose. After that conversation, both of us became much more aware. We started paying closer attention, looking out for repeated patterns, waiting to see if anything similar would happen again. But so far, there have been no repeat performances of that kind. No chair moved into place again. No clear repetition of the helpful gesture. Just the memory of it hanging there, impossible to forget. That is part of what makes the building so complicated for me emotionally. Some nights, when I am upstairs alone, I absolutely love my apartment. It is beautiful in its own way. Big, airy, open, clean. It has the kind of feel that makes you happy to come home. On those nights, I think of it as a gift, a lucky return to a place with history and comfort and familiar people nearby. I enjoy the space, the quiet, the sense of independence. I can sit there and feel completely at peace. But other nights, the atmosphere shifts. On those nights, I feel nervous and uncomfortable, and I know I am not alone. I do not mean that in a vague way, like the normal unease people feel in old buildings or when city noises sound odd. I mean there are nights when the entire apartment feels subtly but undeniably altered, as if an extra presence has entered the room before I even consciously notice it. The air does not literally change temperature every time, and there is not always a sound or a movement that triggers it. Sometimes it is simply a feeling so strong and specific that I know something is off. The apartment takes on a sinister feel. Not wildly dramatic, not like something out of a movie, but enough that my body reacts. My shoulders tighten. I listen more closely. Every ordinary shadow in the room seems sharper. The openness and cleanliness that usually feel lovely instead make me feel exposed. That contrast is one of the strangest things of all. It is the same apartment. The same walls, the same furniture, the same light, the same rooms. Yet depending on the night, it can feel either deeply welcoming or subtly hostile. And I have learned to trust that feeling more than I used to. Before all these experiences, I would have talked myself out of it, blamed stress or imagination or fatigue. Now, after years of things happening in this building and after that stronger encounter in Europe changed me, I do not dismiss those instincts so quickly. I think what troubles me most is the sense that whatever is there is not random. The tapping on my head did not feel random. The TV and stereo turning back on exactly when my foot hit the first stair did not feel random. The dream force pulling me toward a door that did not exist, followed by my body sitting halfway up and then collapsing, did not feel random. The chair moving into position beside the futon did not feel random. Even the banging on the third-floor tenant's door, when no one was there, fits into that pattern of deliberate action. That is why the building affects me the way it does. It does not feel like a place full of random spooky incidents. It feels like a place where something is aware of the people living in it, where something responds to routines, notices movements, perhaps even remembers earlier tenants and their habits. And strangely, that does not make me want to run from it. It scares me, yes. There are absolutely times when I am genuinely frightened. The harder tap on my head, the chair, the dream, the feeling of not being alone, all of that can rattle me deeply. But at the same time, I feel drawn toward understanding it. I feel as though I have been in relationship with this building for years now, even across the gap when I lived elsewhere. It is as if there is an unfinished conversation between me and something in this place. That might be why I described the earlier apartment experience as the house trying to communicate with me. Because that is what it often feels like. Not every action seems malicious. Some feel playful. Some feel warning. Some feel like contact. Some, like the chair, even seem strangely considerate. But all of them feel like attempts to be known. It also matters to me that this is Brooklyn, not some isolated old farmhouse or Gothic mansion where people expect ghost stories. This is city life. Apartments stacked above each other, roommates, neighbors, work schedules, football games, laptops on futons, scientists rolling their eyes, tenants knocking on each other's doors at midnight. The ordinariness of that setting makes the experiences feel sharper, not less. They happen inside normal daily life. That is why they stay with me. They do not belong to an atmosphere already built for haunting. They interrupt ordinary existence. Sometimes I wonder whether the building itself is haunted, or whether it is only certain units. I lived on the first floor and had repeated experiences there. Now I am on the fourth floor and things have happened there too. The third floor tenant has had his own experiences. That suggests it is not just one apartment but the building as a whole. Something about it seems charged. Maybe it has a history. Maybe it has housed emotionally intense lives. Maybe something there is attached to the structure, not to one room. And yet I still do not feel I understand its nature completely. If it is the same presence throughout all of these experiences, then it has a range that is hard to define. It taps. It turns on electronics. It enters dreams. It seems to move objects. It bangs on doors. It possibly tries to help. That is a strange set of behaviors. If it is not the same presence, then perhaps the building hosts more than one. But even then, there is a common emotional quality to the place that makes me think the building itself matters as much as any individual spirit might. Sometimes I think back to my family history, to my grandmother's sensitivity, to the haunted house in the 1990s, and I wonder whether I was always meant to notice this kind of thing more than other people. Maybe the reason my scientist roommates dismissed it so easily is that they truly did not sense what I did. Maybe skepticism is sometimes less about intelligence and more about lack of exposure. If a person has never had a direct enough experience, they can keep everything inside the safe borders of logic. But once enough things happen to you personally, logic alone starts to feel incomplete. That does not mean I stop being rational. I still try to think carefully. I still consider wiring, nerves, stress, dreams, memory, coincidence. I do not want to be gullible. But I also do not want to lie to myself just because certain experiences are difficult to fit into a normal framework. At this point, I would say that I live with both caution and curiosity. I am not provoking anything. I am not trying recklessly to invite more activity. I learned from the tapping incident that speaking calmly and clearly may matter, and I also learned that fear can make things worse inside you even if it does not change what is outside you. But I also remain alert. I pay attention. I notice shifts in atmosphere. I respect the possibility that something is there. And in some odd way, I feel ready. That is why I say now that I am ready and waiting. Not because I want something terrifying to happen. Not because I enjoy being frightened. But because this building has already shown me enough that I know something may happen again, and when it does, I want to meet it with awareness instead of denial. I want to understand what I can. I want to notice clearly. I want, if possible, to take part in that strange dialogue without losing myself to fear. There are nights when I sit in my apartment, and the whole place feels perfect, and I think maybe that is all there is. Then there are nights when the room feels slightly occupied, when I feel that quiet pressure of another presence, when the air in the apartment seems to hold more than my own thoughts, and I remember that the building has touched my head, turned on my machines, lifted me in sleep, moved furniture, and knocked on doors. On those nights, I do not laugh at the idea of haunting. On those nights, I know something is there. And whether it is trying to toy with me, test me, help me, or simply be noticed, I cannot yet say for sure. But I am listening now. When I was 5 years old, my parents bought an abandoned house in Lincoln Park. Even now, when I think back on it, I remember how strange that word sounded to me as a child. Abandoned. It made me imagine something dramatic, like the scary houses in movies with broken windows, hanging shutters, wild vines crawling up the walls, and shadows hiding in every room. But this house was not really like that. It did not look like the kind of place people would run away from in fear. The grass outside was overgrown because no one had taken care of it for a while, and the shingles on the roof looked more worn than my mother liked. But other than that, the house looked decent enough. The inside was not wrecked. It had a semi-finished basement that was not pretty, but usable. The rooms were all there, the floors were fine, and while the colors on the walls were definitely not what my mother wanted, the place did not seem terrible for a first home. My mother hated the paint colors. I still remember that. She thought they were awful. The walls were covered in dark shades like deep red, navy blue, and dark green. To her, it all felt gloomy and ugly. But to me, as a little girl, it was still a house, and a house meant possibility. It meant my own room, my own corners, my own place to sleep and play and imagine things. My parents spent about 2 weeks painting, moving furniture, carrying boxes, and trying to turn the place into something that felt like ours. It was a busy, tiring time for them, but for me it was exciting. Children do not usually notice the stress of moving in the same way adults do. They notice the newness, the adventure, the way everything feels unfamiliar and important. I was given the smallest room in the house. At first, I did not care. I was just happy to have a room of my own. Since I was going to be gone for a few weeks that summer on a road trip out west, my parents decided they would use that time to make my room feel especially nice for me. They painted it pink. My dad was always good at drawing, and instead of leaving the walls plain, he decorated them for me. On one wall, he painted a portrait of our family dog, Mickey. Above the light switch, he carefully painted the words, "Brit's room." He also drew little sketches of Mickey Mouse and added small red hearts around the room. It was sweet, personal, and exactly the kind of thing that makes a child feel loved. I remember thinking it was cute. It made the room feel like mine in a real way. And at first, nothing especially strange happened. That is important, because when people tell stories like this, there is often an expectation that the minute someone moves into an old or abandoned house, all kinds of terrible things begin. That was not the case here. There were no loud footsteps in the attic the first night. No doors slamming. No dark figures floating through the hallway. In fact, for a while, life felt ordinary enough. We settled in. We unpacked. We tried to get used to the place. But there was one small detail from that summer that stood out to me, even though at the time I could not understand why. A lot of mail kept coming for children who supposedly still lived there. It was strange because we had moved in, and yet letters, little packages, and subscriptions kept arriving addressed to kids from the family who had lived there before us. My mother would hand them to me instead of throwing them away. To me, this felt like some odd little bonus of moving into the house. One of the things that arrived was a book of fun stamps, the kind of thing you get through the mail when someone has actually paid for a subscription. Even as a child, I remember thinking it was weird. If the family had moved, why had they not canceled things like that? Why would anyone just leave subscriptions active and disappear? But really, the entire story of the house already seemed strange. The family had not sold it in the normal way for profit. They had just left it behind. I remember my dad saying once, "Well, the realtor said they just couldn't live here anymore and decided to leave. I don't really know why." At the time, that felt mysterious to me, but in the innocent way things feel mysterious to children. I did not think of danger. I thought of secrets. As a little girl, I had what my parents lovingly called a wild imagination. They were not wrong. I was exactly the kind of kid who believed her dolls probably had parties when no one was looking. I was the kind of child who could watch a Disney movie and truly believe some part of it might happen to me. I thought the Beast from Beauty and the Beast was real and might come get me at night. I was completely convinced for a while that a photograph of me sitting on Santa's lap was somehow magical, and that Santa used it to watch what I was doing all the time. If I was being naughty, I would actually turn the picture face down on my dresser so he could not see me and report me to the North Pole. That was the kind of child I was. Everything felt possible, magical, a little scary, and a little alive. Because of that, I know very well that some of the fears I had growing up came from my own mind. I know I could frighten myself more easily than other kids sometimes. I know I could turn ordinary things into little stories inside my head. But even understanding that now, there are still things about the 3 years we spent in that house on Buckingham that I cannot explain away as imagination. We used to call it Buckingham Palace, almost jokingly, because of the street name. But for me, those years in that house became tied to memories that felt too strange and too consistent to blame only on being an imaginative little girl. One of the first moments I really remember happened when I was playing in my room. Like a lot of little girls, I had a small wooden vanity where I kept all my fake makeup, toy hairbrushes, pretend beauty supplies, and other little treasures. On this particular day, I had decided I was going to be Snow White. That probably felt like the biggest event in the world to me at the time. I dug out an old Halloween costume and started getting myself ready, sitting there happily in my room, completely focused on becoming a Disney princess. Then I heard someone call my name. Brittany. At first, it did not seem too strange. Adults call children all the time. Parents need you, siblings want something, maybe a neighbor is outside, maybe somebody is trying to get your attention. But then I heard it again. Brittany. And then again. Each time it got louder. Until eventually it was not just my name in a normal tone anymore. It was Brittany. The strange thing is that this was not a one-time event. It happened often. I would hear someone call my name, but when I went looking for the source, there was no one there. My parents always had an explanation ready. They told me maybe it was a neighbor. Or maybe I was just hearing things. Or maybe my imagination was running away with me again. But on that day, while I was trying to become Snow White, the sound startled me enough that I ran out of my room and completely forgot my princess plans. I stayed away from my room for quite a while after that. I remember camping out on my mother's bedroom floor instead, because that felt safer than being alone in mine. As the years passed, the strange feeling around my room only got stronger. My mother worked at a grocery store nearby, and her shifts were terrible. She would often not get home until around midnight, and sometimes even closer to 1 in the morning. Because I was still so young, if I felt lonely or restless, I would sometimes stay awake and wait for her just so she could come in and say goodnight. On nights when I managed to stay awake, that was comforting. But on other nights I would fall asleep the moment my dad tucked me in, and I would sleep straight through until morning. One night, though, something happened that I have never forgotten. I had been very tired and fell asleep quickly. Then, at some point during the night, I woke up with a sudden jolt. I did not even have time to sit up and look around to figure out what had woken me, because the moment I opened my eyes, something was already directly in front of my face. What I saw looked like my mother's eyes and nose. But it was not really her face. It was like an enlarged image of her features, almost as if someone had taken just her eyes and nose and blown them up so large that they stretched across the whole width of my bed. I could not really make out the mouth, but I had the strong feeling that whatever it was seemed to be smiling. It did not appear in a normal way, like a person standing over me. It was more like a huge close-up image floating there in front of me, impossible and unnatural, but somehow also familiar enough that I connected it to my mother immediately. And the strangest part was that I did not feel afraid. At least, not the way I would have expected. I stared at it for a while. I was wide awake at that point, and I knew I was seeing something unusual, but I also felt reassured in a way I still cannot explain. It was as though whatever it was wanted me to feel calm. So instead of screaming or running, I simply closed my eyes. Then, just to check, I opened them again. The image was still there. And somehow, even then, I fell back asleep. When my mother came in later and woke me up, I told her what I had seen. But like always, she brushed it off and said, "You must have been imagining things again." That was the pattern in our house. I would say something strange had happened, and the adults around me would explain it away. I do not blame them now. I understand why parents would rather believe their child was imaginative than believe something truly strange was happening in her bedroom. But at the time, it left me alone with these experiences, unsure whether to trust myself or not. About a year before we moved out of that house, the voice calling my name began happening more often. It was always a female voice. That detail mattered to me because it never sounded random. It never sounded like just noise or like the television or a neighbor outside. It sounded like a woman saying my name. And it happened enough that I finally stopped telling my parents about it. There was no point. They never really knew what to say beyond telling me it was probably my imagination. So I tried to believe them. I really did. I tried to convince myself that they were right and that this was all something my mind was creating because I was already a child prone to imagination. But no matter how hard I tried, I could not shake the feeling that someone was in the room with me. That feeling followed me. When I would leave my room, I often looked behind me, expecting to catch sight of someone standing there. But there was never anyone. Just my furniture, my toys, my pink walls, and the room my father had decorated for me with so much love. Even outside, there were times when I would hear my name and turn around, expecting to see a person, only to find our dog Mickey wandering through the grass or the leaves or doing some ordinary dog thing with no concern at all. My parents never seemed to notice anything strange. Life continued normally for them. For me, though, there was always that little thread of unease, that constant feeling that I was not completely alone. Then came the room switch. One day I decided that pink was a sissy color, and that blue was much more my style. My mother's room was light blue, and somehow that became very important to me. Since we were going to be moving out before too long, she agreed to switch rooms with me. After that, most of the strange incidents began to fade. I still heard my name once in a while, but much less often than before. And the nighttime face stopped appearing. Whatever had been centered around that room seemed to lose some of its power once I was no longer sleeping there. But before we left that house, one last strange thing happened. This one came through a dream. At the time, I had one of those veterinarian Barbie sets that a lot of kids had. It came with a little plastic dog, a little plastic cat, and a small white case filled with pretend medical tools. I loved it. Like most children, I kept all my Barbie things together in one place. I had a big cardboard box hidden in my closet where I stored all the dolls, accessories, animals, and little toys that went with them. One night, after putting everything away the way I always did, I went to sleep. That night I had a dream that my little plastic cat became possessed. That is the best way I can describe it, because even in dream logic, that was the feeling. In the dream, the cat was jealous because I played with the dog more often. It had become angry. The final image of the dream is burned into my mind even now. The cat turned its head toward me, and its eyes were red. Bright, beady, unnatural red. Then it walked out of my room in this stiff, robotic way that made the whole dream even creepier. It was absurd, of course. It was a plastic toy cat. But children's dreams do not care about logic. They care about feeling, and the feeling of that dream was deeply unsettling. I woke up a little freaked out, but not enough to think it meant anything real. I mean, come on, red eyes? Even as a child I could recognize that dreams get dramatic. So I brushed it off. Then I checked my toy box. The cat was gone. That was the moment the dream took on a different meaning. I searched the box again and again. The dog was there. The Barbie things were there. The case and little tools were there. But the cat was missing. I never found it. Not when we packed, not when we cleaned, not when we searched through everything before moving. It was simply gone. I do not really believe that the toy came alive and ran away, of course. But I also know I had been playing with that very cat only a couple of days before it disappeared. It had not been thrown away. It had not been given away. None of my friends had taken it, and honestly, I did not even really have friends coming over back then. So there was no easy explanation. I was upset about losing it. It sounds silly now, but when you are a child, losing a favorite toy or even just a little piece of a playset can feel huge. It matters. And because it disappeared after that dream, I never stopped connecting the two things in my mind. Eventually we moved. We left that house and went to a nice little home a couple of cities over. But even after moving, I carried this strange feeling with me that I had forgotten something important. It followed me in a quiet way. Sometimes I even dreamed about it. I would wake up with that same sense that something unfinished was still tied to the old house. But life moves on, especially when you are young. New house, new routines, new years passing. So eventually I stopped thinking about it every day. Then my senior year of high school came around. By then, I was old enough to look back on childhood with a little humor. One day I was in the car with my dad, and I started telling him about all the crazy things I used to think and do when I was a child. We laughed about my weird fears, my overactive imagination, and all the dramatic little stunts I used to pull. He teased me about always hearing my name and seeing faces. It was one of those conversations families have when enough time has passed that strange memories become stories. Then suddenly his expression changed. He went serious. And he said, "Remember your old bedroom?" I nodded and asked what that had to do with anything. Then he told me the truth. He said, "Well, don't get me wrong. I don't think our house was haunted or anything. But I know why the house was abandoned. The realtor told me that the former owner had committed suicide in one of the rooms. Your old room before you switched with your mom. The one I spent countless hours painting so that you could decide later you didn't want it anymore. Anyway, yeah? I didn't really want to tell you or your mom because I didn't want to scare you guys, but now you know. I'm sorry." And that was it. The truth landed all at once. Suddenly all those years of hearing my name, feeling like someone was in the room, seeing that strange oversized face at night, and sensing something I could never explain seemed to connect in a way they never had before. I remember just sitting there with that information, not really knowing what to do with it. Part of me wanted to dismiss it. Part of me wanted to say that hearing this years later should not rewrite all my childhood memories. But another part of me, the part that had spent years lying in that room feeling watched or called, knew immediately that this mattered. It explained why the family had just left. It explained why the house had felt wrong in a way no one wanted to talk about. It explained why my parents never wanted to indulge my stories too much, even if they did not know the full truth at the time. And it explained why that room, more than any other space in the house, had always seemed to hold something I could not understand. I do not know for certain what I experienced in that house. I cannot say with total proof that the voice calling my name belonged to the former owner, or that the image I saw at night was something supernatural, or that the strange feeling in the room came from the same tragedy my father later told me about. But I do know this: those things happened. I remember them clearly. And once I learned that someone had died by suicide in that very room, it became impossible for me to think of those memories as just childhood imagination. Maybe some of it was imagination. I am sure some of it was. I was a child with a very active mind. I frightened myself plenty without any help. But not everything fits so easily into that explanation. There is a difference between believing your dolls are having secret parties and hearing your name called over and over in a female voice for years. There is a difference between being scared of a Disney character and waking to a giant smiling face over your bed that somehow does not frighten you. There is a difference between childish fantasy and a house that people abandoned without even properly tying up the pieces of their old life. What stays with me the most is how ordinary so much of it looked on the outside. The house was not dramatic. It was not falling apart. It was not obviously cursed or terrifying. It was just a regular-looking first house in Lincoln Park with ugly colors, overgrown grass, and rooms waiting to be repainted. My father lovingly turned my room into a little girl's dream. My mother tried to make the place feel like home. We lived our lives there. We slept there, played there, got mail there, watched ordinary days go by. And somehow, underneath all of that ordinary life, there was something else too. Something lingering. Something calling my name. It also stays with me that after switching rooms, things mostly stopped. That detail feels important. If it had all been just my imagination, why did it center so strongly around that one room? Why did it quiet down after I left it? Why did the strange face stop appearing? Why did the voice become rarer? It is as if whatever was there belonged more to that room than to the rest of the house. That thought still gives me chills when I remember what my father finally told me in the car. We never talked about it again after that. Not really. He told me, I absorbed it, and then, like so many things in families, it simply went quiet. There was no dramatic follow-up, no long conversation, no attempt to connect all the dots. Maybe he did not want to make it bigger than it already was. Maybe I did not want either. Sometimes when a truth arrives too late, you do not know what to do with it except let it settle. But I never forgot it. I never forgot the strange mail for children who no longer lived there. I never forgot my father's painted hearts and Mickey Mouse sketches on my bedroom walls. I never forgot hearing Brittany louder and louder until I ran from my room. I never forgot camping out on my mother's floor because mine no longer felt safe. I never forgot waking to that giant smiling face made of my mother's features hovering over my bed. I never forgot trying to explain away the female voice that kept calling me. I never forgot the dream of the plastic cat with the red eyes, or the way the toy disappeared afterward and was never found again. And I definitely never forgot the moment my father said the former owner had died in my old room. Looking back now, I do not feel dramatic about it. I do not think of it like a horror movie. I think of it as one of those quiet hauntings that settle into a place and into a child's memory in a way that is hard to untangle later. It was not loud. It was not violent. It was persistent. Personal. Strange. The kind of thing that does not necessarily destroy your life, but leaves you with questions you never completely stop asking. Was someone really there? Was the female voice connected to the woman who had died? Was the face in the night some attempt to comfort me, or simply a shape my mind created from fear and familiarity? Was the missing toy cat just a strange coincidence, or something else? I do not know. What I do know is that for 3 years in that house on Buckingham, something followed me closely enough that I still remember it in detail years later. And when the truth about the room finally came out, it did not feel like a shocking twist from a story. It felt like an answer to something I had already known without having words for it. We moved into the apartment we live in now in November of 2004, right before Thanksgiving. At the time, it did not feel like the beginning of some strange story. It just felt like another move, another stressful family transition, another time of packing things into boxes and trying to settle into a new place before the holidays. Our old apartment was only about a block and a half down the road, so instead of going through the trouble and expense of renting a moving truck, my children and I decided we would just do it the simple way. After work, we would load up the car with as much as we could carry, drive the short distance to the new place, unload everything, and then go back for another trip. It was not glamorous, but it made sense. At the time, it seemed practical. Looking back now, I realized that the very first night we started moving things into that apartment was also the first time something happened there that none of us could explain. The apartment had a mud room before the main part of the home. You had to go through that little room before getting to the main door of the apartment itself. The mud room had its own locking door, and then the main apartment door had both a handle lock and a deadbolt. So there were several locks altogether, and because of that, we paid attention to which ones we used and when. On the first night we were bringing things over, my son asked me if he should lock everything up before we left to get another load. Since we were coming right back and did not want to waste time unlocking everything again, I told him no. I told him to just lock the handle on the main door and leave the rest. It was a simple instruction, nothing especially important at the time. We left, went back to the old apartment, loaded the car again, and returned around 45 minutes later. When we got back, the mudroom door was locked. So was the handle on the main door. And so was the deadbolt. All of it was locked. That was the first moment in that apartment when all of us paused and felt that little strange twist in the stomach that comes when something does not make sense, even if it is small. We all knew what had been locked and what had not. We had all just left. No one had stayed behind. And yet somehow, the mudroom door had been locked too, along with the deadbolt that nobody had touched. At the time, we just stood there, looked at each other, and thought it was weird. But moving is tiring, and when you are in the middle of work like that, your brain tries to stay practical. You do not want to stop everything and turn one strange thing into something bigger than it may be. So we shrugged it off as best we could and kept moving our things in. But even then, I think all of us quietly remembered it. That was how life in that apartment started. Not with something huge or dramatic, but with one small moment that stayed in the back of our minds. For the first few months, life was mostly normal. We settled into routines. The kids got used to the rooms, the stairs, the noise of the building, the way the light came in through the windows at different times of the day. My husband and I focused on the usual things adults focus on after a move. Bills, work schedules, cooking, trying to make the place comfortable, keeping everybody on track. The apartment began to feel like home on the surface, but underneath that normal life, little strange moments started happening more and more. One of the first bigger incidents happened a few months later while my children and I were having dinner in the dining room. It was an ordinary family moment. I was sitting in such a way that the kitchen was behind me, and my son was talking to me while we ate. Then in the middle of that conversation, his face changed. He got a really odd look. Not exactly terrified, not even the look of someone trying to scare me as a joke. Just a strange expression like he had suddenly seen something happen that his mind could not process fast enough. I turned to see what he was looking at. My daughter's sneakers had been sitting on the floor near the island. And all of a sudden, they flipped over onto their sides. Not kicked. Not brushed. Not tripped over. They were just sitting there 1 second and then moved the next. It was one of those moments that sounds small when written down, but in real life it was enough to stop conversation and make a room feel different. Shoes do not just flip over by themselves while everyone is sitting at the table. There was no pet bumping into them, no child running past, no explanation that made sense in the moment. It happened right there in front of us. My son had seen it first, and then all of us had to sit with the strange feeling left behind by it. That was the way things often happened in that apartment. Nothing huge at first. Nothing that would seem dramatic enough for other people to automatically believe you. Just objects doing things they should not do, in moments that felt too clear to ignore. And because the events were small, they were almost harder in a way. You could not point to them and say, "There, that is absolute proof." But you also could not comfortably explain them away. They just sat with you afterward, making you feel unsettled. Over time, my son began reacting to the apartment in a way that worried me more than the objects moving. For months, he refused to go to bed unless we were home. At first, that might sound like an ordinary child not wanting to be left alone, but there was more to it than that. He kept telling us that every time he walked up the stairs, he felt like someone was pushing him back down. He said it more than once, and there were even a couple of times when he actually did fall backward. As a parent, that kind of thing is hard to hear. Children can be dramatic, yes, but they can also be very honest when they do not yet know how to shape a story into something adults will accept. He was not telling us about some vague fear of the dark. He was describing a specific sensation, over and over again. He felt as if someone was pushing him down the stairs. That was what he said. And because he had actually fallen backward a few times, it became impossible to dismiss entirely. I could tell he truly dreaded those stairs, not because of some random phase, but because he felt something there. That changes the feeling of a home. A child should feel safe going to bed. They should not hesitate on the stairs because they feel pressure against their body from something no one else can see. His fear began to shape how the rest of us moved through the apartment too. Once a child tells you something like that enough times, you start watching the stairs differently. You start listening more closely. You begin noticing your own feelings in places you used to pass through without thinking. And it was not only the stairs. Things would disappear and then reappear months later for no reason. That became almost part of the life of the apartment. Little items would vanish in a way that made no sense. We would search for them, assume they were lost for good, and then months later they would turn up again in places where they should have been found before or where they had no business appearing at all. Anyone who has lived in a family home knows that objects get misplaced. Keys get lost, toys get buried, papers end up in the wrong pile. But this felt different because of the pattern of it. Things were not simply misplaced and then found in a forgotten drawer. They would be gone long enough that we had given up on them, and then they would come back almost as if returned. That kind of thing wears on you after a while. At first it is annoying. Then it becomes unsettling. Because when objects leave and come back inside your own home without explanation, it creates the sense that your space is not entirely under your own control. You start questioning your memory. You start wondering if someone is playing tricks, but there is no one. Then you stop wondering and just accept that the apartment itself has a way of doing things that cannot be predicted. One night, another incident happened that affected both me and my husband, and that one stayed with me in a different way because it involved something so familiar and physical: the smell of cigarette smoke. My husband and I were asleep when I woke up suddenly to that smell. It was strong enough to wake me. Now, I do not smoke anymore, but my husband does. Because our daughter has asthma, he always smokes outside. That rule had been in place a long time, so the smell of fresh cigarette smoke in the bedroom was not something I should have been smelling in the middle of the night. Half asleep and immediately suspicious, I woke him up and asked if he had just smoked. He said no. Then I asked if he could smell the smoke too. He said no again. At the time, that answer unsettled me, but I let it go because it was the middle of the night, and I did not want to work myself into panic. But the smell had been real to me, completely real. A few days later, while I was talking to a friend about it, my husband admitted something that made it even stranger. He said he had smelled the smoke too. He had lied in the moment because he did not want me lying awake all night scared out of my mind. That confession mattered because it meant I had not imagined it. He smelled it too. There was cigarette smoke in that room, or at least the unmistakable smell of it, even though no one had smoked inside. Smell is such a powerful thing. It is harder to shrug off than a shadow or a sound because it feels so immediate. It enters your body in a different way. Once you smell smoke in a room where there should be none, the whole space feels different. It becomes intimate and intrusive at the same time. As time went on, the kids stopped treating the presence in the apartment like an unknown thing to fear all the time. Children often do that. They adjust to the unbelievable faster than adults do, especially if the strange things continue without becoming openly violent. At some point, they started calling our friend Bob. That name changed the atmosphere of our conversations in a strange way. Instead of always speaking in whispers or in worried tones about something in the apartment, the kids gave it a name, almost as if naming it made it easier to live with. Bob. The name was simple, ordinary, almost funny in its plainness. And because of that, it softened the situation sometimes. Instead of saying, "Something weird happened again," the kids might say, "Maybe Bob did it." Of course, that did not mean we were no longer unsettled. It just meant that the strange presence in the apartment had become real enough to our daily lives that it had been turned into a kind of household character. The event that stands out most clearly in my mind, though, happened on Christmas Day in 2006. Even now, that detail feels important. Christmas carries such a strong emotional feeling in a family home. There is warmth, noise, food, excitement, children running up and down stairs, wrapping paper, television, dishes in the sink, and that strange combination of stress and joy that only holidays bring. You do not expect one of your clearest paranormal memories to happen in the middle of all that. But maybe that is exactly why it stayed so strongly. It happened right in the middle of ordinary family life, right when everything should have felt festive and safe. That day I was washing dishes. My son was in his room. My husband was watching television. My daughter was running up the stairs to go to her room. While she ran, the light on our baker's rack began turning on and off. Once for every step she hit. At first I thought maybe I was seeing things. It happened so strangely and in such a neat pattern that it almost did not look real. The light seemed connected to her movement, as though the apartment itself was reacting to her footsteps. Each step she took up the stairs was matched by the light going on or off. It was not random flickering in the way a bad bulb flickers. It was timed. So I called her back down. I told her to run up the stairs again. She thought I was crazy, which honestly makes sense, because I was always the one telling her not to run in the house. Yet there I was, standing there telling her to do exactly what I usually yelled at her for doing. But I needed to know if I had really seen what I thought I had seen. She ran up the stairs again. And it happened again. The light on the baker's rack switched on and off with every step she took. This time my husband saw it too. That was one of those moments that changes everything, because once another adult sees it with you, the room changes. You are no longer dealing with a memory that someone else can dismiss later. You are both standing there in the same reality, watching something happen that should not happen. There is a strange mix of excitement and fear in a moment like that. You almost feel relieved because you are not alone in seeing it, but the relief comes with a price. Now you know it was real. So my daughter came back down, and all of us stood there together trying to absorb what had just happened. In that strange little moment, I said maybe Bob was upset because nobody had said Merry Christmas to him. It sounds funny now, and it sounded funny then too, but that kind of humor is often how people survive weird moments in their own homes. You joke because the alternative is to stand there and admit how uneasy you really are. So my daughter yelled, "Merry Christmas, Bob!" Then she ran back up the stairs again. And nothing happened. No flickering light. No switching on and off. Just silence. That incident stayed with all of us because it had such a strange personality to it. It almost felt playful. As if something had been trying to get attention, and once acknowledged, it stopped. That is the kind of detail that makes a haunting feel less like a collection of random malfunctions and more like an actual presence with moods, reactions, and awareness. The light was not simply faulty, because why would it behave in perfect rhythm to footsteps twice, then stop completely after a spoken greeting? There were dozens and dozens of things that happened in that apartment over the years. Too many, honestly, to give each one its own full story. That is one of the hardest parts about trying to explain a home like that to someone else. They expect one giant event, one unmistakable scene. But often what really wears on you is repetition. The accumulation. The feeling that strange things do not stop. A lock turns itself. Shoes flip over. A child feels pushed on the stairs. Things disappear for months and return. Smoke appears in a room where no one has smoked. A light answers footsteps. Those moments stack on top of one another until the whole apartment feels layered with memory and tension. Some days it was easier to live with than others. There were times when we joked about Bob and made the whole thing feel manageable. There were other times when the apartment felt heavy, when it seemed to notice us too much, when every little sound made the air feel more charged. That is what happens when strange events become part of daily life. They stop being isolated stories and start becoming part of the emotional weather of a place. You can have dinner, fold laundry, argue about chores, celebrate holidays, and somewhere inside all of that there remains the quiet awareness that something else is there too. I have often thought about investigating the history of the building. That urge comes and goes. There are moments when I want answers so badly that I imagine going through old records, asking questions, finding out who lived there before us, learning whether someone died there, whether there was a fire, an accident, some tragedy, something that might explain why the apartment carries the feeling it does. I imagine that knowing would settle something inside me. That maybe if I could connect Bob to a real story, everything would make more sense. But every time I seriously consider looking into it, something in me resists. It is not exactly fear in a dramatic sense. It is more like a deep, instinctive feeling that I do not actually want to know. Almost like some quiet part of me understands that not knowing is easier. Because as long as we do not know, Bob can stay what he is in our family story, strange, present, sometimes unsettling, sometimes oddly playful, but still contained in mystery. If I learn the real history and it turns out to be something tragic, heavy, or violent, then the whole apartment could feel different forever. And maybe that is what stops me. Sometimes mystery is easier to live with than truth. At the same time, living in that apartment has changed the way I think about these things. I do not believe every creak is a ghost or every missing object is paranormal. I know houses and apartments have quirks. I know children can influence each other and turn ordinary events into bigger stories. I know old buildings hold strange smells, bad wiring, uneven floors, and forgotten corners. But I also know what it feels like when too many moments happen that cannot all be explained away. At some point, doubt stops protecting you and just starts feeling dishonest. What stays with me most is not any single dramatic image. It is the atmosphere of those years. The sense that the apartment never felt entirely empty even when everyone else had gone to bed. The feeling that something in the space noticed our movements, responded to certain things, maybe even wanted acknowledgement. The fact that my children accepted Bob as part of life tells its own story. Children can be frightened, yes, but they are also strangely wise sometimes. They know when something means harm and when something just exists alongside them in a way adults find harder to categorize. I still remember that first locked door when we moved in. That first little warning that the apartment might not behave like an ordinary place. I remember my son's face when the sneakers flipped over. I remember his dread on the stairs. I remember the cigarette smoke in the night, and my husband quietly admitting later that he had smelled it too. I remember my daughter running on Christmas while the light answered her footsteps. I remember all of us standing together after that, caught between laughter and fear, not knowing whether to smile or pray or just keep washing dishes and pretend life was normal. Maybe that is why I have never fully looked into the history. Because whatever answers might exist in old records or conversations with former tenants, I already know the truth of how it felt to live there. It felt like we were not alone. Not in a constant horror movie way. Not every hour of every day. We still lived there. We still raised our kids there. We still laughed there. We still celebrated Christmas there and ate dinner and went to work and came home and folded clothes and yelled up the stairs and smelled dinner cooking and argued and made up and carried on like any family. But underneath all of it, there was always that other layer. That presence. That extra awareness. Bob. The name sounds almost harmless when I say it now, but maybe that is part of why it worked. It made the unknown familiar enough that we could keep living. It turned the apartment from something terrifying into something strange but survivable. We were not just trapped in a haunted place. We were sharing space with a mystery that had become part of family life. And still, even after all this time, there are moments when I think about going back through everything in my mind and trying to connect the dots more clearly. Was Bob there before we arrived? Was the first locking of the doors his way of announcing himself? Was he protective, mischievous, lonely, or simply tied to the apartment in ways we could not understand? Why did he respond to a Christmas greeting as if he had been waiting to be included? Why the stairs? Why the smoke? Why the missing objects returned months later? I do not know. Maybe I never will. But some part of me believes that if I started digging into the history of the building, I might find a story that would fit those moments in a way I am not ready for. And until I know I truly want that, maybe it is better to let Bob remain exactly what he has always been in our lives. Unexplained, unforgettable, and woven into the memory of that apartment so deeply that even silence there never really felt empty. What would you do if you knew for a fact that no one else was in the rest of the house except you, and yet while you were in the bathroom you could clearly hear people walking around upstairs? Not just one little sound that you might dismiss, but real movement, footsteps, and the kind of rattling noise that sounds like someone searching through a room looking for something. That is exactly the kind of thing I have heard in my house, and it has happened enough times that I can no longer tell myself it is nothing. For a while, things had actually been quiet. Because of that, I started to believe that maybe whatever had been in my house was finally gone. I had been doing everything I knew to do. I had been burning sage. I had been saying my prayers. I had been reading the Bible out loud. I was doing all the things that made me feel protected and closer to God, and since I had not heard or noticed anything strange for some time, I really thought maybe it had worked. I thought maybe whatever presence had been there had finally left. But I was wrong. If there is one thing that has become clear to me through all of this, it is that whatever is in my house does not seem harmful, at least not in a direct way. That is the one thought that gives me some comfort. With all the praying and all the spiritual protection I have been keeping up, I feel like if it meant real harm, maybe it would have shown itself differently by now. Still, even if something is not harmful, it can be deeply unsettling. It can shake you up. It can leave you doubting your own ears and your own sanity, especially when the people around you are always trying to explain everything away. I believe it was Tuesday, January 2nd, 2008, when one of the clearest incidents happened. That morning I was getting ready for work. My husband and my son had already left the house, so at that point my daughter and I were the only ones still there. My daughter was sitting on my bed watching cartoons, completely relaxed and occupied with her show, and I was in the bathroom putting on my makeup. It was one of those normal weekday mornings that are always a little rushed but familiar. Nothing felt especially strange at first. It was just an ordinary routine, the kind of morning I had gone through many times before. Then all of a sudden I heard a small thump. At first, I did not think too much of it. I thought maybe it was my dog in the kitchen. I had just put him in his kennel because he was still a puppy, and whenever we were gone, we had to keep him in there so he would not tear up the apartment. He was the kind of puppy who made a lot of noise trying to get comfortable. He would move around, bump into things, shift his little body around, and make all kinds of sounds. I always felt bad about putting him in there, and I know some people might think it sounds harsh, but we really did take good care of him. I love animals, and God knows I take care of him well. But until he got older and settled down, we had to kennel him when we left. So when I heard that first thump, I honestly thought it was probably him. But then I stood still for a moment, trying to figure out exactly where the sound had come from, and I heard it again. That was when I realized it was not coming from the kitchen. It was coming from directly above my head. Above me was Emily's room. That changed everything right away. I turned and looked to my right just to make sure my daughter was still where she had been. She was still on my bed watching cartoons. She had not moved. So whatever was making that sound upstairs, it was not her. For a second I tried to dismiss it anyway. I told myself maybe the house was settling, maybe something shifted, maybe there was some normal reason. So I blew it off and went back to putting on my makeup. Then it got worse. It was no longer just a thump. I started hearing the kind of sound that made it seem like someone was moving around in the room above me. Not just walking, but going through things, almost as if someone were searching for something. There was rattling along with the thumping, like things being disturbed or moved around. It was a very specific kind of noise, and once I heard it clearly, there was no way to pretend it was just the dog anymore. I walked out of the bathroom and into the living room and looked up toward the stairway, hoping maybe I would see some explanation. A shadow. A person. Anything that would make sense of what I was hearing. But I saw nothing. The noise was still going on the whole time. The thumping. The rattling. The movement above me. And to be honest with you, I was terrified. I knew that if I forced myself to go up those stairs, I might see something I did not want to see. Or worse, I might find nothing at all and have to accept that the sounds were happening without a visible source. I was too scared to go up there. So I grabbed my daughter and left the house. That was the only thing I could think to do in that moment. I did not want to stay there and keep listening to it, and I definitely did not want to go upstairs alone. So I took my child and got out. Later that day, I told my husband what had happened. His reaction was what I had come to expect from him by then. He did not say too much. He listened, but I could tell he was trying to come up with some kind of normal explanation for what I heard. That is how he usually was. He always wanted to find a reason, something practical, something that would make it all seem less strange than it felt to me. I understood that, but it was frustrating too. When something scares you and another person always tries to shrink it down into something ordinary, it can make you feel very alone. That same evening, though, something happened that changed his attitude at least a little. We had dinner and were cleaning up in the kitchen afterward. It was an ordinary family evening at first. People were moving around, dishes were being cleared, everything felt normal. Then we heard a loud sound. It was not just one bang. It was a steady sound, almost like a drumbeat. Thump. 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 My husband noticed it first. I could tell because he suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked at me. His face had that exact expression people get when they hear something they cannot immediately place. Then he said, "What was that?" At first I said, "What?" because I had not fully registered it yet. Then there it was again. Thump. 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 At first we tried to explain it away, just like always. Maybe the dog was wagging his tail against something. That would not have been impossible. Dogs can make surprising amounts of noise when they are lying down, and sometimes a tail hitting furniture or the floor can sound louder than you would expect. So we looked. The dog was lying on the kitchen floor asleep. So it was not the dog. Then we thought maybe it was our son upstairs. He had a headache that night and had gone up to sleep. We figured maybe he had moved on the bed, maybe the headboard was banging against the wall, something like that. That would at least make some sense. So I went upstairs to check. He was asleep. Sound asleep. I came back downstairs and told my husband. The minute I said it, I could see the color leave his face. That was one of the most important moments for me through all of this, because in that instant I knew he finally understood at least a little of what I had been feeling. When you are the only one hearing things, or the only one taking them seriously, you start to wonder if people think you are crazy. But when the other person hears it too, and you see the fear on their face, you know you are not imagining it. He went outside to check around the house. He looked around, trying to find anything that might explain the noise. There was nothing. And the strangest part was that the sound was still going on while all of this was happening. It did not stop when we tried to track it. It kept happening while he looked outside, while our son slept upstairs, while the dog slept on the floor, while we stood there trying to understand it. We never found the cause. Eventually I turned to my husband and said, "See? I'm not crazy!" And he laughed, but not in a mean way. More in that nervous way people laugh when they do not know what else to do. Then he told me something that shocked me even more. He said, "I know you're not crazy. I've had things happen to me too." I could have strangled him right then. I was honestly so angry when he admitted that. All that time I had been telling him what I heard and what I felt, and he had always tried to calm me down or explain it away, and all along he had been having his own experiences. When I reacted, he told me he had kept it to himself because he did not want to worry me. I understood that, I guess, but at the same time it made me feel both vindicated and irritated. Vindicated because now I knew without question that I was not the only one. Irritated because if he had told me sooner, I would not have spent so much time feeling like I had to prove myself. Then this morning, not long after all of that, I heard another thump. Just one. And this time, to be truthful, I ignored it. I do not know if that was bravery or simply exhaustion. Maybe at some point when things happen often enough, you do not always have the energy to react. You just go still for a second, listen, and if it does not continue, you force yourself to move on. I do not think I heard it again after that one, but it was enough to remind me that whatever this is, it has not gone away. That is why I keep turning this over in my mind and trying to understand what kind of haunting this might be, if that is what it is. Could it be a residual haunting? That thought has crossed my mind more than once. Maybe it is not something intelligent. Maybe it is not trying to interact with us directly. Maybe it is just some kind of imprint, some energy replaying itself in the house or on the property. The footsteps upstairs, the sounds of movement, the thumping, the rattling, maybe all of it belongs to something that happened long ago and somehow remains in place like a recording. But there are other things that make me wonder if it might be more than that. I did find out something about the history of the property that has stuck with me. I was told that the land had once been owned by a man who was connected to the Central Indiana Hospital for the Insane, or something along those lines. What I heard was that there were so many people dying at that time that holes would be dug and bodies buried. The man who owned this property had it during that period. That kind of history is impossible to hear and then forget. Once someone tells you that the land beneath your house may have connections to death, burial, and suffering, you start hearing every strange noise differently. You start wondering if the footsteps are not just random sounds in an old house, but echoes of people who were never at peace. You begin imagining what might have happened there long before your home was ever built, long before your family moved in, long before any of your ordinary routines filled those rooms. It changes the emotional feeling of the place. It gives the haunting, if that is what it is, a darker background. It makes me wonder if perhaps this property was used in ways no one talks about anymore. Maybe those poor bodies were buried somewhere on or near this land. Maybe the souls connected to those deaths never found rest. Maybe what I am hearing is not one spirit, but many. I know that sounds extreme to some people, and I know it is possible that fear makes the mind run ahead. But when you live with unexplained noises in your own home and then learn that the land may carry a history like that, it becomes very hard not to connect the two. What makes it even harder to ignore is that I am not the only one in the area dealing with things like this. The person who gave me this information also has similar problems, and her neighbor has had strange experiences too. So it is not just my house. That is what truly unsettles me. If one person hears footsteps or banging, maybe it is their imagination, or the building, or something personal to that home. But if multiple people in the same area are having similar unexplained experiences, then it starts to feel like something larger is going on. The name I was given was Henry W. Tutwiler, in Canby, Indiana. I was also told that he had a funeral home and worked as an undertaker with his son, under the name Tutwiler and Son. That is all I have so far. It is not much, but it is enough to make me want to know more and at the same time enough to make me afraid of what I might find if I really start digging into it. There is something chilling about putting a real name to the story, because then it begins to step out of rumor and into history. And history can be a heavy thing when it is tied to death. Sometimes I sit and think about the house itself, and how strange it is that the activity seems to come and go. There are quiet stretches when I almost convince myself that it really is gone. During those times I feel hopeful. I tell myself the sage, the prayers, the Bible, all of it is working, and that the house is becoming peaceful again. Then there are mornings like that Tuesday, or evenings like the one in the kitchen, when the noises return so clearly that all that hope drains right back out of me. Still, one thing keeps me grounded. I do not feel that whatever is there has tried to harm us. That matters to me. The noises frighten me. The footsteps terrify me when I know no one is upstairs. The rattling makes my skin crawl. But I do not feel hatred from it. I do not feel violent energy. I feel disturbance, presence, and fear, but not direct attack. Maybe that is why all the praying and reading out loud continues without any kind of escalation. Maybe whatever it is simply exists alongside us and does not challenge those prayers. Or maybe the prayers are what keep things from becoming worse. I have thought about whether the house itself is reacting to spiritual attention. The more I pray, the more I burn sage, the more I read the Bible, the more aware I become of every little thing. Maybe I am simply more alert now. Or maybe spiritual attention stirs up spiritual activity. I honestly do not know. All I know is that the more I try to protect my home, the more I notice when something breaks through the quiet. The sounds are what trouble me most. There is something especially frightening about hearing movement in an empty part of your home. If you see something, at least you know what frightened you. If an object moves, you can point to it. If a light turns on or off, you can say exactly what happened. But footsteps and rattling on the second floor, when you know there is no one there, work on your nerves in a different way. Sound fills space. It creates the image in your mind of someone walking just out of sight. It makes you picture a person in the room above you, crossing from one side to the other, touching things, shifting things, pausing, starting again. And when you know there is no one there, the imagination makes it worse, not because it invents the sound, but because it tries desperately to fill in what your eyes cannot confirm. That is exactly what happened to me that morning in the bathroom. I heard the thump. Then another. Then the sound of someone almost searching. I could not see anything, but the sounds painted a whole scene in my mind, and that scene terrified me enough to grab my daughter and leave the house. Even now, I can still feel what that moment was like. Standing there in the living room, looking up the stairs, hearing the noise continue, knowing I could either go toward it or leave. It felt like the entire house was holding its breath, waiting to see what I would do. And I chose to leave. Some people might say I should have gone upstairs and checked, but unless you have stood in a house listening to something impossible above you, it is easy to judge from the outside. Fear does not always let you be brave in the ways you think you should be. My husband hearing the noise later that evening was strangely comforting, even though it frightened him too. It proved to me that I was not inventing this. I needed that proof. His face when he realized our son was asleep upstairs and the dog was asleep on the floor told me more than any words could have. For once, I was not the only one standing in that confusion. For once, someone else had to listen and wonder and admit that there was no obvious explanation. I still cannot believe he had his own experiences and kept them from me. That part bothers me for a completely different reason. It means this has been happening in ways I do not even fully know about. What did he hear? What did he see? What moments did he explain away to himself just so life could go on normally? How many little signs have occurred in this house that never even made it into conversation? Once you realize another person has also been quietly experiencing things, you start wondering how much larger the story is than you knew. And then there is the history. Henry W. Tutwiler. Canby, Indiana. The Central Indiana Hospital for the Insane. A funeral home. An undertaker and his son. Rumors of burial. The more I repeat those pieces in my head, the more the house feels connected to a larger sadness than just a haunting. It makes me think about people who may never have had proper rest or recognition. People whose deaths may have been treated as numbers, as burdens, as bodies to be buried quickly. If any part of that is true, then perhaps what I hear in my house is not random at all. Perhaps those sounds are tied to a history of pain too old to be remembered clearly, but still strong enough to leave something behind. That thought fills me with both fear and pity. Fear, because I do not want those souls loose in my home. Pity, because if that really is what happened, then those were people who deserved better. I do not know what to believe fully, but I know this much. There is something in my house that does not belong to normal daily life. It may not harm us, but it is there. It walks. It thumps. It rattles. It makes itself known just enough to keep reminding me that the house is not truly quiet, no matter how quiet it looks. So when people ask what I think it is, I honestly do not have one perfect answer. Maybe it is residual. Maybe it is an intelligent spirit. Maybe it is connected to the history of the land. Maybe it is more than one thing. All I know is that the noises are real, my fear is real, my husband has heard things too, and I cannot shake the feeling that the story behind this property matters more than I currently understand. That is why I want help finding information. Not because I want to scare myself more, but because sometimes knowledge gives shape to fear. Right now the fear is shapeless. It is footsteps above me, thumps in empty rooms, rattling in spaces where no one stands. If I could find out more about the history, maybe I would understand what kind of energy this place carries. Maybe I would know whether I am dealing with the echo of something tragic or the presence of something that still lingers with awareness. And maybe, just maybe, knowing would help me decide what to do next. Until then, I will keep praying. I will keep reading the Bible out loud. I will keep burning sage. When I was 7 years old, my grandmother, who I called Mima, passed away because of medical problems. I was extremely close to her. She was not just another family member to me. She was one of the most important people in my life, the kind of person whose presence made everything feel safer, warmer, and better. Before she passed away, she had been in and out of the hospital and a nursing home for a while. It had become part of life in a sad way, hearing where she was, visiting when we could, hoping she would get better, and watching the adults around me carry that heavy worry that children can feel even when they do not fully understand it. In the end, she passed away in the nursing home that was right behind where we lived. That made everything feel even closer somehow, as if death had not happened far away in some distant place, but almost right beside our home. When she died, I was devastated. That is the strongest and simplest word for it. I was heartbroken in the way only a child can be when someone they love deeply is suddenly gone. At that age, grief feels huge and confusing. You understand enough to know the person is not coming back in the normal way, but you do not understand enough to know what to do with that kind of pain. You just feel it. You carry it around in your chest and in your stomach, and everything feels different after that. The house feels different. Your room feels different. Even the hallway can feel different, because the whole world has changed in a way you did not ask for and cannot fix. Not long after she passed away, I started noticing strange things. That was when a different kind of fear entered my life. I became terrified to be in the house alone. I hated walking down the hallway by myself. I did not even like being in my own room alone. It was not just ordinary childhood fear. It was not only fear of the dark or fear of something under the bed. It was a stronger feeling, like I was suddenly aware that things around me were not as empty as they used to be. My home, which had once felt normal and familiar, began to feel like a place where something unseen might be close by at any moment. At first, I did not have a clear reason for that fear. It was just there. Children often feel things before they know how to explain them. I would get nervous for no obvious reason. I would rush through certain parts of the house. I would not want to stay by myself too long. Looking back now, it feels as if some part of me had already started noticing that something was happening, even before I had a specific experience I could put into words. One day, I was in my room by myself. I was sitting on the floor, across the room from the door. It was an ordinary moment, the kind of moment that would not matter at all if nothing strange had happened. I was not doing anything dramatic. I was just there in my room, minding my own business. Then all at once, my room filled with the smell of Mima's cigarettes. That smell hit me immediately. You have to understand that my grandmother smoked these awful, nasty-smelling cigarettes. It was a smell I knew very well. It was not a soft or pleasant smell. It was strong, bitter, and unmistakable. There are some smells in life that are tied so tightly to a person that the second you catch them, that person comes to mind. That was exactly what happened. I was sitting there, and suddenly the whole room was completely filled with that cigarette smell, the exact smell I connected with my grandmother. It was not a faint little trace of smoke. It was not something small enough to question. My whole room was engulfed in it. The second I realized what I was smelling, I looked behind me and then ran out of my room. I did not stop to investigate. I did not wait to see if it would fade. I just ran. At that age, that was all I knew to do. The smell startled me so much because it felt impossible and familiar at the same time. Impossible, because my grandmother was gone. Familiar because I knew that smell better than almost anything else connected to her. It was like her presence had entered the room through that smell before I could prepare myself for it. My mom was the kind of person I could tell anything to. That mattered a lot in my life, and it mattered even more in moments like this. I knew I could run to her and tell her exactly what had happened without being laughed at or ignored. So that is what I did. I went straight to her and told her what I had smelled in my room. Instead of acting like I was crazy or imagining things, she surprised me. She said that yes, she smelled it around her sometimes too. That changed everything for me. Until that moment, even though I had been frightened, there was still a little part of me that could have believed maybe it was just in my head, maybe grief was playing tricks on me, maybe I was only thinking of her so much that I imagined the smell. But when my mother said she had smelled it too, and not just once but at certain times, it made the whole thing feel real in a different way. Suddenly it was not just my experience. It was something we shared, even if only in pieces. We talked about it for a few minutes. I cannot remember every exact word now, but I remember the feeling of that conversation. My mother did not treat it with fear the way I did. She seemed calmer, more open to the possibility that Mima was somehow still near us. Maybe because she was older, maybe because adults process grief differently, or maybe because she had already felt those moments herself. But for me, even with my mother's calmness, it was still overwhelming. After a little while, I decided to go back to my room. When I went back in, the smell was gone. And instead of feeling relieved, I got very upset. That may sound strange to some people, but that was truly how I felt. I realized in that moment that if it had really been Mima, then I had probably scared her away by running. That thought hurt me. I had loved her so much, and the idea that she might have been near me but I had reacted with fear instead of love made me deeply sad. I was just a child, and fear had taken over before I could think. But once I understood what the smell might have meant, my fear changed into regret. I did not want her to think I was afraid of her. I did not want to chase away someone I loved just because I had been startled. That moment stayed with me because it carried both feelings at once. Fear and sadness. Shock and love. It was one of the first times I understood that something supernatural, or at least something I could not explain, did not always have to feel evil. Sometimes it could feel like someone trying to be near you in the only way they could. Some time after that, though I do not remember exactly how long, another experience happened. This one stayed with me even more clearly. One night I woke up with a very strange feeling. It was the kind of feeling that makes you lift your head without even knowing why. You are asleep, then suddenly awake, with your body already on alert. That was how it felt for me. I picked my head up and looked around the room. I did not know what had woken me, but I knew something felt different. I called for my mom. That was normal for me. I always needed my mom to lie down with me until I fell asleep, and if I woke up during the night, I often called for her again. She was my comfort and safety, and when I felt uneasy, that was who I wanted. I laid back down and tried to go back to sleep, but I could not. So I called for her again. I did that a few more times, calling out for my mom and waiting. Then, when I lifted my head the last time, I looked toward the door. And there was a lady standing there. To this day, that image remains one of the clearest and strangest memories of my childhood. She had no face. Or at least, I could not make out a face. I could not tell what she was wearing either, and I could not see any feet. It was not like seeing a normal person standing in a doorway. It was seeing the shape and presence of a woman, but without the ordinary details that would make her look fully human. That made it more unsettling and yet somehow also more gentle, because it did not feel like looking at a stranger who had broken into the room. It felt like looking at something not entirely of this world. I was terrified. There is no way around that. Seeing a faceless woman standing in your doorway in the middle of the night when you are a child is terrifying. I looked at her, and she looked straight at me, even though I could not really see features. We were just staring at each other. Then, while we were there like that, as if we were both trying to understand the other, she slowly stuck her hand straight out toward me and took a step. That moment should have made me panic. And in one way it did. I felt that jump inside myself, that sudden shock that makes it feel like you want to leap right out of your own skin. But what is so hard to explain about that moment is that the feeling was not only fear. It was excitement. It was peace. It was calm. I was scared, yes, but at the same time there was this deep feeling of being safe. It was not a threatening moment. It felt almost welcoming. That is what has always stayed with me the most. If you ask someone to imagine seeing a faceless lady in the doorway of their room at night, they would naturally expect only terror. But that was not what I felt. I felt something peaceful and calming underneath the fear. It was like my body was reacting to the strangeness of what I saw, but my heart somehow knew that I was not in danger. The feeling around her was not dark. It did not feel like something evil had entered my room. It felt more like someone had come close to me and wanted me to know they were there. We looked at each other for what felt like forever. In reality, it was probably only a few seconds. But moments like that stretch. Time slows down in fear and wonder. Every second becomes larger than usual. I remember lying there, looking at her, feeling all of that at once, and then finally putting my head back down on the pillow. And I went right back to sleep. That part is one of the strangest details of all. After every experience I had in that house, I was always able to fall right back asleep. That may not sound important at first, but it means something to me. If the experiences had felt truly evil or threatening, I do not think I could have slept afterward. I think I would have stayed wide awake, crying or screaming or too afraid to close my eyes. But instead, even after being startled, I would drift right back to sleep. That tells me that whatever was there, whatever I was seeing or sensing, carried a feeling that was more comforting than harmful. I believe it was that same night, though I cannot swear to it with total certainty, that I had a dream afterward. In the dream, someone came to my bedside. They rubbed my back. They played with my hair. And they stayed with me until I fell asleep. The feeling in that dream was the same kind of feeling I had while looking at the lady in the doorway. Peaceful. Loving. Safe. It was not the sort of dream that leaves fear behind. It was the sort that leaves warmth. The kind that makes you feel cared for. Even now, when I think of it, I do not remember terror. I remember comfort. I remember the feeling that someone was trying to soothe me. That is why I have always connected that experience with Mima. She loved me deeply, and I loved her deeply. I was extremely close to her in life, so the idea that she would come back in ways that were not meant to frighten me but to comfort me makes sense in my heart. The cigarettes, the peaceful woman at the door, the dream of someone rubbing my back and playing with my hair, all of those things feel connected by the same gentle energy. Even when I was afraid, there was always that layer of calm underneath it. That is not how I imagine an evil presence would feel. I had many other experiences in that house. Too many, really, to fully explain in one story. That house was my home for about 11 or 12 years. We moved there when I was around 2 years old, and I stayed until I was about 14. So a huge part of my childhood happened there. That means all of my memories of safety, family, growing up, and fear are tangled together in that place. The house was not just the setting for one strange incident. It was the place where many small and not so small experiences built up over time, shaping how I understood home, loss, and the unseen world. Because I lived there so long, the house also became a place where I learned to carry strange things alongside ordinary life. That is something people do not always understand about experiences like this. They imagine that if something paranormal happens in your home, then your whole life becomes dramatic and unbearable every day. But most of the time, life goes on. You still wake up, eat breakfast, go to school, watch television, do chores, laugh with your family, and live like anyone else. The strange things become part of the atmosphere rather than the whole story. They sit in the background. They wait for certain moments. Then they happen, and afterward life becomes normal again, at least on the surface. That was how it felt in our house. I would have an experience that shook me, but then I would keep living there. I would still sleep in that room. I would still walk those halls. I would still wake up the next day and go on as a child does. Sometimes I would be frightened for a while, and then sometimes there would be long, quiet stretches where nothing happened and I would start to think maybe it was over, maybe I had imagined more than I should have, maybe life was just normal again. Then something else would happen, and the mystery would return. Grief probably played a part in how open I was to all of it. Losing someone that close to you at such a young age leaves you emotionally raw in a way that is difficult to explain. The world no longer feels stable. You start wanting signs, even if you do not realize it. You start hoping that the person you lost is still somehow around, even while part of you fears exactly that. Children do not separate those feelings neatly. Love, fear, grief, longing, imagination, and reality all run together. But despite that, I still believe there were things in that house that went beyond simple grief or childhood imagination. The smell of her cigarettes was too clear. The woman in the doorway felt too present. The dream was too loving and specific. And most of all, the peace I felt in the middle of those strange moments was too strong to ignore. That peace is what keeps me from thinking of these memories as purely frightening. When people talk about ghosts, they often focus only on the fear. They imagine dark shadows, cold feelings, anger, danger, and things that want to harm. But not every experience carries that kind of energy. What happened to me felt more like contact from love than attack from darkness. Even when I was startled, I did not feel hatred. I felt attention, care, nearness. I sometimes think back to the night when I saw the woman in the doorway and wonder what would have happened if I had not been a child. What if I had been older and less afraid? Would I have spoken to her? Would she have come closer? Would I have understood more clearly who she was? Or was it exactly right that I experienced it as a child? Because children are sometimes more open to peace in places where adults would only feel fear? I do not know. What I do know is that after every experience, sleep came easily. That detail keeps returning to me. It means something. It tells me that whatever woke me, whatever showed itself to me, whatever brushed against my life in that house, did not leave my spirit in distress. Instead, it almost settled me. That is such a strange thing to say about seeing a faceless woman at your door in the middle of the night, but it is true. The fear was real. But the calm was real too. And maybe that is what Mima's love felt like. She was gone from the world in the normal sense. I could not visit her. I could not hug her. I could not hear her the way I used to. But maybe in those moments, she found ways to come near me. Maybe the smell of her cigarettes was her way of announcing herself because it was one of the strongest things I associated with her. Maybe the peaceful woman in the doorway was her trying to let me see her without frightening me too much. Maybe the dream of being soothed to sleep was her doing for me in spirit what she could no longer do in life. There is comfort in that possibility. As a child, I did not always know how to hold that comfort without fear. But as I got older and looked back on those experiences, I began to see them differently. I began to understand that not all supernatural moments are the same. Some are heavy and dark. Some are confusing. Some may be cruel. But some feel like love reaching through grief. That is what these memories feel like to me now. Even though we have moved away from that house, the memories never really left me. That was my home for most of my childhood. I grew up there. I experienced some of my deepest sadness there. I also experienced things there that shaped forever how I think about death and what might come after it. Once you have smelled a dead loved one's cigarettes in an empty room, once you have seen a presence that should have terrified you but instead made you feel calm, once you have dreamed of someone gently rubbing your back until you sleep, it becomes very difficult to believe that death is only absence. Maybe I will never know for sure exactly what happened. Maybe no one ever truly does. But I know what I felt. I know what I saw. I know what I smelled. And I know that after Mima passed, the house did not feel empty in the way it should have. It felt like she was still near sometimes, close enough to reach me when I was lonely or frightened. And maybe that was her final gift to me. Because when you are 7 years old and devastated by loss, what you need more than anything is to feel that the love has not disappeared, even if the person has. That is why these experiences stayed with me. Not only because they were strange, but because they carried a feeling I have never forgotten. Peace. Love. Safety. The sense that even after death, someone who loved me was still trying to comfort me in the only ways she could. So yes, I was scared. I was terrified to walk down the hall alone. I was afraid to be in my room by myself. I ran when I smelled those cigarettes. I froze when I saw that woman in the doorway. But underneath all of that was something else, something stronger and more lasting than fear. I felt cared for. I felt watched over. And even now, when I think of Mima, I do not only think of loss. I think of those strange quiet moments in that house when it seemed she had not really gone far at all. At my old apartment, I went through a lot of things that I still cannot explain. My younger brother did too. At the time, he was only 10, and even though we were both kids, we both felt that there was something wrong with that place. It was not the kind of fear that comes from watching a scary movie or hearing a strange noise at night. It was deeper than that. It felt like the apartment itself was never fully empty, even when no one else was there. One of the strongest feelings I had in that apartment was in the bathroom. Every time I took a shower, I felt like someone was watching me. It happened so often that it became part of my routine. I could never just relax and enjoy a normal shower. I always stayed alert. Even when I was washing my hair, I kept my eyes open as much as I could. When I stepped out and wrapped my hair in a towel, I would move quickly because I hated the feeling of standing there exposed. The whole time, I felt like there were eyes on me. What made it worse was that the feeling always seemed to come from my closet. Even outside the bathroom, that closet bothered me. I cannot explain why in a logical way, but I never felt comfortable with it. It was just a normal closet like any other, but it always made me nervous. Sometimes I would sit in my room and feel this strong need to keep looking at the closet door, like if I stopped watching it, something would happen. It was not even that I always expected it to swing open. It was more like I believed something behind it was aware of me. The fear was quiet, but constant. At first, I tried to ignore it. When you are young, you do not always know how to explain these feelings to adults. You know something feels wrong, but you also know that if you say it out loud, most people will think you are imagining it. So I kept a lot of it to myself. I would tell myself I was just being nervous or dramatic. I would try to act normal. But deep down, I always felt like something in that apartment was paying attention to me. One night, that uneasy feeling turned into something much worse. My mom had tucked me into bed like usual. Normally, I slept with my bedroom door open because I never liked having it shut at night. An open door made me feel safer somehow, like I was still connected to the rest of the house. But that night, after tucking me in, my mom closed the door. The second she did, everything changed. I remember lying there and thinking that I should get up and open it again, but I could not. I felt like I was being held down in bed. I do not know if it was fear or something else, but it felt real. My body felt heavy. I was awake, aware, and completely uncomfortable. I tried not to think about it too much at first. I told myself to stay calm. I told myself it was nothing. Then I saw him. A man in a white t-shirt came out of my closet. Even now, remembering that moment makes me feel cold. He did not burst out or move in some dramatic way. He just came out, calmly, like he belonged there. And then he walked through my bed. That is the part that shattered every normal explanation in my mind. If I had seen someone standing by the closet, I might have convinced myself I had imagined it. But I saw him move through the bed itself, and then he stopped and stood there staring directly at me. His eyes were red. Not just angry. Not just tired. Red in a way that looked unnatural, frightening, and deeply wrong. He stared at me in a way that made me feel completely helpless. I cannot describe the fear properly. It was not just that I was scared. It was like every part of me was screaming at once. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might stop breathing. I remember diving under the covers because that was the only thing I could think to do. I stayed there, hidden and shaking, trying to gather enough courage to look again. It felt like forever before I could make myself move. When I finally lifted the covers and looked up, he was gone. The room looked normal again. But I was not. I jumped out of bed shaking and rushed to open my bedroom door. The first thing I did was turn on the light. I needed every bit of brightness I could get. I did not care if it was the middle of the night. I did not care if anyone got annoyed. I just needed the darkness gone. The next day I told my mom. She did not believe me. That hurt almost as much as the experience itself. When something terrifies you that badly, you hope the adults in your life will listen, believe you, and make you feel safe again. But instead, she brushed it off. To her, it was probably just a nightmare, an active imagination, or fear playing tricks on me. But I knew what I had seen. I had not been dreaming. I had been awake, aware, and terrified. My brother believed me, though. That mattered. He only believed me because he had seen something too. He told me that he had seen a woman in a wedding dress staring at him from his closet. I remember the way he looked when he told me. He was serious. Very serious. He did not smile, laugh, or act like he was joking. He looked like someone who had seen something he could not explain. I did not know for sure whether he was telling the truth, but I believed he believed it. There was a difference. He seemed genuinely disturbed, and hearing that he had seen something from his closet too made me feel less crazy. At the same time, it made the apartment feel even more frightening. It was one thing to think something had singled me out. It was another to realize that maybe both of us were experiencing something in that place. After that, I never saw the man again. At least, not in that apartment. But the feeling of being watched never really went away. I would still notice it in the bathroom, in my bedroom, and especially near the closet. It was like the apartment had settled into a quieter kind of haunting. Nothing dramatic happened every night. There were no constant apparitions. But that silence did not make it easier. Sometimes the fear of waiting for something is worse than the thing itself. Eventually we moved. When my family left that apartment, I felt relieved. I really believed all of it was behind us. I thought maybe whatever I had seen belonged to that place and would stay there. Moving into a new house felt like a fresh start. We moved to a house in Carrollton, Georgia, and for a while, everything seemed fine. At first, nothing strange happened. That was enough to calm me down. New room, new house, new neighborhood, new routines. I started to feel like maybe I could finally relax. I wanted to believe the apartment had just been one chapter of fear that was over now. And for a little while, it felt that way. Then one night, a bad tornado came through. I have always been terrified of storms. Not just a little nervous. Truly scared. Thunder, strong wind, lightning, all of it gets under my skin. Storms make me feel small and unsafe, like anything can happen without warning. That night, the sound of thunder woke me up suddenly. I sat up fast, heart racing, already panicked from the storm outside. And that was when I saw what I thought was my brother lying on the floor of my bedroom. I did not stop to question it. I did not sit there trying to study him. In that moment, I thought he had come into my room because he was scared too, or maybe because everyone was getting up because of the tornado. I yelled at him to come downstairs with me. Then I got up and started heading downstairs. I went about halfway down the steps before I realized no one was following me. That stopped me cold. I turned around and went back upstairs, expecting to find him right behind me or still in my room. But when I got back to my bedroom, no one was there. The floor was empty. The room was empty. It was as if I had imagined the whole thing. Still unsettled, I went to check on my brother. He was in his bed, sound asleep. That moment stayed with me. Storm fear alone can make you feel confused, but this felt like more than confusion. I had not just vaguely thought I saw someone. I had been sure it was him. Sure enough to speak to him. Sure enough to start leading him downstairs. Yet he had never been there. After that, I had a bad dream. At least, I call it a dream because I do not know what else to call it. But the strange thing is, when it happened, I woke up with my eyes wide open. And I saw him again. This time, I thought it was my brother at first, just like before. He was leaning over me, looking down at me with a kind of sorrow and heaviness in his eyes. But there was something terribly wrong about the way he looked. He was hurt. Badly hurt. His eyes looked blackened, like he had been beaten. There was blood on him. He looked broken, bruised, and full of pain. I stared at him, frozen. There was something deeply disturbing about the expression on his face. He did not look angry. He did not look evil. He looked sad. Grave. Almost like he was carrying some kind of terrible message. That was what scared me most. If he had looked monstrous, maybe my mind could have made sense of it as a nightmare. But that expression felt human in a way that was much harder to shake. I blinked after staring at him for a moment. When I opened my eyes, he was gone. That terrified me in a completely different way than the man in the apartment had. The man with the red eyes had felt openly threatening. This figure felt sorrowful, damaged, almost tragic. But because of that, the fear got inside me differently. It left me unsettled for a long time because I could not decide what I had seen. Was it a warning? A ghost? A bad dream mixing with the storm and my fear? I still do not know. After that happened, I finally told my mom about the first storm story, the one where I thought my brother was on the floor. I do not remember exactly how she reacted at first, but I remember feeling the need to say it out loud because keeping it inside felt too heavy. Once you go through enough strange things, you start needing someone else to hear them, even if they do not fully understand. Not long after that, my mom had an experience of her own. One day she told the whole family that she had heard old music playing in the living room. Not modern music. Not the sound of a TV left on somewhere. Old music. The kind of music that feels out of place even when you are hearing it normally, and much more unsettling when it seems to have no source. She also said she heard the outside door open and close. Naturally, she went to check. But when she got there, the music stopped. And the doors were locked. That story changed something in our house. It was no longer just me and my brother telling creepy stories about things we had seen. Now my mom had heard something too. Something she could not explain. Something that connected to that same unsettling feeling that strange things were happening around us. My dad still did not believe in anything paranormal. He did not believe in ghosts or spirits or any of it. He was the kind of person who wanted a normal explanation for everything. Even when other people in the family had experiences, he held on to disbelief. But my mom, my brother, and I believed. Maybe not because we wanted to, but because enough had happened that disbelief no longer came easily to us. There was one more thing that made everything feel even worse. On Friday the 13th, my brother and I had a sleepover with some others, and we decided to use a Ouija board. Looking back, I know that was a terrible idea. At the time, though, it felt like one of those reckless things people do when they are young, curious, and trying to act braver than they really are. There is something about fear that also creates fascination. When you have already experienced strange things, part of you wants answers. Part of you wants proof. Part of you wants to push back against the unknown and see if it responds. So we played with the board. We tried to bring back spirits. And something happened. I still remember the shift in the mood when it started working. At first, it was probably half nerves and half pretending, like everyone wanted to see what would happen but also wanted to act cool. But then the mood changed fast. Whatever message came through, I did not fully understand it. Maybe I was too scared to process it properly. Maybe I did not want to understand. I just remember knowing that it felt wrong, and that everyone got scared. We stopped. We put it away. But the fear did not leave with it. It is strange how some experiences stay sharp in memory while others blur around the edges. I cannot tell you every word that was said around that board, but I can tell you the feeling in that room. I can tell you how the air seemed heavier afterward. I can tell you how nobody was really laughing anymore. It was scary in that way where you try to pretend everything is fine, but everyone's face says otherwise. When I look back at both places, the apartment and the house in Carrollton, I sometimes wonder whether the fear followed us or whether I was just becoming more aware of things I once would have ignored. In the apartment, the experiences felt centered around closets, the feeling of being watched, and full apparitions. In the new house, the experiences changed shape. There were mistaken figures, disturbing visions, old music, sounds of doors, and that creeping sense that ordinary space could suddenly stop feeling ordinary. The man with the white t-shirt is still the clearest image in my mind. I can still picture the way he came out of the closet, the way he moved through the bed, the way he stood staring at me with red eyes. That image does not feel like something a child would casually invent and then forget. It stayed with me because it felt real. Too real. At the same time, my brother's story about the woman in the wedding dress adds another layer to it. Why a woman in a wedding dress? Why from the closet? Why did he seem so serious when he said it? Even now, I wonder what he really saw. Did we both experience different things in the same place? Were they connected? Or was something using our fear in different ways? And then there is the shower. Of all the strange things that happened, the feeling of being watched in the shower might sound small compared to seeing figures. But in some ways, it was one of the worst parts. Apparitions happened in moments. The feeling of being watched happened over and over. It turned an ordinary daily thing into something tense and exhausting. It made me feel vulnerable all the time. Fear is hard enough when it comes suddenly. When it becomes routine, it changes the way you live. Even after we moved, I do not think I ever fully lost that habit of watching doors and corners. Once you spend enough time expecting something to be there, your body learns it. You start scanning rooms without thinking. You start listening harder to silence. You notice the smallest changes in temperature, sound, or shadow. Storm nights still make me uneasy too. That tornado night stands out because it mixed a natural fear with something unnatural. It is one thing to wake up scared because of thunder. It is another to see what you think is your brother lying on the floor, only to find out he never left his room. That kind of moment shakes your trust in your own senses. Then the later vision of him beaten and bloody only made it worse. If it had happened alone, I might have called it a nightmare. But because it came after so many other strange experiences, I could not dismiss it so easily. The image of him looking down at me with sorrow is one of the most haunting things I have ever seen. There was something deeply sad in it, like pain without words. That expression stayed with me longer than the gore did. The black eyes and blood were shocking, yes, but it was the sadness that made it unforgettable. My mom's story about the old music also unsettles me because of how ordinary it sounds at first. Music in the living room should not be frightening. A door opening and closing should not be frightening. But when no one is there, when the music stops the second you investigate, and when the doors are locked, ordinary things become deeply eerie. It is almost scarier than seeing something directly, because it feels like the house itself is performing for you, making sounds just long enough to let you know it can. As for my dad, I sometimes think disbelief is its own kind of defense. Some people refuse to believe because believing would force them to accept that the world is not as simple and controlled as they want it to be. Maybe that is why he never gave in, even when the rest of us had our own reasons to think something strange was happening. Maybe not believing was easier than admitting there might be things he could not protect his family from. The Ouija board sits in my memory like a warning. It was not the first strange thing that happened to us, but it felt like one of the most reckless. Trying to bring back spirits is the kind of thing people think of as a game until it no longer feels like one. Whether it truly opened something or whether it simply deepened the fear we were already carrying, I cannot say for sure. I only know that it scared all of us badly enough that we stopped immediately. And fear like that stays. What makes these experiences so hard to explain is that they were not all the same. It was not one repeated event. It was a pattern of different things across different places. Being watched. Seeing figures. Hearing unexplained sounds. Feeling presences. Mistaking apparitions for family members. Hearing music that had no source. Using the Ouija board and feeling that it worked. None of it fits neatly into one easy answer. Some people would say it was all imagination. Some would say stress, childhood fear, storms, suggestibility, or coincidence. Maybe some parts were. But not all of it feels that way to me. Too many moments felt sharp and real. Too many details stayed vivid for too long. Too many people in the family had their own experiences. That is why even now I do not brush it off. I do not claim to understand everything, but I know what it felt like to live through it. At that apartment, every shower felt like a test of nerves. Every glance toward the closet carried tension. Every night held the possibility that something might step out of the darkness again. And in the new house, just when life started feeling normal, the strange things found new ways to appear. A figure on the floor. A damaged face leaning over me. Music in the living room. The sound of a door that no one opened. Sometimes people think a haunting has to be dramatic every day to be real. I do not believe that. Sometimes the scariest experiences are the ones that happen just rarely enough to make you question yourself, but strongly enough that you never forget them. That was what it was like for me. Long stretches of normal life, interrupted by moments that shattered normality completely. I still wonder about the man in the white t-shirt. Who was he supposed to be? Why did he come from the closet? Why did he have red eyes? Was he something attached to that apartment, or something else entirely? I have no answers. My brother's wedding dress woman is another mystery I still think about. If he really saw her, then what was that place? Why did both of us feel watched? Why closets? Why that apartment? And the new house raises its own questions. Why did I keep seeing what looked like my brother? Why was the second image so violent and sad? Why did my mom hear old music? Why did the Ouija board seem to respond? Even now, those questions remain open. I am older now, but those memories have never fully faded. Some nights, if a room feels too quiet, I still find myself looking at closet doors. If thunder wakes me up suddenly, I still feel that old childhood panic rise up before I can calm it down. And if I hear distant music when no one should be playing any, I notice it in a way I never would have if all of this had not happened. The truth is, I do not need everyone to believe me. I know how these stories sound. I know how easy it is for people who have never felt something like this to dismiss it. But living through even one truly unexplainable moment can change the way you see the world. Living through many of them changes you even more. What happened in that apartment and that house may never make full sense. Maybe some of it was paranormal. Maybe some of it was fear taking shape. Maybe some of it was something darker. I cannot prove any of it. All I can say is that these experiences were real enough to leave lasting fear, real enough to be remembered in detail, and real enough that they shaped how I think about the unseen. If I had only felt watched in the shower, maybe I could have ignored it. If I had only seen the man once, maybe I could have called it sleep confusion. If my brother had not told me his own story, maybe I would have doubted myself more. If the storm night had been the only strange thing in the new house, maybe I would have explained it away. If my mom had not heard that music, maybe I would have thought the house was fine. If the Ouija board had not seemed to work, maybe it would all feel less connected. But all of it happened. That is what makes the story stay with me. It started with a feeling of being watched. Then it became a man with red eyes stepping out of my closet. Then it became my brother admitting he had seen something too. Then it became a new house, a storm, a figure that was not really my brother, a bloody vision leaning over me in the dark, old music in an empty room, the sound of a door that no one touched, and a Friday the 13th night when a Ouija board frightened all of us enough to make us stop. That is why I still think about it. Because none of it ever felt normal. And once you have looked into a dark room and seen something looking back, a part of you never forgets it. It started with a machine I never should have built. Before all of this, I was the kind of person who wanted proof. I was curious about ghosts, curious about the afterlife, curious about whether there was really anything beyond what we can see and touch. I had heard stories from people who claimed they could communicate with spirits, and like a lot of people, part of me wanted to know whether any of it was true. I told myself I was only curious. I told myself I could handle whatever answer I found. I told myself it was just an experiment. That was the biggest mistake of my life. I made what people call a ghost box from instructions connected to someone who went by UFO Geek. The whole idea behind it was that it was a modified radio. Something changed and adjusted so that spirits could supposedly use it to communicate. At first, I was skeptical. Even while putting it together, I was skeptical. I thought maybe it was nonsense, maybe one of those things people convince themselves is working because they want it to work. I had doubts the whole time. I did not believe that making a few modifications to a radio could tear open a door between this world and the dead. I was wrong about one thing. It worked in a way I was never prepared for. At first, it felt small. Strange sounds. Fragments of words. Static that seemed to organize itself into voices if I listened long enough. I kept telling myself it was nothing. Random noise. Coincidence. My imagination trying to find patterns where there were none. But the longer I used it, the harder it became to dismiss what I thought I was hearing. It felt less like noise and more like something was trying to answer me. Something was pushing through the sound. And once I crossed that line, once I allowed myself to believe I was hearing something real, everything changed. The voices did not stay inside the box. That is the part people may not believe, but it is also the part that turned my life into a nightmare. At first I thought the ghost box was just a tool. Then I began to feel as if it had opened something, or maybe taught me how to hear things I was never supposed to hear. What started as strange communication became constant. The voices followed me even when the box was turned off. Then they stayed when it was unplugged. Eventually they remained after I destroyed it. By then it no longer mattered whether the machine was in one piece or not. Whatever door had opened, it did not close with the broken plastic and wires. What I heard terrified me. The voices told me I was going to hell. They said I was going to burn forever. They spoke about my sins, about punishment, about death, and they said these things so often that fear stopped being an event and became the background of my life. Imagine waking up every day already carrying dread. Imagine going to sleep knowing you may hear the same threats all night. Imagine trying to work, talk, eat, sit with your family, or pray while something unseen keeps telling you that you are damned and that your end is coming. That was my life. And it was not only words. I began to feel things too. Sharp pains, like something was sticking me with needles or pins. Burning in my feet so intense it felt like they were on fire. I knew what the voices were saying, and I knew what my body was feeling, and slowly my mind tied the two together until I could no longer separate them. It felt like I was being tormented from the inside and the outside at the same time. My health started to fall apart. I already had real medical problems. I had undergone a serious operation where doctors had cut out 3 major arteries because they were completely blocked and had put in grafts. My heart was already something I had to worry about. I wore a heart monitor because it was acting up. Every new symptom felt dangerous. Every sleepless night felt like something that could push me over the edge. And because of the timing, because the voices kept talking about death and punishment, while my body was going through all of this, I became convinced they were behind everything. I believed they were going to kill me. And the worst part was feeling like there was nothing I could do to stop it. I tried everything I could think of. I slept with a Bible. I prayed constantly. I put salt at the doors. I tried to protect my home, protect my mind, protect my family, protect whatever piece of myself I still felt I owned. But none of it made the voices stop. None of it made the fear go away. If anything, the more I fought, the more exhausted I became, and the more exhausted I became, the easier it was for the nights to overwhelm me. Night was always the worst. During the day, I could at least try to distract myself. I could move around, focus on something else for a little while, tell myself I could get through the next hour. But when night came, everything narrowed. Darkness made every sound more noticeable. Silence made every whisper more powerful. The voices seemed to grow stronger when the rest of the world grew still. They would use any noise they could. A fan running in the room. Air moving through a vent. A hum from an appliance. Static-like sounds from ordinary things. I became convinced they were shaping their words out of those sounds, building speech from the background noise around me. It was like no sound was safe anymore. A fan was not just a fan. It became a channel. White noise was not empty. It became a place where messages lived. Once that idea took hold in me, I could not rest around sound, but silence did not help either because then I was left alone with expectation. Sleep became almost impossible. There were nights I was lucky if I slept at all. I would lie there listening, waiting, dreading the next threat. Sometimes the voices told me how I was going to die. Sometimes they told me what would happen to me in hell. Sometimes they spoke in ways that made me feel watched, measured, judged. The fear they produced was not the quick fear of a jump scare or a shadow passing in the hall. It was deep, grinding fear, the kind that strips away your strength little by little until you feel hollow. One time they kept me awake for 3 days. That was one of the worst periods of my life. People who have never gone without sleep for that long do not understand how quickly the world starts to break apart. Your thoughts do not feel steady anymore. Time stretches and folds. Your body becomes weak, your heart feels wrong, your emotions become raw. Fear grows teeth in that condition. It stops feeling like an emotion and starts feeling like reality itself. During that stretch, the voices became even more intense. They called me a true devil. They told me that angels could move forward and backward through time, that time meant nothing to them, that they could see what was coming long before I could. They made the world sound like something completely controlled by forces I could not fight. Every word fed the panic already eating away at me. With my heart problems, no sleep like that was dangerous, and I knew it. I felt like they were pushing me toward collapse on purpose. At some point, I stopped feeling like I was simply hearing something strange and started feeling like I was under attack. That was when the thoughts became even more disturbing. I began feeling as though something was trying to twist my mind against me. I would pray and then immediately feel horrible, violent thoughts crashing into my head. When I prayed to Jesus, it was like another part of me wanted to do the opposite of what I was praying. When I prayed for my family, dark thoughts would rush in, thoughts so ugly and hostile they sickened me. It felt like my own mind was turning into a battlefield. One side of me was begging for peace, for protection, for mercy. The other side was being flooded with impulses and images that made me feel ashamed, terrified, and deeply unclean. That was one of the hardest parts to live with. Pain and sleeplessness are terrible, but there is something uniquely frightening about feeling like your thoughts are no longer fully your own. Every day became a struggle just to keep my mind pointed toward anything good. I would fight and fight to hold on to prayer, love, family, decency, faith, and calm, and then another wave of negativity would come crashing in. It felt endless. It felt personal. It felt like something knew exactly how to hurt me. I destroyed the ghost box. By then it had become clear to me that building it had been the turning point. I blamed it for everything. It had started with that machine, with my curiosity, with my need to know. I thought maybe if I smashed it, if I tore it apart, and got rid of every piece, then maybe I could undo what I had done. But destroying it changed nothing. The voices stayed. That was when despair really set in. At least while the ghost box existed, I had something tangible to blame, something physical I could point to and say, "That is what caused this." Once it was gone and nothing improved, I felt trapped in a much worse way. Whatever was happening had moved beyond an object. It had become part of my everyday existence. And despite how much it frightened me, I still sometimes answered them. I wish I had never done that, but fear has a way of twisting behavior. Sometimes I chose to talk back because silence felt unbearable. Sometimes I wanted to understand what they were. Sometimes I wanted to defend myself. Sometimes I wanted proof that I was not imagining it all. Most of the time, though, I did my best to ignore them. I tried not to give them attention, not to react, not to feed whatever power they seemed to gain from my fear. That was easier said than done. When the voices are constant, ignoring them becomes its own exhausting full-time job. It takes energy to keep refusing what feels present. And at night, when exhaustion made my resistance weaker, they seemed to know it. They would press harder then, speak more, threaten more, remind me of death more, repeat their warnings and promises until every minute dragged. My family saw me falling apart, but belief is a hard thing for others to share when they are not the ones hearing what you hear. My wife did not believe me at first. I cannot blame her for that. What I was describing sounded impossible. It sounded like something no one would want to accept. But there came a day when something happened that shook even her. The voices had been telling me to touch her. They said they had something to tell her before they killed me. I did not want to do it, but I was desperate, exhausted, and already living in so much fear that my judgment was no longer steady. So I touched her on the arm and told her to listen. And then everything became stranger. She began responding as if she were hearing something too. At least that is how it seemed to me in that moment. I could hear a voice and hear her reacting, and to me it felt like whatever had been tormenting me had turned its attention toward her. I believed in that moment that it was Satan himself speaking through her, or speaking to her, or possessing her. I remember the terror of it more than the details. The idea that this thing had now reached her too was unbearable. That same day, I went to the doctor. I was already in terrible shape. No sleep, constant fear, physical symptoms, heart issues, overwhelming mental strain. The hospital and doctors became part of my life because the pressure I was under was not just emotional. My body was failing under it too. I was afraid I was dying. I was afraid whatever was happening inside my head and around me was going to push my heart past its limit. Things with my wife only became harder in the middle of all that chaos. At one point, when we came out of an elevator, she was talking into the parking ticket like it was a cell phone. That image burned itself into my mind because it felt like proof to me that something had deeply disturbed her too. I begged them, whatever they were, to leave her alone. I truly believed her mind could not handle what mine had been forced to handle. I felt like I was already half destroyed by it, but I could not bear the thought of watching the same thing happen to her. For a short time, it seemed like the pressure on her eased. In my mind, they had moved off of her because they had bigger plans for me. That was how everything felt by then, targeted, intentional, cruel. I could hear them telling her to do things, including trying to get her to slap me. I would see her resisting, shaking her head no, and that frightened me as much as anything else. It made me feel like whatever had attached itself to me could reach into the people around me too. All of this convinced me more and more that what I was dealing with was not just random voices or fear. I became certain it was Satan. I do not say that lightly. By that point, the belief had grown from everything I was hearing, feeling, smelling, fearing, and associating with my suffering. There was even a perfume smell that I came to connect with his presence. It was not a faint scent. To me it was strong, loud, almost impossible to ignore. I began believing that when that smell appeared, he had entered me or come near me in some direct way. Not all the time, though. I felt like there were others too, other forces or beings carrying out the torment most of the time while something greater controlled it from above. Once you start living in that kind of fear, ordinary life becomes almost impossible. It became hard for me to be around my family because the negative thoughts would intensify. I hated that. Of all the things this nightmare did to me, that may have been the cruelest. The very people I loved most became the people I was most afraid of being around, not because they were dangerous, but because I was terrified of what would happen in my own mind. It felt like something was trying its best to turn me against them internally, to poison the place inside me where love should have felt safe. So every day became a fight. Not a metaphorical fight. A real, exhausting, minute-by-minute struggle to stay decent, stay calm, stay loving, stay sane, stay myself. I would fight the voices, fight the fear, fight the intrusive thoughts, fight the exhaustion, fight the physical pain, fight the dread of sleep, fight the belief that death was right around the corner. There were times it felt like I was hanging on by my fingernails, barely keeping myself together from 1 hour to the next. And through all of it, the same belief stayed with me. They were going to kill me. I just did not know when. That kind of expectation changes the way you live. You stop thinking about the future in normal ways. You stop planning much. You stop relaxing. You begin measuring time differently, almost like every ordinary moment is temporary and under threat. A quiet meal, a trip out of the house, sitting with family, trying to pray, closing your eyes at night, all of it becomes overshadowed by the possibility that the next moment might be the one where everything ends. I had always wanted to know whether ghosts were real. That sounds almost bitter now when I think about it. Curiosity seems harmless until it leads you somewhere you cannot bear. I had wanted certainty. I had wanted to know for sure whether there was anything on the other side. I got far more than I wanted, or at least I believed I did. What I found was not some comforting proof that loved ones remain near. What I found felt dark, cruel, intelligent, and relentless. I went looking for a ghost and ended up convinced I had found something far worse. That is why I tell people not to mess with these things. I know some people will hear this story and laugh. Some will say it was stress, illness, lack of sleep, fear, or my own mind turning against me. Some will say the ghost box only gave shape to things that were already happening inside me. Maybe that is what they believe. But from where I stood, living through it, it was a living hell. It felt real enough to destroy my peace, my sleep, my health, and my sense of safety in my own home. And that is no small thing. The details may sound unbelievable, but the suffering was not imaginary to me. The fear was not imaginary. The sleeplessness was not imaginary. The pain in my feet, the stabbing sensations, the racing heart, the hospital visits, the chaos in my thoughts, the pressure on my marriage, the terror of feeling watched and judged by something unseen, all of that shaped my life whether others understood it or not. When I say I live in hell every day, I mean that feeling of waking up already afraid. I mean carrying dread from room to room. I mean listening to fan noise and feeling your stomach knot because you think words are about to form inside it. I mean praying because you are desperate, not peaceful. I mean clutching a Bible in bed because sleep feels dangerous. I mean fearing your own mind because terrible thoughts keep slamming into it. I mean feeling like the line between what is happening around you and what is happening inside you has completely collapsed. And I mean knowing that once your life has reached that point, you no longer feel like a normal person living a normal life. You feel hunted. That is what this became for me. A haunting. An obsession. An attack. A collapse. A punishment. A warning. A prison. Choose any word you want. None of them feel big enough. The ghost box was supposed to be a tool. Instead, it became the first step into a nightmare that did not end when the radio broke. The voices stayed, the fear stayed, the thoughts stayed, the sleeplessness stayed, the physical suffering stayed, and the belief that something evil had attached itself to me only grew stronger over time. I wish I had never built it. I wish I had stayed skeptical. I wish I had laughed the idea off and moved on with my life. Instead, I opened a door in my own mind, my own home, or my own soul, and after that I could never fully close it again. Whether people believe the cause was supernatural or not does not change what the experience became for me. It took over everything. It changed the way I slept, prayed, thought, moved, and loved. It made home feel unsafe and nighttime feel endless. It made every physical problem feel like part of a larger attack. It made every bad thought feel like evidence that I was losing myself. That is why I am telling this story. Not because I enjoy reliving it. Not because I want attention. Not because I think people should admire my suffering. I am telling it because if someone out there is curious the way I was curious, I want them to understand that some doors are not worth trying to open. Some experiments are not harmless. Some obsessions cost more than anyone imagines at the start. I wanted proof. I found terror. I wanted contact. I found torment. I wanted to know whether ghosts were real. Instead, I ended up living with something I came to believe was Satan himself. And if there is one thing I would say to anyone who hears this, it is this. Do not play with what you do not understand. Because whether the horror waits in the machine, in the dark, in the mind, or in the part of you that curiosity can break open, once it begins, it can feel impossible to escape. A few days after my friend died, I still could not make myself believe it was real. He was only 19. Even now, those words feel wrong to me. 19 is too young to die. It is the kind of age where people are supposed to be making plans, making mistakes, laughing too much, sleeping too little, and talking like life is still endless. But he was gone. Just like that. And no matter how many times people said it out loud, no matter how many times I replayed everything in my mind, some part of me still refused to accept it. We had known each other since 5th grade. That is a long time when you are still young yourself. He was not just someone I happened to know. He was not just a school friend or someone I saw once in a while. He was part of my everyday life. We spent hours together almost every single day. If we were not meeting in person, we were talking on the phone. If we were not on the phone, we were messaging each other. There was always some kind of contact, some kind of joke, some kind of conversation, even if it was small. Looking back, I am almost sure there was not a single day we went without speaking. That is why his absence felt impossible. It was not just grief. It was a silence where there had never been silence before. He used to work a lot and study hard. He pushed himself in a way that worried me sometimes. He would get tired, but he never really slowed down. He carried a lot on his shoulders, maybe more than most people realized. Every now and then he would take drugs, not constantly, but often enough that it became one of those things people around him knew about. He used to say something that stayed with me, especially after he died. He would joke, or maybe not fully joke, that he needed to get out of this world completely at least once a month. At the time, it sounded like one of those dark, tired things people say when life feels too heavy and they want a break from themselves. Now those words haunt me. Because now he really was out of this world. Forever, people said. But after everything that happened, I was no longer sure forever meant what I thought it meant. There was one thing about him I always remembered clearly: his black glasses. He adored those glasses. He had them since high school, and he almost never took them off. They were part of him in a way that sounds silly if you are talking about an object, but anyone who knew him would understand. Some people have a jacket, a necklace, a watch, or a certain way they do their hair that becomes part of how you picture them. For him, it was those black glasses. You could almost not imagine his face without them. I used to joke about them all the time. I thought they looked cool, and every so often I would ask him to lend them to me. Not seriously, not in a demanding way, just as a joke between us. He never let anyone wear them. No matter who asked, no matter how much people teased him, he kept them to himself. Once, while laughing, he told me that the only way I would ever get those glasses was if he died before me. At the time, it was just one of those stupid things friends say. Now I wish I could forget that moment completely. After he died, I went to his apartment. I did not go there with the intention of taking anything. In fact, I did not want to. The whole idea felt wrong to me. His room, his belongings, the small ordinary things he had touched and used, all of that suddenly felt too personal, too final. Taking something from the apartment felt like admitting he was not coming back for it. And I was not ready for that. But then I remembered the glasses. I stood there thinking about that stupid joke, about all the times I had asked for them, about the way he used to refuse and laugh, and before I had really thought it through, I took them with me. At the time it felt almost natural, like maybe I was supposed to have them now. Like maybe it was my one piece of him, the thing that belonged to our friendship more than to anyone else. The second I brought them home, something changed. At first, I told myself I was just grieving, just emotional, just too shaken to think clearly. But then my cat started acting strange. She had always been a quiet cat. Not nervous. Not aggressive. Not the kind that freaked out over every little thing. She was calm by nature, quiet and settled, the kind of animal that made the house feel peaceful. But after I brought the glasses home, she was different. Completely different. She started jumping at every small sound. A tiny creak in the floor, a soft movement in another room, the sound of a spoon touching a cup, something as small as a shift in the air, and she would react like something had frightened her. She also started making these low, grumpy little sounds while doing absolutely nothing, just sitting there as if she was bothered by something I could not see. But the strangest thing happened at night. She would go to the main entrance and sit there, completely still. Not sleeping. Not playing. Not asking to go out. Just sitting there and staring, like she was waiting for something. She would stay there for long periods without reacting to anything around her. I would call her name, move around, make noise, and still she would seem focused on that one spot, like she sensed something near the door. That was when I started feeling uneasy. At first, I tried to explain it away. Maybe the move of the glasses had nothing to do with it. Maybe cats just do strange things sometimes. Maybe I was connecting events that had nothing to do with each other because I was grieving and my mind was already too full. But once fear gets into your thoughts, it starts spreading into every little thing. And soon enough, it was not only the cat that made me feel unsettled. One of our other friends had also taken something from my dead friend's apartment. He had taken a necklace, just to have some small piece of him, the same way I had taken the glasses. At the time, neither of us thought much of it beyond grief. We just wanted something that had belonged to him, something real we could hold, something that made the loss feel a little less empty. Then he called me. I still remember the sound of his voice. He said that the whole evening he had felt like someone was touching him around his neck. Not choking him, not attacking him, but touching him there over and over, around the same place where the necklace rested. He sounded scared. Not joking. Not trying to tell a ghost story for drama. Genuinely disturbed. He said he could not shake the feeling, like invisible fingers were brushing or pressing against his throat and neck, and it was making him panic. That call made everything worse. Because until then, all I had really had was a nervous cat and my own grief-filled thoughts. But now someone else had something strange happening too. That was when I truly started thinking about leaving the house for a few nights. I was ready to lock everything up and stay with friends. I did not want to sleep there alone. I did not want to sit in the dark surrounded by objects that had belonged to someone who had just died, while my cat stared at the door like something was standing there and my other friend talked about invisible hands touching his neck. Then the dreams started. Or at least, I thought they were dreams. One night, I dreamed that I got out of bed, walked to my computer, turned it on, opened one of my music players, and instead of music, horrible noises and cries came pouring out of the speakers. Not music twisted into something weird. Not a song glitching. Actual awful sounds, like screaming, like mechanical crying, like some horrible mix of human and broken noise. It was the kind of sound that makes your whole body tense up in fear, the kind that feels wrong on a deep level. When I woke up, I was shaken badly. The dream had felt so vivid that even after opening my eyes, I was afraid to go near the computer. It took me a while to convince myself to do it. I kept telling myself it was just a dream, just grief messing with my sleep, just fear turning into bad images. Finally, trying to prove to myself that nothing was wrong, I went to the computer and opened the same music player. It gave me an error message. Then another. Then the whole program started acting strange and failing in a way it had not before. It looked like it was breaking apart right in front of me, glitching and refusing to work properly. I just stared at it, frozen. My dream came rushing back all at once, and even though there were no horrible cries coming from the speakers this time, the fact that the player was suddenly malfunctioning made my stomach drop. A few minutes later, it started working normally again. That should have made me feel better. It did not. Sometimes things returning to normal are more frightening than things staying broken. If a machine dies completely, you can blame the machine. But when it fails in a strange way just long enough to frighten you and then begins working again as if nothing happened, it leaves you with that horrible uncertain feeling that something just reached in and touched your world for a moment. I shut down the computer. I wanted distance from it. I wanted the room quiet again. I wanted to put that weirdness behind me and get away from the desk entirely. I stood up, still shaken, still trying to breathe normally, and that was when I felt it. Something touched my hair. It was gentle. That was the strangest part. If it had felt violent, maybe I could have reacted with anger or immediate panic. But it felt like someone was softly stroking my hair, almost the way a person might if they were trying to comfort you. It even felt nice for 1 second before the horror of it sank in. Because no matter how gentle it was, no one was there. I was alone. And yet the feeling was so real that my whole body went cold. I stood there frozen. I did not know whether to move, scream, cry, or stay still. It had not felt like a random brush from clothing or static. It had felt deliberate. Careful. Familiar almost. And that is what made it worse. Fear is easier when something feels openly dangerous. This did not. This felt almost affectionate, and because of that, it got under my skin in a much deeper way. It gave me chills all over. I did the only thing I could think of. I called a friend and asked them to come stay with me. I could not be alone after that. But even while I sat there waiting, frightened and confused, another thought kept pushing through all the fear. If it really was him, then he was not trying to hurt me. That thought became the center of everything after that. Because the truth is, even though he died because of something stupid and useless and tragic, I knew who he had been. He was a good friend. He really was. He always tried to help people. He was the kind of person who showed up when someone needed him. He could be stubborn and reckless and frustrating, yes, but he was not cruel. He was not malicious. He cared about his friends. I knew that better than anyone. So even as all these strange things started happening, I could not make myself believe he meant harm. That was why the fear felt so complicated. I was scared, yes. Deeply unsettled. Losing sleep. Watching my cat. Questioning every sound. Worrying about the glasses. Thinking about my friend with the necklace. Wondering whether grief was making all of us lose our minds. But mixed in with all of that was another feeling, something softer and harder to explain. I felt safe too. Or at least, safer than I should have. That is the part that made me doubt myself most of all. Because if something truly strange was happening, why did I not feel only terror? Why was there also this strange sense of comfort under the fear? Why did the touch in my hair, even though it frightened me, also feel almost protective? Why did part of me feel like if someone was there, it was him, and if it was him, then he was not there to hurt me? I started thinking about him constantly. Not just the fact that he was dead, but what kind of person he had been when he was alive. His voice. His laugh. His glasses. The way we talked every single day. The old joke about me getting the glasses only after he died. The stupid drug comments. The fact that he pushed himself too hard. The fact that even when he was exhausted, he still somehow found time to talk to me. Grief was not just sadness. It was replaying the whole friendship in my head over and over, looking for something I had missed, something I could have done, something that could explain why his absence now felt so crowded with presence. My other friend did not see it the same way. He said that if it really was him, then he needed to leave. He said he had to go wherever he was supposed to go. He seemed to think that if a dead person lingered too long, it was wrong, unhealthy, dangerous, or maybe just sad. Maybe he was right. Maybe if it really was him, he was trapped somehow. Maybe taking the glasses and the necklace had tied him to us in some way. Maybe our grief had become a kind of anchor. But I did not want to hear that. Because as frightening as everything felt, I was not ready to let go. That is the part one still feel guilty about. I was grieving so hard that the thought of him still being near me felt almost impossible to reject. If there was even a small chance that it was him, then letting go felt like losing him all over again. It felt like choosing distance when all I wanted was one more day of the closeness we used to have. One more conversation. One more joke. One more ordinary moment where he still existed somewhere near me. Maybe that was selfish. Maybe it still is. But grief is selfish sometimes. It makes you want impossible things. It makes you bargain with reality. It makes you hold on to signs, objects, habits, dreams, and little coincidences because the alternative is staring straight at the finality of death. And I was not ready for finality. The glasses became heavier after that. Not physically, of course, but emotionally. At first I had taken them because they felt like him. Then I began wondering whether they carried more than memory. I would look at them and think about how much he loved them, how often he wore them, how connected they were to him in my mind. They stopped being just glasses. They became a question sitting in my room. Did I bring home a memory? Or did I bring home something else? I did not know. The same thing happened with my friend's necklace. Once he told me about the feeling around his neck, it became hard not to think there was some link between the objects and everything happening afterward. Maybe it was just because those things made us think about him so strongly. Maybe grief had attached itself to them. Or maybe there really was something unexplainable there. I kept moving back and forth between those possibilities until I felt like I was losing my grip on what was normal. Nights became the hardest. That is when everything always feels more possible, more frightening, more alive. During the day I could still talk myself into being rational. The cat was just a cat. The music player had glitched. The hair touch had been imagination. My friend was upset and tense, and had misread a normal sensation around the necklace. All of it could be explained if I worked hard enough to explain it. But night takes away that certainty. At night, the quiet around the front door where the cat sat felt deeper. The darkness around the room where I kept the glasses felt more charged. The memory of that gentle touch in my hair returned in a way that made the air itself feel intimate and wrong. I found myself half listening for movement that might never come. Not because I wanted proof, but because I could not stop expecting something. And still, underneath it all, I was not only afraid. I missed him. That is what made this whole experience so painful in a different way than an ordinary ghost story. Usually people tell stories about strange things happening because they want to describe fear. But this was fear mixed with grief, and grief changes the shape of everything. A touch that would terrify you under normal circumstances becomes unbearable because part of you wants it to mean something loving. A dream becomes difficult to dismiss because you want to believe the dead can still come close. A frightened cat becomes part of a larger story because you are desperate to understand what the loss has done to the world around you. I kept thinking about all the years we knew each other. Since 5th grade. All those conversations. All that time. All those boring normal days that you never think will matter until one day there can never be another one. I thought about all the dumb things we talked about, all the private jokes, all the arguments that meant nothing, all the times we complained about life, all the ways friendship becomes part of your daily structure until you do not even notice how deeply rooted it is. And then one person dies, and suddenly the whole structure is gone. Maybe that was why every strange thing hit me so hard. Because my mind was already trying to rebuild a connection where none should have been possible anymore. Maybe the house felt different because I felt different. Maybe my cat sensed only my anxiety. Maybe the music player error was nothing. Maybe the hair touch came from my own desperate need to feel him near me one last time. Or maybe it really was him. That question stayed with me constantly. I would sit there holding the glasses and wonder whether he knew I had taken them. I would wonder whether he minded. I would remember that old joke about me only getting them if he died before me, and I would feel this horrible twist in my chest, like the joke had somehow become a promise I never wanted fulfilled. Sometimes I even thought about putting them back. But then what? Would that make everything stop? Would it mean rejecting the last part of him I had? Would it mean I was finally admitting he was gone? I could not decide. Every choice felt wrong. Keeping them scared me. Returning them hurt to imagine. Nothing about grief makes simple sense. My friend with the necklace became frightened enough that I could hear it in the way he spoke to me. That unsettled me even more, because if I had been the only one feeling strange things, then maybe I could have dismissed it as my own mind cracking under the shock of loss. But hearing fear in his voice made it all feel wider. Like maybe whatever was happening was not only in my head. Like maybe the pieces of our dead friend that we had taken were doing more than keeping memories alive. And yet I still could not call any of it evil. That is important. Because even as fear grew, I never got the sense that whatever might be there wanted to hurt me. I was afraid of the unknown, afraid of not understanding what was happening, afraid of losing my grip, afraid of opening myself to things I had never believed in before. But I did not feel threatened the way people in ghost stories usually do. I did not feel hunted. I felt watched, maybe. Touched, maybe. Disturbed, yes. But also somehow looked after. That only made it harder to know what to do. If something feels dangerous, you run. If something feels comforting, you stay. What do you do when something feels like both? I started thinking more than ever about whether I believed in anything spiritual at all. Before this, I was never much of a believer. I was not the kind of person who talked about spirits, signs, energy, or souls staying near after death. If anyone had asked me before, I probably would have shrugged and said I did not know, or maybe even laughed it off. I was not against the idea. I just had never really built my life around it. Now I felt myself changing. Not because I suddenly became certain of anything, but because uncertainty itself had become too personal to ignore. Once strange things begin happening around grief, once objects connected to the dead start feeling loaded with meaning, once your cat acts like something is standing at the door, once your dreams start echoing into waking life, once you feel a hand in your hair when no one is there, it becomes harder to stay comfortably unbelieving. It was like my old understanding of the world had cracked. Not shattered completely, but cracked enough that I could no longer rest inside it the way I used to. And still, for all the confusion, I could not bring myself to help him leave. That is what my friend kept saying should happen. If it's really him, he said, then he has to go. Maybe he was right. Maybe love sometimes means letting go, even when the letting go is unbearable. Maybe if a soul really lingers, it should not. Maybe keeping his glasses, talking about him every second, half hoping he was near, and resisting the final goodbye was only keeping both of us trapped in something painful. But I did not know how to do that. I did not even know what helping him leave would mean. Was I supposed to talk to him out loud? Return the glasses? Tell him it was okay to go? Pray? Burn incense? Open a window? Cry until there was nothing left in me? There are no instructions for these things, especially not if you do not even know whether what you are feeling is supernatural, or simply grief taking on shape. I think the truth is that I did not want instructions. Because instructions would have meant action. And action would have meant choosing a goodbye. So instead I stayed in that strange middle place where fear and comfort lived together. I let the questions remain questions. I washed my cat. I spoke to my friend. I thought about the necklace. I avoided the music player. I kept the glasses. I listened too hard to the silence in my house. I wondered whether the soft touch in my hair had been his way of saying he was there, or my own heart trying to invent one last tenderness out of loss. Sometimes I even talked to him in my head. Not in a dramatic way. Just simple things. Asking if it was really him. Asking if he was okay. Asking why he was still here if he was here. Telling him he scared me. Telling him I missed him. Telling him I was angry he was gone. Telling him I was sorry for taking the glasses if I should not have done it. Telling him I did not know what I was supposed to do now. Of course there was never some clear answer. No voice. No visible figure. No obvious sign that would end all doubt. only the same strange mix of fear, grief, and nearness. And maybe that is why this story still stays with me so strongly. Because it never became one clear thing. It was not just a haunting. It was not just mourning. It was not just imagination. It was not just comfort. It was all of them together, tangled so tightly that even now I cannot fully separate them. A friend died. That is the center of it. Everything else grew around that fact like shadows grow around a light that has gone out. The cat's behavior. The necklace. The dreams. The music player. The touch in my hair. The feeling of safety mixed with fear. The desperate question of whether he was still near. All of it came from that one terrible truth. Someone I loved had suddenly stopped existing in the ordinary way, and my mind and my world did not know how to handle the empty space he left behind. Maybe that is why I could not let go. Because letting go felt too much like agreeing that the empty space was all that remained. And I was not ready for that. I do not know if what I felt was really him. I do not know if my cat saw something I could not. I do not know whether my friend with the necklace was experiencing something real, or just feeding off the same grief and fear that had gotten into me. I do not know whether the dream and the music player were connected. I do not know whether the touch in my hair came from outside me or from somewhere deep inside my own aching mind. What I do know is this. He mattered to me. He was my friend for years. We talked every day. His death broke something in me. And after I brought those black glasses home, the world around me stopped feeling ordinary. That is the truth of it, whether the explanation is spiritual or psychological or somewhere in between. And maybe the most painful part is that even now, if I had to choose between a clean, rational explanation that proved none of it was him and a frightening, uncertain possibility that he was really still near me somehow, I do not know which one I would choose. Because fear can be easier to bear than final loss. Because sometimes being scared is still better than being alone. Because when someone has been part of your life every single day, the idea of them disappearing completely feels more unnatural than a ghost ever could. So yes, maybe he should leave, if it really is him. Maybe wherever he has to go is better than staying near old glasses, frightened friends, a staring cat, and a house full of grief. Maybe love should be brave enough to let the dead go. But I was not brave enough then. Maybe I still am not. Part of me still wants to believe that the gentle hand in my hair was his way of saying goodbye without really leaving. Part of me still wants to believe the cat sat by the door because she knew he was there. Part of me still wants to believe the objects we took mattered because he mattered. And part of me is still scared that if I let myself believe that fully, then I will never again be able to see the world as only simple and physical and empty after death. So I stayed there, between belief and doubt, comfort and fear, holding on and wanting peace at the same time. And maybe that is the real haunting in all of this. Not just the possibility that he stayed, but the possibility that grief makes you keep the dead alive in every room until you can finally survive the thought of them being gone. For almost 2 years, I have been dealing with something that I first thought was just a ghost. Before this started, I had experienced strange things before, but never like this. Never with the same presence again and again. Never with something that seemed to stay, learn my habits, and keep coming back. That was what made this different. It was not just one creepy moment that I could try to forget. It became something ongoing, something that slowly worked its way into my nights, my room, my sleep, and eventually my whole sense of safety. The first time I became aware of it was on a Saturday night, around 2 years ago. I was sitting up in bed listening to music. It was late, and my bedroom light was off, but the bathroom light was on, so the room was not completely dark. There was enough light coming in from the bathroom for me to make out the shape of things in my room. I was relaxed, distracted by the music, not really thinking about anything unusual. Then suddenly, I felt something jump up onto the far corner of my bed. It was such a clear feeling that I turned right away to see what it was. But there was nothing there. For a few seconds, I just sat there frozen. I turned the music off and stared into the dim room, trying to understand what had just happened. My heart was beating hard, but I tried to calm myself down. I told myself it was probably a rat or something small, maybe the bed had shifted, maybe it was nothing. I forced myself to be reasonable. After a moment, I turned the music back on. For the next few minutes, everything seemed fine. I got pulled back into the music and slowly started to relax again. Then, without warning, I felt something shove me from behind. This time, there was no way to explain it away so easily. I turned the music off again and sat completely still. I did not even turn around. I just sat there trembling, staring ahead, too scared to move. The room felt different now, full of tension, like something was right there with me. A few seconds passed, and then I was shoved again, much harder than the first time. It was so forceful that I was almost knocked off the bed. That was enough. I jumped off the bed and ran to the other side of the room. Then I turned and looked back, expecting to see someone or something there. There was nothing. Absolutely nothing. That made it even worse. If there had been a person, at least it would have made sense. If there had been an animal, maybe I could have understood it. But there was nothing there at all, and yet I knew what I had felt. I was so frightened that I could not sleep in my room that night. For the first time in years, I went into the living room and slept on the couch. After that night, I could not sleep in complete darkness anymore. I had to keep the bathroom light on. It became a habit almost immediately. As long as that light was on, I felt at least a little less afraid. I never got shoved again after that first night, but the fear did not go away. Instead, it changed into something more constant and more unsettling. For a long time after that, several nights every week, I would feel something hop up on my bed. It always felt the same way, as if something had jumped onto the mattress beside me or near the corner. It was not a vague feeling. It was distinct enough that every time it happened, my whole body would tense. I would freeze and wait, listening, trying to sense what would happen next. Sometimes nothing else did. Sometimes the feeling alone was enough to keep me awake for hours. Then one night, it followed me outside my room. I was sitting on the front steps when I felt something hop up beside me the same way it did on my bed. That frightened me more than almost anything else had up to that point, because it made me realize that whatever was in my room was not limited to my room. It could come wherever it wanted. That thought stayed with me afterward. My room no longer felt haunted in a contained way. Instead, it felt like I was the one being followed. Then, after all of that, there was a period where it stopped. No hopping on the bed. No sudden disturbances in the night. No clear signs of activity. On the surface, it should have been a relief, and part of me did feel relieved. But another part of me could not relax because I did not believe it was really gone. I could still feel its presence. I cannot explain exactly what I mean by that except to say that the room still felt occupied somehow. It still felt like something was there, even in the quiet. For a while, that uneasy silence was all I had to deal with. Then one night, I woke up around 11 to the sound of someone moving things around in my closet. By then, I was still sleeping with the bathroom light on, so I could see into the room. The sound was clear enough to wake me. It was not just a little creak. It sounded like things shifting, like someone was in there touching and moving objects. The second I looked over at the closet, the noise stopped. There was nobody there. That was the moment things truly got worse. After that, it was like everything broke open at once. I started hearing whispering. Not one voice every now and then, but whispering often enough that it became part of the fear I carried every night. Sometimes I would see dark shapes. Other times I would hear laughter. Things would not be where I left them. Some things would disappear completely, even from places where I knew I had hidden them carefully. And then it started touching me. That changed everything again, because hearing something or seeing a shadow is one kind of fear, but feeling a touch from something you cannot see is different. It is intimate in a way that makes your skin crawl. One time earlier this year, I felt someone slide a hand over my ankle. There was no one else in the room. The touch felt cool and solid, like an actual hand. That detail stayed with me because it was not a vague sensation or a brush of air. It felt real. Another time, Just a few weeks ago, the thing touched my ankle again, but this time the feeling was different. It moved up and down, and instead of feeling solid, it felt fuzzy and tingly, almost like static mixed with touch. That confused me. Why did it sometimes feel solid and other times feel light, fuzzy, and ticklish? Why did it seem able to change? Those details made it harder for me to dismiss anything as imagination, because the sensations were too specific and too different from each other. At some point, I became desperate enough to start recording things. Over the past few months, I set up a recorder in my room more than once. I wanted proof, or at least something concrete to listen back to so I would know I was not losing my mind. And I did record things. Voices. Sounds like my bedroom door being banged. Strange noises that did not make sense to me at the time. Whether someone else would hear the same thing I heard in them, I do not know, but to me they felt like evidence that something was there. One of the strangest things happened with my tape recorder. The other day, I hid it under my bed. I put it in a place where nobody would know it was there. I wake up very easily to small sounds or movements, so if someone had come into my room and moved it, I feel like I would have known. But when I woke up the next morning and reached under the bed for the recorder, it was gone. In its place was the back cover of my tape recorder, a piece that had gone missing months before. That was what I found where I had left the whole recorder. That detail still unsettles me, because it felt almost deliberate. Like something had not only taken the recorder, but had left behind a piece of it in the exact spot where it had been hidden. It was too strange, too specific, and too unsettling to shrug off. By then, I had started thinking that whatever this was might not be one simple thing. Sometimes I wondered if it was a demon. Other times I thought maybe it was a poltergeist. Sometimes I even thought there could be more than one presence in the room. That might sound dramatic, but when you are hearing whispers, seeing shapes, feeling touches, losing objects, and dealing with changing noises and sensations over such a long time, your mind starts trying to make patterns out of it. One of the newer things it began doing was sighing. That may sound small compared to being shoved or touched, but in some ways it was just as unnerving. The sighs sounded human. Sometimes they sounded like a girl. Other times they sounded like a boy. More often they sounded like a girl, at least to me. And they were not calm sighs. Sometimes they sounded frustrated. Sometimes angry. Sometimes totally emotionless, which was somehow even worse. There is something very disturbing about hearing a human-like sigh in an empty room, especially when you know there should be no one there. But the biggest thing that happened came one night when I woke up feeling overheated. I had too many blankets over me, and I was lying in bed facing the wall. I remember wanting to roll over and face the door, just to get comfortable and cool down a little. But I had this strong feeling that I should not do it. It was not a normal thought like, "I'm too tired to move." It felt more like a warning. Like something bad would happen if I turned over. Still, I did it anyway. For the first few seconds, everything was fine. Then, even though my eyes were closed, I saw something strange. My vision suddenly became filled with this white fog, like a cloudy whiteness spreading in front of me. I know how impossible that sounds since my eyes were closed, but that is exactly what it felt like. It was as if my vision had turned murky and white from the inside, like I was seeing through a veil or a cloud. And then I started getting pulled by the waist. Something was dragging me toward the other side of the bed. I tried to fight it. I really did. But I could not move. I could not open my eyes. I could not speak. I could not even scream, even though I was trying with everything I had. It was like my body had stopped belonging to me for those moments. I was fully aware of what was happening, fully terrified, but completely unable to stop it. After a few seconds of trying, I gave up. Within about a minute it stopped. The moment I could move again, I got out of bed and ran straight into the living room. I did not care what time it was. I did not care if anyone thought I was overreacting. I used the couch as a bed again because there was no way I was going back into that room after what had just happened. While I was lying there trying to calm down and maybe get some sleep, I saw something else. In front of my parents' bedroom, I saw a clear blob-shaped thing move and then disappear. The best way I can describe it is that it looked almost like clear water shaped into a moving form. It was not solid like a person, and it was not a shadow either. It moved in this strange slow fast way that is very hard to explain. It was there just long enough for me to register it, and then it was gone. The strangest part was that I had seen this same thing once before. A few days earlier, I had been outside at night on the phone with a friend while I was swinging, and I saw that same clear, watery shape. At the time, I had not known what to make of it. Seeing it again indoors, after everything else, made it much harder to dismiss. That same night on the couch, I heard the sigh for the first time clearly. My mom had turned off all the lights. She does not believe in ghosts, even though I had made her listen to my recordings and tried to explain what had been happening. She was sitting at the computer while I was lying there on the couch. Then I heard a really loud sigh behind me. It made every hair on my neck stand up. I turned around immediately, but no one was there. After that night, I heard the sigh many more times. That sound became one of the most recognizable parts of all of this. Not a voice saying words. Not whispering in the distance. Just that heavy, human-like exhale in the wrong place at the wrong time, like something invisible was standing nearby reacting to me. Then something even stranger happened, and what made it stranger was not what happened, but when it happened. It was around 10 in the morning. Until then, almost everything had happened at night. The darkness, the sleepiness, the shadows, all of that at least fit the usual shape of fear. But this time, I was awake in daylight, lying in bed in silence, when I felt someone press down through the cover and put a hand on my thigh. That moment unsettled me deeply because it happened outside the rules I had started building in my head. Nighttime no longer felt like the only time I had to worry. Again, the touch did not always feel the same. Sometimes, very rarely, it felt totally solid, like a real hand. Most often, it felt lighter, fuzzy, and ticklish. That inconsistency kept bothering me. It was like whatever was touching me could not hold the same form every time, or maybe there were different things involved, or maybe the experiences themselves were changing over time. By this point, I no longer knew how to think about it. Was it one presence? More than one? A ghost? A poltergeist? Something worse? Was I somehow attracting these things? Was I serving as some kind of channel for them? I hated thinking that, but the longer it went on, the more I found myself wondering if something about me was allowing this to happen. The clear blob especially stayed in my mind. I kept wondering what it was. Was that the same thing that touched me? The same thing that sighed? The same thing that made my bed shift and pulled me by the waist? Or was it something separate? It did not look like the dark shapes I sometimes saw. It did not sound like the whispers. It almost seemed like a glimpse of something in another form, something halfway between visible and invisible. The uncertainty of all this may have been the worst part. If you can name something clearly, sometimes you feel less afraid of it. But I could not name this with any confidence. I could only collect experiences, a weight jumping onto the bed, shoves from behind, noises in the closet, whispers, laughter, disappearing objects, cool and fuzzy touches, recorded voices, missing devices, angry sighs, a white fog behind closed eyes, being pulled while unable to move, and a clear watery shape moving in the dark. All of those things together made it feel like my room was no longer really mine. I started trying little things just to feel like I had some control. One friend told me I should tell it to shut up when it sighed, so I started doing that. I tried to sound firm. I tried not to show fear. I had heard that if you act afraid, things like this get worse, so I did my best to stay calm or at least pretend I was calm. Whether it helped, I am not sure. But trying to speak back made me feel a little less helpless for a moment. Still, the fear stayed. Because the truth is, it is hard not to be afraid when something unseen keeps finding new ways to make itself known. At first, it was just that one horrible night with the shoves on my bed. Then it became the hopping feeling. Then the closet noises. Then whispering and missing objects. Then touch. Then the sighs. Then the pulling. then the clear shape. Then the daytime touch on my thigh. It felt like whatever this was, it was slowly growing bolder. That thought scared me more than I wanted to admit. Because if it was growing bolder, what came next? Would it start speaking clearly? Would it show itself fully? Would it keep touching me more often? Would it get violent again like that first night? Would it stop me from moving again? Would it take more things, make louder noises, come in daylight more often, or start appearing in front of other people too? I did not know. And not knowing kept me on edge all the time. Even when nothing happened, I was waiting for something to happen. That kind of fear changes the way you live. You stop relaxing fully in your own room. You listen too hard to every small sound. You notice every change in the air, every little shift of mattress or blanket, every unusual feeling on your skin. You begin to expect disturbance, and that expectation becomes exhausting. The fact that my mom did not believe me made it worse. Not because I blame her, but because it left me feeling more alone with it. I had recordings. I had stories. I had details. But disbelief from other people always makes you question yourself, even when you know what you felt. Part of me wanted someone else to experience it clearly just so I would not have to keep carrying the whole thing alone. At the same time, I did not truly want that, because if someone else experienced it too, that would mean it was even more real than I already feared. So I stayed in that awful middle place. Scared. Confused. Trying to stay calm. Trying not to feed it with fear. Trying to collect evidence. Trying to make sense of it. Trying to sleep. Trying to feel normal in a room that no longer felt safe. And after nearly 2 years of this, I was tired. Not just physically tired from lost sleep, but emotionally tired from always having to be alert. Always wondering. Always bracing myself. It is hard to explain how draining it is to live with the sense that something invisible might at any moment touch you, move something, sigh behind you, or pull at your body while you lie helpless in bed. By then, I had started thinking maybe I needed real help. Not just advice from friends, not just recordings, not just telling it to shut up when it sighed. I felt like I needed answers, because the longer it went on, the less I trusted my own ability to handle it alone. I wanted someone to tell me exactly what it was and exactly what I was supposed to do. But that was the problem. I had no clear answer. Only experiences. Only fear. Only a room full of things that had happened and a growing sense that whatever it was, it had chosen me or chosen that room or chosen both. And that is what made it feel so endless. I could deal with one frightening night. I could deal with one unexplained sound. I could even deal with a strange touch once or twice. But nearly 2 years of recurring activity wears you down. It makes you feel like your life is split in two, the version everyone else sees, and the version you live at night in silence, hearing sighs and whispers and waiting for the bed to move. That was my reality. And the most frightening part of all was that I still did not know what I was dealing with. Was it one ghost? Several? A poltergeist? Something darker? Something tied to me? Something tied to the room? Something that showed itself as a blob one night and as touch another? I had no way of knowing. All I knew was that it was there, or at least it felt there, again and again and again. And no matter how many times I tried to act brave, no matter how often I told it to shut up, no matter how much I tried not to show fear, it kept happening. That is why I felt like I needed help. Because curiosity had turned into dread. Dread had turned into habit. And habit had turned into a life where even lying quietly in my own bed no longer felt simple or safe. My story started one night while I was driving home. I live way out in the middle of nowhere, so at night the roads are extremely dark. There are no streetlights, no bright buildings, no traffic to make you feel less alone. When you drive out there after dark, your headlights are really the only thing separating you from total blackness. The road feels empty, quiet, and endless, and if anything strange happens, there is no one around to help explain it. A couple of weeks before that night, there had been a terrible car accident on that same road. 6 of my friends were involved in it, and 2 of them died. It shook everyone up badly. Even after a little time had passed, it was still fresh in everybody's mind. I could not pass that area without thinking about them. The accident site was on my way home, and crosses had been placed on the side of the road where it happened. That night, as I was driving past those crosses, I saw something that I still cannot explain. A black figure crossed the road right in front of me. It did not run. It did not jump. It did not hesitate. It just moved steadily across the road and walked straight into the woods. For a second, I thought maybe it was an animal, but something about the way it moved felt wrong for that. I hit my horn, but it did not react at all. It did not look toward me. It did not speed up. It did not pause. It just kept going at the same pace until it disappeared into the darkness beyond my headlights. I drove on, but the whole rest of the way home I could not stop thinking about it. An animal would probably have reacted. It would have run. It would have looked up at the sound of the horn. It would have moved like it had somewhere urgent to go. But this thing had walked with a calm, even pace, like it had not even noticed me. Or worse, like it had noticed me and simply did not care. What made it even harder to shake was the height of the figure. One of the friends who died in that accident had been a tall guy, and the figure I saw looked about his height. That thought hit me almost immediately, and once it did, I could not get rid of it. By the time I got home, I was genuinely unsettled. Part of me wanted to go back and check. Part of me wanted to pretend I had imagined it. But there was really nothing I could do. It was gone before I had even fully passed the spot. So I went home and tried to let it go. The rest of that night was quiet. Nothing happened. No strange noises. No bad feeling in the house. No follow-up event that would have made the sighting easier to understand. Because of that, after a while, I slowly pushed it to the back of my mind. It still bothered me, but life moved on, and I told myself maybe there was some normal explanation I just had not thought of. Then about a week later, something else happened. I was in my room late at night, still awake, watching a movie on HBO. The house was quiet, and I was relaxed, just lying there paying attention to the movie. Then I heard a sound in the kitchen, right outside my bedroom door. It sounded exactly like something eating my puppy's food. That would not have been so strange, except when I opened the door to check, I found my cat inside the house eating the dog food. The weird thing was that my cat was an outside cat. He never came inside. Not sometimes. Not rarely. Never. He was not the kind of cat who wandered in and out. He stayed outside, and that was normal for him. So seeing him inside, calmly eating dog food in the kitchen in the middle of the night, immediately felt strange. I picked him up, took him back outside, and then checked all the doors. Every single one of them was locked. That made no sense. I stood there thinking about it, trying to work out some reasonable explanation. Maybe someone had opened a door earlier, and he slipped in unnoticed. Maybe I had just not seen him. Maybe one of my parents had let him in and forgot to mention it. It felt weird, but it still seemed like the kind of thing that could probably be explained if I thought about it long enough. Still, it bothered me enough that I called my boyfriend. We had been together for 2 years, and I told him what had happened. He thought maybe the same thing I did, that either I or my parents had opened a door at some point, and the cat had slipped in without anyone noticing. That sounded possible enough, so I accepted it for the time being. We kept talking after that, just chatting normally, when he suddenly mentioned that he had found a key in the back pocket of his jeans. He described it to me and said he thought it looked like a house key. His mom had just moved into a new house down the road, so we both assumed that maybe she had given him a key and he had forgotten about it. It seemed ordinary enough. Strange timing, maybe, but still ordinary. Nothing else happened that night, and after a while things settled down again. The next morning, my boyfriend came over to my house and woke me up. Everything felt normal. We were hungry, so we decided to make a pizza. While he was getting it out of the freezer, I remembered the key he had found the night before and asked if he had brought it with him. We planned to ride over later and check whether it really was his mom's key. Then, just joking around, I told him to see if the key worked on my back door. He laughed, locked the doorknob, and stepped outside. A second later, he came right back in. The key worked. That was the moment everything changed. Up until then, there had been little strange moments, but each one could still be pushed aside somehow. The black figure on the road. The cat inside the locked house. The random key in my boyfriend's pocket. Each thing on its own was strange, but not impossible. But now the key in his pocket worked on my back door. And suddenly nothing felt harmless anymore. I stared at him, and even though I tried to keep it light, my mind started racing. I joked and said something like, "So it was you that let my cat in, huh?" I was smiling when I said it, but inside I was no longer joking. A real suspicion had taken hold of me. He noticed the way I had gone quiet after that and asked what I was thinking. At first I did not want to say it, because even to me it sounded ridiculous. But he kept asking me to talk to him, so I admitted it. I told him that for a second I had wondered whether he had somehow stolen the key or used it to get into the house. The thing is, I knew him. We had been together for 2 years, and I genuinely trusted him. Never in my life had I seriously thought he was the kind of person who would steal something, sneak into my house, or lie to me like that. He looked just as surprised as I felt. He promised me he had no idea how the key had ended up in his pocket, and I believed that he believed what he was saying. So I tried to brush it aside. We made the pizza. We ate. We watched TV. We tried to act like everything was normal again. For a little while, it worked. Later, we were hanging out and talking in my room. We were the only ones home. My bedroom door was open. The layout of my house is pretty simple. My bedroom opens into the kitchen. To the right are the guest bedroom and the back door. To the left are the living room, my parents' room, and the front door. At one point I got up and went into the kitchen to get something to drink. That was when I noticed the guest bedroom light was on. And my parents' bathroom light was on too. That immediately caught my attention because nobody else was supposed to be home. Now, my dad likes to know exactly what is going on when he is away. He has a camera pointed at the back door, and every time it senses movement, it records a 30-second video and sends it straight to his email. He gets those alerts immediately on his iPad. I know him well enough to know that if something suspicious had happened around the back door, he would have called me right away. But he had not called. That was what made the lights feel even stranger. I told my boyfriend, and he immediately started worrying that someone might actually be in the house. So we both got serious and checked every room. We looked everywhere. Every closet, every corner, every possible hiding place. We checked carefully because by then we were both on edge. There was nobody there. No one at all. That should have made me feel relieved, but it did not. Instead, it made the whole thing even stranger. Lights had been on in rooms where nobody had been. The back door camera should have caught movement if someone came through there. My dad should have gotten a notification. But there was nothing. That was when the idea of something paranormal came up for real. My boyfriend had already had experiences of his own in the past, so for him it was not a huge leap to start thinking in that direction. And after everything that had already happened, it did not feel as crazy as it should have. The figure on the road. The cat somehow getting inside. The key in his pocket. The key working on my back door. The lights turning on in empty rooms. Each thing by itself might have had an explanation. But together, they felt connected. And then something happened that scared me in a completely different way. The suspicion I had tried to let go of about my boyfriend suddenly came back. Not gradually. Not in a normal, doubtful way. It slammed into me all at once, almost like anger had been dropped on top of me from nowhere. I started thinking he had done it. That he had stolen the key. That he was lying to me. That he had somehow caused all of this. The feeling came so hard and so fast that I could barely control it. I went completely crazy. I started yelling. I started hitting things. I even told him that we were over and that he should never speak to me again. The whole thing was so out of character for me that even now it feels unreal to remember. He told me later that he had never seen me act like that before. And he was right. I had never acted like that before. That is one of the things that frightens me most when I think back on it. It did not feel like normal anger. It did not even feel like an argument building up naturally. It felt sudden, overwhelming, and almost foreign, like something had pushed a switch inside me and turned all my trust into rage. For a little while, it was like I was not myself. The best way I can describe it is that it almost felt like I blacked out inside my own mind. I was there, but I was not really thinking clearly. I was acting on this powerful feeling that he had betrayed me, even though another part of me knew how little sense that made. Later, when I had calmed down just enough, he called me. At that point, I was still upset, but I was myself again. I could actually talk and listen. The heavy feeling of anger and betrayal was still there, but it was not controlling me the same way. He told me again that he would never do that to me. He told me how much he loved me. He told me he would always be by my side. And then the feeling disappeared. Just like that. It went away so completely that within less than an hour, we were fine again. That is not normal. That is what keeps bothering me most about the whole thing. If we had argued because of stress, suspicion, or miscommunication, that would make sense. But this did not feel like a normal fight. It felt like something had tried to turn me against him, and then let go. Ever since that conversation, I have not felt normal. I feel like I am never alone. I constantly feel watched. It is not always dramatic. I do not always get chills. I do not always feel fear in the obvious way. But there is this constant sense that something is there, observing me, waiting, staying close enough that I can never fully relax. I hate that feeling. It is exhausting, and it is slowly driving me crazy. What makes it worse is that I have started to believe that whatever this is may be trying to come between my boyfriend and me. That sounds insane when I say it out loud, but it makes sense in my mind because of the order everything happened in. First, there was the shadow on the road. Then my cat appeared inside the locked house. Then the key turned up in my boyfriend's jeans. Then the key worked on my door. Then the lights came on in the empty house. Then I was suddenly filled with rage and suspicion toward him in a way I had never experienced before. It almost feels like something was setting the stage. Like it started with little odd things to get my attention. Then it made the situation around my boyfriend suspicious. Then it pushed me into believing he was a bad person. Like it wanted me to trust the paranormal explanation just enough that I would not look elsewhere, and then use that confusion to damage my relationship. That is what scares me. Not just the weirdness itself, but the possibility that it has some kind of purpose. Does it want something from me? Does it want me alone? Why would it want my boyfriend and me to break up? Those questions keep repeating in my mind because I cannot come up with a normal answer that fits everything. I have tried to do something about it. I have prayed. I have tried communicating with it. Neither helped. That is another confusing part of this whole thing. I do not necessarily feel threatened in the way people usually describe evil presences. I do not get a horrible vibe all the time. I do not always feel terror or ice-cold chills. Mostly, it feels like torment and annoyance. Weird things just keep happening, and the emotional effect of it is heavy enough that it is starting to wear me down. That is why I started wondering whether I was possessed when I lost control like that. I know how dramatic that sounds. But I do not know what else to call a moment where I felt completely unlike myself, full of rage that came out of nowhere, convinced of something against all reason, and then almost immediately afterward became normal again. I have never experienced anything like that before. If it had happened once in a random argument, I could maybe blame stress. But with all the other strange things around it, I cannot stop questioning it. The worst part is how heavy it all feels now. Not just spooky. Not just strange. Heavy. Like there is a pressure sitting on my life. A sadness mixed with irritation, fear, and confusion. It is starting to make me feel depressed, and I hate that. I hate feeling like my mind is no longer a place I can trust. I hate not knowing whether something external is messing with me, or whether all these events are slowly getting into my head and changing me from the inside. I do plan on going to a professional. At this point, I know I need help. Even if there is some normal explanation, I need someone outside of this situation to tell me what they think, because I cannot keep carrying all of it alone. But before that, I desperately wanted answers, even temporary ones. I wanted someone to look at everything that happened and tell me what it was, what it wanted, and how to stop it. Because right now, I feel trapped in questions. Why did I see that black figure by the crosses where my friends died? How did my outside cat get inside a locked house? Why did my boyfriend suddenly find a key in his jeans? Why did that key work on my back door? How did lights come on in empty rooms without my dad's camera catching anyone? Why did I suddenly turn on the person I trusted most? Why do I now feel watched all the time? And why does it seem like something is trying to wedge itself between us? That is what I keep coming back to. The feeling that there is a pattern here. That none of it is random. That something may have started by getting my attention on that dark road near the place where my friends died, then slowly followed me home and into my life. Not to scare me directly, but to unsettle me, confuse me, and interfere with the one relationship in my life that matters most. And if that is true, then I do not know what to do next. I have already tried prayer. I have already tried talking to it. I have already tried pretending it was nothing. None of that stopped anything. So now I am left with this constant feeling of being watched, this fear that I may lose control again, and this awful suspicion that whatever this is, it is not finished yet. That is why this scares me so much. Not because of one shadow or one strange key, but because of how everything kept building, piece by piece, until it no longer felt like coincidence. It feels personal. It feels focused. And it feels like something is trying to stay in my life by using confusion, doubt, and emotion instead of direct violence. That may be the most exhausting kind of haunting there is. Because if something throws objects or screams in the night, at least you know what you are dealing with. But when strange little events slowly twist your thoughts, your trust, and your peace of mind, it gets under your skin in a completely different way. And that is where I am now. Still confused. Still looking for answers. Still trying to understand whether I am dealing with grief from my friend's accident, a chain of impossible coincidences, something paranormal, or something even darker that wants me isolated and unsettled. All I know is that I do not feel like myself anymore. And I want that feeling to stop. We moved into that house during the summer right before I started my freshman year of high school. Now I am a freshman in college, so enough time has passed for me to look back on everything a little differently. But even now I still cannot explain most of what happened there. At the time, moving into a new house should have felt exciting. It should have felt like a fresh start, a new place to settle into, new rooms to get used to, new routines, new memories. And in some ways it did feel like that at first. But there was also something else in that house from the very beginning, something that made it feel different from other homes I had lived in. What made it even stranger was that before we moved into this new house, some friends of mine had moved into our old one. Before they moved out of that old house, we had already heard from them that a few weird things had happened there too. Nothing terrifying, at least not the way they described it. Just strange things, things they could not explain, things that left them with that uneasy feeling that something was off even if they could not prove it. So I already had that kind of idea in the back of my mind, that houses can somehow carry things with them, or maybe people can keep stepping from one strange place into another without meaning to. I do not know if there is any connection between the old house and the new one, but I do know that by the time I settled into the new place, weirdness already felt like something I had to take seriously. In the new house, one of the first presences I began to notice was what I always think of as the cowboy-like man. That is the only way I know to describe him. He does not really show himself in a clear, detailed way, not the kind of way where I could sit down and tell you exactly what his face looked like or what color his clothes were. He is more like a shadow, but a shadow with shape and intention. Over time, I became convinced that there was a man in the house, almost like a cowboy, who would walk from the side door of our house, around the corner, and down the hall until he reached my bedroom door. Then he would just stand there. That image sounds simple when I say it now, but living with it was something very different. It was not as if he appeared every day or at the same hour like clockwork. It was more like the house would go through stretches where he was there, and then stretches where he was not, or at least where he did not show himself. If you sat on the couch in just the right way, every now and then you could catch a glimpse of him walking by. It would happen in that quick, almost uncertain way where for a second you wonder if you really saw something, but after it happens enough times, doubt gets harder to hold on to. He would move through the space in the same general path, and then he would be gone again. He was never openly threatening. That is important. He did not rush at anyone. He did not slam things around. He did not seem angry. He was simply there, appearing sometimes and then disappearing back into whatever space he belonged to. Because he never harmed anyone, I never really thought of him as evil. Strange, yes. Unsettling at times, yes. But not evil. He felt more like a leftover presence, like someone whose path was tied to the house for reasons I did not understand. Sometimes I would catch a glimpse of him and mostly just feel that odd, quiet awareness that we were sharing space with something not fully visible. Other times I would go days or weeks without seeing him at all and almost convince myself that maybe I had imagined more than I should have. But then he would appear again, and that thought would disappear with him. I used to wonder all the time why he was there. Was he connected to something that happened in the house before we moved in? Was he tied to the land? Was he replaying some old routine without even knowing we were there? That is one of the things that haunted me most, not necessarily fear of him, but curiosity. There is something deeply strange about seeing a presence that does not seem to want anything from you and yet keeps passing through your life anyway. It makes you start asking questions that have no easy answers. Then there was the young lady. She was completely different. Where the cowboy-like man felt almost distant and repetitive, the young woman felt more personal somehow. She was tall, very thin, and had long, beautiful, wavy hair. That is what I remember most clearly about her. Her hair. It was one of those details that stood out so strongly that it made her feel more real than a simple shadow. I only encountered her on 2 occasions, but both times left such a strong impression on me that I have never forgotten them. The first time I saw her, I was coming into the house carrying several packages. My hands were full, and I was focused on the normal routine of coming home. I had to turn off the alarm system, and I was busy enough with what I was doing that I was not expecting anything strange. Then I looked up, and she was standing there in the dining room. Just standing there. Not moving toward me. Not speaking. Not disappearing instantly the way people sometimes describe apparitions. She was simply there in the room as if she belonged there. I remember that moment with a very sharp kind of stillness. It was as if my body froze before my mind could fully catch up. There is something deeply unnerving about entering your own home and seeing someone where no one should be. For that first split second, your mind reaches for the ordinary explanation. A person is in the house. Someone broke in. A visitor came in and no one told me. But then almost immediately that explanation falls apart because the figure does not behave like a normal person. She just exists there in a way that is too quiet, too sudden, too wrong to be ordinary. I do not even remember exactly how long I looked at her. It may have been only a second or 2. But that is enough for an image like that to stay with you. Her presence did not feel loud or aggressive, but it felt deeply unnatural simply because she should not have been there at all. After that moment, she was gone, but the feelings she left behind remained. It changed the house for me in a way that was hard to explain to anyone who had not seen what I saw. A shadow can be doubted. A feeling can be dismissed. But seeing a tall, thin young woman with long, beautiful hair standing in your dining room is harder to explain away once it happens. The second time she became part of the story was not through me directly, but through family who visited us. They had come over and were saying their goodbyes outside. I was not there for the beginning of this part, which somehow makes it even more interesting because it did not depend on me telling anyone what I had already seen. One of my relatives, my porch, ran back inside to use the restroom because they had a long journey ahead of them and wanted to stop before leaving. When she came back outside, she went straight to my mother and asked if she had ever had an experience inside the house. That question alone was enough to change something. My mom's answer was, "No, but Anjali has had many." Then my relative told my mother that we had ghosts in our house. To this day I am not completely sure whether she actually saw the young woman or simply felt her presence in a strong enough way to know something was there. But whatever happened inside affected her enough that she came out and said it directly. She did not joke about it. She did not act embarrassed. She asked seriously whether my mom had experienced anything. After that night, my mom became a true believer. That mattered to me more than people might think. When strange things happen in a house, it changes everything if someone else confirms that you are not the only one sensing it. It is not just about being believed. It is about the entire atmosphere of the home shifting from, "Maybe I'm imagining it," to, "There is definitely something here." Once my mother accepted that, the whole family began living with the house differently. Even if we did not speak about it every day, it was there in the background, part of the emotional truth of living in that place. But there was another presence too, and this one felt different from both the cowboy-like man and the young woman. This one felt like fear itself. I do not know how else to say it. I believe there is a spirit in that house that likes to inject fear into us. It is not as easy to describe as the others because it does not always appear as a figure. It is more like an atmosphere, a pressure, a feeling of being watched that can settle over me at any time. It made me constantly look over my shoulder. It made me feel like I could never fully relax. It made the house feel like a place where I was never completely alone, but not in a comforting way. In a tense way. In a way that slowly wears on you. I hate being home alone there. And that says a lot, because I used to love being home alone. I loved the quiet, the freedom, the feeling of having a whole house to myself. But after living in that place, that changed completely. I was 18 years old and I still did not want to be home alone. That is not because I was childish or dramatic. It was because the house had taught me again and again that being alone there did not really mean being alone. There was always the sense that something else was present, something paying attention, something waiting just outside the edge of sight. A lot of that fear centered around my room. Many strange things happened there. There were nights when I would go through my normal routine, turn off my closet light, get into bed, get comfortable, reach over, turn off the lamp next to my bed, and then look up only to see that my closet light was on again. So I would get out of bed, turn it off, get back in, settle down, switch off the lamp, and then somehow the closet light would be on again. I would repeat the whole thing over and over until eventually the light would stay off. That kind of thing sounds almost small when written out, but it is the sort of repeated behavior that slowly drives you crazy because it feels so deliberate. It was not as if the light was always malfunctioning. It was not every night, and it was not random flickering. It was on when I had just turned it off. It was almost as if something was making sure I noticed, forcing me to repeat the routine, refusing to let me settle immediately. It felt like one of the many little ways the house played with the people living in it. Then there were the nights when something played with my hair. That sounds odd even to me when I say it plainly, but it is true. Many times, when I was in bed at night, I would feel someone or something touching my hair, gently playing with it. And strangely enough, it would put me to sleep. That is one of the most confusing parts of the whole story, because not everything in the house felt threatening all the time. Some of it felt unsettling. Some of it felt calm. Some of it felt almost caring in a way I did not understand. Having something invisible touch your hair at night should have been terrifying. And maybe if it had happened once out of nowhere it would have been. But the feeling itself was soothing. It lulled me to sleep. That is one of the things about paranormal experiences that people do not always understand. They are not always simple. Not every presence feels the same. Not every strange thing is dark in the same way. Some things in that house made me feel terrified and watched. Other things made me feel oddly comforted. Living with both of those truths at once made the whole place harder to understand. There was one incident in my room that terrified me more than almost anything else. I was in there on the computer, sitting with my back to my huge window. That window was enormous, and it sat about 7 feet off the ground. I remember that detail clearly because it mattered immediately once the sound happened. Out of nowhere I heard a huge boom. Not a little tap. Not a creak. A loud, violent boom. And at the same time, my whole room shook. That is what made it so frightening. It was not just the sound. It was the force of it. It felt as if something had hit the window or the wall with a strength no normal person could have managed and then somehow disappeared before I could react. The second it happened, fear shot through me. My first instinct was not even to think. I ran. I ran out of my room and outside the house to see what could have caused it. There was nothing there. That was exactly what I expected and exactly what I feared. The window was high enough off the ground that there was no realistic way someone could have hit it with that much force and then gotten away before I looked. There was nothing leaning nearby, nothing lying around, no obvious source. Just empty outside space, like the force had come from nowhere. I was terrified. That moment stayed in my body long after it was over. I tried to explain it to my mom, but she could not really understand, probably because unless you hear and feel something like that yourself, it sounds impossible. Still, even with all of those experiences, the most terrifying thing that happened to me personally involved something much smaller. The cross above my bedroom door went missing. That cross mattered deeply to me. I am very particular about those things. There has to be a cross over my bedroom door. It makes me feel safe. It also has to be blessed by a priest and have holy water on it. Those details matter to me because they are part of how I protect myself spiritually. So when I noticed that the cross was gone, I did not just think, where did it go? I felt exposed. Vulnerable. The cross had been taken off the wall, and we could not account for it. No one had removed it. No one admitted touching it. It was just gone. Then the next day it was back. Back on the wall, as if nothing had happened. As if it had never gone missing at all. That experience hit me harder than a lot of the others because it touched something sacred to me. It was not just an object moving. It was a religious object disappearing and then reappearing. That felt personal in a way the other incidents did not. It felt like the house, or something in it, knew exactly what made me feel safe and was willing to disturb that. Even though the cross came back, the fact that it had gone at all shook me deeply. And then there was the knocking. That sound became one of the most frustrating and persistent mysteries in the house because unlike apparitions or strange feelings, knocking seems like the sort of thing that should have a physical explanation. You hear a knock, you find the cause. Simple. Except it was never simple in our house. We heard this unexplained knocking noise only in the living room. It sounded like it was coming either from the front porch or the attic. At first we thought we had it figured out. We had a swing on the front porch, and it seemed reasonable that maybe that was making the noise somehow, especially if it shifted or knocked in the wind. So we moved the swing. And the noise continued. That was when it became clear that the swing was not the cause after all. Since the sound still happened, we had people check the attic. If something in the attic were loose, if an animal were up there, if some board or vent or pipe were knocking, surely they would find it. They found nothing. Nothing up there that could explain the knocking. And this was not just checked once. We had this looked at over and over again. Every time, the same answer came back. There was nothing in the attic that could be making that sound. That answer was almost more disturbing than if they had found something strange. At least then we would have had a cause. Instead, we were left with a sound that clearly existed but no explanation for why it existed. There were also leaks. One appeared over the toilet in the bathroom and seemed to just pop up one day. Another appeared over the fireplace. We had those checked too. Again, there was nothing that clearly explained where the water was coming from or why the leaking was happening. Now, I am not saying for certain that the leaks were supernatural. I know houses have problems. Roofs leak. Pipes fail. Moisture finds its way in. But after enough strange things have happened in one place, even ordinary problems start to feel charged with meaning. When experts cannot explain the cause and the house is already making you question everything, even a leak becomes part of the mystery. That is one of the hardest things about living in a place like that. At some point you no longer know which strange things belong to normal house problems, and which belong to something else. Everything starts feeling connected. The knocking, the apparitions, the hair, the closet light, the cross, the huge boom at the window, the leaks. Whether all of those things really came from the same source, I cannot say for sure. But living there, they all blended into one larger feeling. The house was alive with something. Over time, I learned how to cope with it. That does not mean it stopped affecting me. It just means that when you live with the supernatural long enough, you either fall apart, or you build a way of surviving it. I learned to take it day by day. I learned that not every incident needed a scream, or a panic. I learned to pay attention without letting fear completely control me. Most of all, I learned not to underestimate the power of the supernatural. That sounds dramatic, but it is true. Once you have seen enough things you cannot explain, you lose the luxury of arrogance. You stop assuming that because you cannot see something clearly, it must not be real. My friends noticed it too. A lot of them were scared to be left in the house alone. Some did not like being in certain rooms by themselves. That mattered because it meant the feeling of the house was not only in my head. People who entered it could sense that something was off, even if they did not always know exactly what. Only one friend of mine could really account for most of what happened because she had witnessed some of it herself. Her seeing those things gave me the kind of confirmation that is hard to explain to someone outside the experience. When another person sees even one of the same incidents you have seen, the whole burden of doubt shifts. You no longer feel like you have to defend your memory quite so hard. What stays with me most now, looking back, is how different the presences in that house felt from one another. The cowboy-like man was not frightening. He felt like a shadow tied to a path. Like someone repeating a movement from long ago, walking from the side door, around the corner, to my bedroom door. He was not warm exactly, but he was not cruel. The young lady felt more personal, more visible, more aware somehow. The spirit that fed on fear or created fear was the worst, because it changed the emotional atmosphere of the whole house and made it impossible for me to relax. And then there were the things that did not fit neatly into any one presence. The hair, the cross, the knocking, the leaks, the boom at the window. Those made the house feel like more than just one ghost story. It felt layered, complicated, full of energies and memories I could not separate. Sometimes I still think about why the cowboy man stopped at my bedroom door. Why there? Why not keep walking? Why stand there? That question bothered me for a long time. Was my room important in some way before we moved in? Was he connected to me specifically? Or was I simply the one who noticed him most often? The young woman in the dining room left me with different questions. Why did she show herself only twice? Why there? Why then? Why did she let someone else in the family sense her too? There is something frustrating and fascinating about experiences that offer just enough detail to stay with you forever, but not enough to solve them. I also think about the fact that some of the activity felt responsive. The closet light turning back on. The hair touching me. The cross disappearing and reappearing. The knocking continuing after every logical explanation was removed. These things did not feel like simple leftovers of the past. They felt interactive, like the house was not merely replaying old energy but engaging with us. That is part of what made it so difficult to live there calmly. If something is only residual, you can at least tell yourself it is just a recording playing over and over. But when things respond, move, or seem to know what matters to you, then it feels more personal. Even now, if someone asked me whether I was afraid of that house, I would have to answer carefully. Yes, I was afraid. But not all the time. And not of everything equally. Fear, there was not one simple feeling. Sometimes it was outright terror, like when the room shook from that boom at the window or when my blessed cross vanished. Sometimes it was a slow, constant discomfort, like the feeling of being watched or the inability to relax when home alone. Sometimes it was only unease, like catching the shadow of the Kaaba-like man passing through the house again. And sometimes it was mixed with curiosity so strongly that I almost forgot to be afraid until later. That is what people do not always understand about long-term supernatural experiences in a house. You do not live in constant screaming panic. You adapt. You create routines. You learn which rooms feel worse than others. You learn what to ignore and what not to ignore. You learn when to laugh, when to pray, when to leave, and when to simply sit still and wait for the feeling to pass. The house becomes both home and mystery at the same time. My friends sometimes teased about it, sometimes feared it, and sometimes respected it more than I think they wanted to admit. But nobody who spent real time there came away feeling it was just an ordinary place. Even when they did not see the exact same things I did, they felt enough to know the house carried something. That alone still means a lot to me, because it reminds me that my experiences were not just the product of being imaginative or overly sensitive. Other people reacted to that place too. Other people sensed it. Other people became uncomfortable there without me having to tell them every detail first. Now that I am older, I can say this with more calm than I could back then. Everything that happened in that house changed the way I think about the unseen. I no longer dismiss things quickly. I no longer assume every unexplained experience has to fit into a neat, logical category right away. At the same time, I am not reckless about it. I learned respect. I learned that some things in life may not want to hurt you, but they can still deeply affect you. I learned that some spirits or presences may simply be there, tied to a place, while others feel more active and intrusive. Most importantly, I learned that feeling something is not always weakness. Sometimes it is awareness. That house taught me that. It taught me to take spiritual things seriously, not in a dramatic, showy way, but in a quiet, day-by-day way. It taught me that not every haunting looks the same. Some come as shadows. Some come as women standing silently in dining rooms. Some come as fear that presses against the back of your neck when you are alone. Some come as unexplained knocking and lights and missing objects, and leaks no one can explain. And in the end, the biggest truth is this: I learned to live with it. Not because I wanted to. Not because it was easy. But because when the supernatural becomes part of your home, daily life does not stop. You still get up, go out, come back, sleep, invite friends over, argue with family, laugh, cry, and keep moving. The strange things do not replace life. They settle into it. That is what happened in our house. I still remember the Kaaba-like man walking toward my door. I still remember the young woman in the dining room with her long, beautiful, wavy hair. I still remember that terrible feeling of being watched, of never fully resting, of hating to be alone in a place that should have been safe. I still remember turning off my closet light again and again. I still remember the thing in the night that played with my hair and strangely helped me sleep. I still remember the violent boom at my huge window and the way my room shook. I still remember the panic over the missing cross and the shock of finding it back on the wall the next day. I still remember the unexplained knocking and the professionals finding nothing. I still remember the leaks and the way even ordinary house problems began to feel supernatural by association. And I still remember that in the middle of all of it, I survived by taking it one day at a time. That may not sound dramatic enough for some people, but to me it is the most honest part of the story. Living with the supernatural is not always one giant event. Sometimes it is years of small events that slowly teach you how to carry fear without letting it own you. That is what that house did to me. It made me aware, cautious, respectful, and a lot less willing to laugh at the unknown. Because once you have lived in a house like that, you do not really get to pretend anymore that everything in this world can be seen, measured, and explained. I started going to this high school a few years ago, and even now I still do not like saying its name when I tell this story. The school already has a bad enough reputation without adding a ghost story to it, and honestly, the story itself is strange enough without attaching it to a specific place. What matters is that the school had an auditorium, and that auditorium had a light booth, and over time that light booth became one of the strangest places I have ever spent time in. Back in 9th grade, I joined technical theater. I was one of the techies, the people who work behind the scenes instead of on stage. That meant I spent a lot of time in the auditorium, especially up in the light booth working on lights and sound. If you have never been in a school auditorium light booth, it is a very particular kind of place. It sits above the audience, separate from the main room, and it always feels a little cut off from the rest of the world. You are there, but not really with everyone else. You are hidden away in this small, enclosed area full of equipment, wires, switches, controls, and narrow spaces. It can feel exciting when you first start, because it is one of those backstage places students are proud to have access to. But it can also feel strange, especially when you are there alone. One day in 9th grade, I was sitting up there getting ready for a show. I was setting cues, doing normal tech work, focusing on all the little details that have to be right before a performance. It was not one of those moments where I was already scared or expecting something weird. I was just working. Then I heard someone whisper my name. The voice was female. Because of that, my first thought was that it was my theater director. That would have made perfect sense. Maybe she had come up to the booth to ask me something. Maybe she had spoken softly and I just had not heard her clearly. So I looked out of the little window in the booth, expecting to see someone in the auditorium or nearby. There was no one there. At first I dismissed it. That is what most people do the first time something strange happens. You tell yourself your mind is playing tricks on you. You tell yourself maybe you imagined it, maybe you misheard another sound, maybe someone had been there a second earlier and walked off. I was not ready to jump to anything supernatural, so I just brushed it off and kept working. But then I started hearing footsteps. Not random creaks. Not the ordinary sounds old school buildings make. Footsteps. Clear enough that I noticed them right away. At the same time, the hairs on the back of my neck started standing up. That is one of those reactions you cannot fake. It is your body noticing something before your mind fully does. I looked around, expecting to find someone in the booth with me or just outside one of the rooms. There was no one. The light booth had 3 rooms, or at least 3 connected little areas, and I walked into all of them checking to see if somebody had come in. Nothing. No person. No student hiding. No teacher. No explanation. After that, little things like that kept happening every now and then. Nothing huge. Nothing dramatic enough that I felt I could tell everyone and be taken seriously. It was always small enough that I could dismiss it if I wanted to. A whisper. A sound. Footsteps with no one there. That uneasy feeling in the back of my neck. I would notice it, stop for a second, look around, find nothing, and then force myself to continue working. That became my pattern. Notice, dismiss, continue. Notice, dismiss, continue. Then 10th grade came, and things changed. By then I had gotten used to the idea that weird things sometimes happened in that booth. I still did not fully know what I believed, but after enough repeated incidents, I had started thinking of whatever it was as some kind of female presence. Since the voice I had first heard was female, I started calling the ghost Sarah. I do not know why that name felt right at the time. Maybe because I needed some way to make the strange things feel less random. Giving something a name can make it easier to deal with, even if you do not really understand it. Then a new kid came into tech theater. I was honestly glad, because for a while it felt like I was the only one spending that much time in the booth and noticing those strange things. The new kid started doing tech work too. I will call him Steve, though that is not his real name. Steve would sometimes go into the light booth during first period just to sleep, hang out, or work because he did not really have much going on during that time. He became familiar with the space in the same way I had. And what is important is this: I never told Steve about any of my experiences. I never warned him. I never planted ideas in his head. I kept everything to myself. One day we were staying after school working, and out of nowhere he asked me if the auditorium was haunted. That question caught me completely off guard. Since I had never told him about anything, hearing him ask that so directly shocked me. I asked him why he would even say that. His answer made the whole thing feel much more real than it had before. He said he had heard a female voice calling his name. He also said he heard footsteps. And no one had been in the booth except him. That was almost exactly what had happened to me. Hearing it from someone else changed everything. It is one thing when weird things happen only to you. Even if they feel real, part of you can always wonder if stress, imagination, or suggestion had something to do with it. But when another person, who has not heard your story, describes almost the same thing in the same place, it gets a lot harder to dismiss. The fact that he had heard a female voice too made it especially strange. You are probably wondering the same thing we did then. How did she know our names? I honestly have no idea. The best guess I had then, and still have now, is that she must have heard people say our names around the auditorium often enough to learn them. In a school theater, names are called out constantly. Directors, students, teachers, everyone is always calling for someone. Maybe that was enough. Maybe the name just stuck to whoever spent time there often enough. After Steve told me what happened, I finally told him about my own experiences. From that point on, the whole thing became something we talked about, though mostly in a half-joking way because that is how people often handle strange things that they do not know what to do with. We still called her Sarah then, so whenever something weird happened, we would joke and blame Sarah. It made the situation easier to live with. If you can joke about it, you can pretend it is not fully frightening. Then New Year's 2008 came around, and that was when things moved beyond whispers and footsteps for me. A church had hired me to work lights for a religious event at the school. It was going to run late, until around 1 in the morning. I agreed to do it. I am not a religious person, but the church paid pretty well, and to me that mattered more than anything spiritual connected to the event. So that night I was in the booth alone, doing my job, reading a book during the quiet stretches. Every so often someone would come in to check the camera, but other than that I was by myself. Being alone in a school auditorium late at night is already a strange feeling. A school after hours is different from a school during the day. During the day, there is constant noise, people moving, lockers, bells, teachers, students, chaos. At night, all of that disappears, and what is left feels bigger, emptier, and somehow more aware. The auditorium especially feels that way. It is like a large dark space that is not quite asleep. And the light booth, up above it all, becomes even more isolated when you are the only person there. I was reading when I saw a dark shadow move out of the corner of my eye. It happened fast, so fast that at first I thought nothing of it. The human eye catches strange things all the time, especially in dim places. A flicker of movement can be anything. So I let it go. But then I saw it again. This time it was bigger. And a little slower. That made me stop reading. My first thought was that someone had come in to check the camera, because that had happened occasionally during the event. But then almost immediately I realized that explanation did not fit. I had not heard the door open. And the other door was locked. That was what really got to me. If someone had entered, I should have heard it, and there was no easy way they could have come through the locked side. For a moment, I was freaked out. Not panicked exactly, but deeply unsettled. It is one thing to hear a voice or footsteps. It is another to see a moving dark shape in your peripheral vision while you are alone in a booth late at night. But instead of fully giving in to fear, I did something that probably sounds strange. I spoke to her. By that point, I had started calling her Carrie instead of Sarah. I still do not really know why the name changed in my head. It just did. So I said something like, "Hey Carrie, don't scare me like that. We can talk again some other time." It sounds ridiculous when I say it plainly, talking casually into the air as if I were speaking to a person standing nearby, but in that moment it felt natural. Maybe because the activity had become familiar enough that fear was no longer my only reaction. Curiosity had entered the picture. So had habit. Instead of screaming or running out, I addressed whatever it was like someone I already knew. A few days later, something happened that took my experience with Carrie in a completely different direction. I was in algebra class, and the night before I had watched a show about mediums. Like a lot of people who get interested in paranormal things, I started wondering if maybe I could try something myself. Nothing huge. Nothing dramatic. Just an experiment. So during class, I closed my eyes and kept thinking, "If there's anyone here, let me know," over and over in my head. Then suddenly my left side got really cold. It was not just my imagination, because the girl next to me noticed it too. That was what made it so strange. It was not one of those private feelings I could have explained away. The cold was strong enough, or sudden enough, that someone next to me actually reacted to it. That left me thinking the whole rest of the day. Had I actually invited something? Had I become more open somehow just by asking? Later that day I was back in the light booth, and I decided to push it a little further. I closed my eyes and said out loud, "If there's anyone here, make a noise." Nothing happened at first. So I said, "Well, okay then, take your time." About 2 minutes later, I heard a knock on the wall. I froze. There is something very different about hearing an unexplained sound right after asking for one. If the same knock had happened at a random moment, maybe I would have questioned it. But because I had asked for it directly, it felt almost like an answer. So I said, "Do it again." And it did. At that point I was amazed. More amazed than scared, at least for the first few seconds. That feeling did not last though, because then I said, "Make a different noise." And I heard scratching come from the wall. That changed the atmosphere instantly. Knocking can still feel manageable somehow. But scratching from inside the wall is something else. It sounds closer, stranger, more deliberate, more alive. It made my skin crawl. So I told it, "Alright, I'm going to do some mic checks down there. If you want to talk, let me know." Then I left the booth and went down to the stage area. The second I got down there, the stage lights flickered. Immediately I ran back to the booth to check the board. The board had been messed with. Now I know what anyone skeptical would say. Someone must have touched it. Someone must have gotten into the booth while I was gone. But that really does not fit. I had gone out through the only unlocked door. No one could have climbed through the window and back out again in under a minute without being seen. And this was not a vague electrical issue. The board had actually been changed. Something had interacted with it. That was one of the moments that made the whole thing feel less like passive haunting and more like direct interaction. At that point, Carrie was no longer just a female voice calling names in the booth. She was becoming something I responded to and something that, in some way, responded back. After that, I reached a point where talking to Carrie in the booth almost became normal for me. I know how strange that sounds, especially if you have never experienced anything like this. But when a place repeatedly gives you signs of a presence, and nothing overtly bad happens, the fear sometimes fades into a kind of routine. I still respected it. I still knew it was strange. But I was no longer reacting to every small thing like it was the start of a horror movie. Sometimes I would just talk to her while I worked. Not full conversations exactly, because she did not answer in words the way people do, but little comments, little acknowledgments, the way you might speak into a room if you knew something was listening. And the odd thing is, nothing bad ever happened. That is the part one always come back to. Yes, the whispers were strange. Yes, the footsteps were unsettling. Yes, the shadow in the corner of my eye and the board being messed with after I left the booth freaked me out. But at no point did I feel like Carrie was trying to hurt me or Steve. I actually started feeling like she kept us company when we were up there. That may sound crazy, but it is the truth of how it felt. The booth could be lonely. It could be boring. It could feel separate from everyone else. And somewhere in all of that, Carrie became part of the space. Not in a human way, not like a visible friend sitting beside us, but like a presence we had come to accept. That acceptance did not happen all at once. It came slowly, after enough incidents, after enough moments where fear did not turn into danger. Over time, the booth became almost like shared territory. We worked there. She existed there. Sometimes she made herself known, and sometimes she did not. Some days were completely ordinary. Other days a voice would whisper, footsteps would echo, or something would move in the edge of vision. But because it did not escalate into anything violent, I stopped treating every moment like a threat. At the same time, I never stopped wondering who she was. That question stayed with me all through my time in tech theater. Why was there a female presence in that booth? Was she tied to the school? To the auditorium itself? To the booth? Had something happened there years before? Was Carrie even remotely close to her real name, or had that just become the name I used because I needed something to call her? I never got answers to those questions, and maybe I never will. But the not knowing became part of the story too. Some hauntings are not only frightening because of what happens. They are haunting because they leave you with an unanswered person at the center of them. And Carrie always felt like a person more than just a random force. She called names. She responded to requests. She seemed to want to be noticed. That made her feel less like a leftover sound and more like someone, even if I never knew who. Steve being there mattered a lot too. If all of this had happened only to me, I might have doubted myself more over time. I might have convinced myself that isolation, stress, theater schedules, and the weirdness of school buildings had gotten into my head. But Steve heard the same female voice. He heard footsteps. He asked me first if the auditorium was haunted. That means what was in that booth was not only my private experience. It had enough presence to make itself known to someone else independently. That is one of the reasons I became more open with it. Once another person confirms the same weirdness, the whole thing becomes easier to live with. You stop feeling like you have to prove yourself all the time. You stop fighting so hard against your own perception. You allow yourself to admit, yes, something is happening here, and I do not know what it is, but I know it is not just nerves. There was also something about the theater environment itself that made all of this feel especially fitting in a strange way. The auditorium is already a place of voices, shadows, movement, lights, and empty seats waiting for life to fill them. It is a place where people pretend, perform, disappear backstage, reappear somewhere else, speak into the dark, and control what others see from hidden positions. In some odd way, a ghost in a theater booth almost fits the atmosphere too well. That does not make it less real. If anything, it makes it more eerie. It means the supernatural slips right into a place already built on illusion and presence. Sometimes I wondered if Carrie liked the noise of shows, the energy of rehearsals, the feeling of people gathering and paying attention. Maybe that is why she stayed near the booth. Maybe she had some connection to theater itself. Or maybe I was just trying to create meaning where none could be found. But when you spend that much time with unexplained phenomena in one place, you start naturally building theories, because the mind wants a story to hold on to. What I know for sure is this: by the time I got used to talking to her, I no longer felt that the booth was empty even when I was the only living person in it. There is a very specific feeling that comes when a space stops feeling empty. It is not always raw fear. Sometimes it is simple awareness. A kind of pressure in the air. A sense that your words are not being thrown into silence but into a room that receives them. That is what the booth became for me. The place where Carrie lived, or visited, or remained. The place where footsteps happened with no person attached. The place where names were whispered. The place where asking for a knock could bring one back. And somehow, despite all of that, it also became one of the places where I felt least alone. That is the contradiction at the center of the story. Most people assume that if a place is haunted, you would want to avoid it completely. But haunting and comfort do not always stay separate. Sometimes the strange presence becomes part of the emotional shape of a place. Sometimes what frightens you at first becomes something you adapt to, even something you appreciate in a strange way. I am not saying I wanted a ghost in the booth. I am saying that once Carrie became part of my experience there, her absence might have felt just as strange as her presence. Even now, looking back, I still do not think of her as malicious. Mysterious, yes. Unexpected, definitely. Sometimes creepy, absolutely. but not harmful. And that matters, because it changes the entire tone of the story. This was not a story of being chased or attacked or terrorized. It was a story of coexistence with something unexplained. It was a story of learning that the world may have voices in it that do not belong to the people you can see. And once you learn that, your sense of reality stretches a little. Not enough to break. Just enough to include something more. I sometimes still think about that first whisper of my name in 9th grade, and how easy it would have been for me to dismiss everything if it had stopped there. But it did not stop. It continued just enough, and in enough different ways, to build itself into something undeniable. First a voice. Then footsteps. Then Steve hearing the same thing. Then the shadow on New Year's. Then the cold in algebra after I asked for contact. Then the knock. Then the second knock. Then the scratching. Then the flickering stage lights and the messed up board. Each moment by itself might have been explainable to someone determined enough not to believe. Together, they formed a pattern. And patterns are hard to ignore. That is why I reached the point where I talked to Carrie. Because once a pattern feels intelligent, conversation becomes the natural next step. Not because you know what you are doing. Not because you are trained for it. Just because silence no longer feels honest. If something is there, and if it is already acknowledging you, then speaking back can feel less strange than pretending not to notice. I do not know whether Carrie ever truly understood me the way another person would. I do not know whether the knocks and scratching were deliberate responses or whether I simply noticed meaning in perfect timing. I do not know whether the shadow I saw in the booth was really her or some other kind of presence altogether. But I do know how it felt to be there, and how that booth slowly changed from a workplace into a place with an extra layer of reality attached to it. That is the best way I can put it. An extra layer. The visible layer was switches, cues, lights, sound, books, boredom, late nights, rehearsals, and being a high school techie. The invisible layer was Carrie. And somehow both layers became equally real to me. So yes, I came to the point where I talked to her when I was in the booth. And no, nothing bad ever happened because of it. If anything, I sometimes felt like she and the booth itself became less frightening once I stopped resisting the fact that something was there. Steve and I would joke about her, blame her for little things, and continue working. That may sound too casual for a ghost story, but that is honestly what made it feel real. Life did not stop because the booth was haunted. We just learned to work with that fact in the background. I still think about whether her name was ever Sarah, or Carrie, or either. I still do not know why I switched from one name to the other. It just happened naturally, like the presence itself shifted in my mind until one name fit better than the other. That is one of those small details that makes the whole story feel more personal than scary. It means that over time, she stopped being the ghost and became Carrie, a presence with a kind of identity in our little theater world. Maybe that is the real reason I was never truly terrified for long. A nameless thing in the dark is frightening. A presence you know, even if only partly, becomes something else. Not ordinary. Never ordinary. But familiar. And familiar things, even supernatural ones, can sometimes become part of the way you live.